Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Chapter 1, Ugh. A groan of pain escaped him, like his brain was being set on fire. It was agonizing, suffocating. This strange sensation lingered for almost 10 minutes before it finally eased up. A few minutes later, drenched in sweat, the young man slowly opened his eyes, blurry and disoriented. He glanced around at the familiar surroundings and managed a wry smile. Well, that's an unexpected. To explain, we need to go back about an hour. That was when Akifumi Mugio, on his way to Toei Agasaki Academy, witnessed the tragic scene of his close friend, Tomoya, dying in a car accident. There was blood red and white everywhere, a scene so horrific it was almost beyond words. He held back the sorrow, fear, and nausea long enough to call Tomoya's family before collapsing. When he woke up again, he found himself in the school infirmary, for some unknown reasons. That's when things got weird. Did the shock trigger the awakening of my past life memories? Well, that's a dramatic way to start things. Akifumi Mugio couldn't help but let out an inward sigh. But other than the extra memories, everything feels pretty much the same. It's still him, so there's no need to get caught up in the typical online debates about body swaps or soul reincarnations. The relationships he's built over the years are real, no question. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but remember the friend whose death had brought back his past life memories. He sighed, feeling a little conflicted. Life is fragile, huh? He didn't feel the usual bitterness toward his friend like some might in online discussions. This was still a real world, after all. If you put aside the messy handling of emotions, from a friend perspective, he really was a great friend, with no flaws. But dead is dead. There's no need to dwell on the event that will happen in the anime. Not to mention, according to his memories, the anime plot hadn't even started yet. Come to think of it, I didn't expect this world to be like this. After accepting his past life's memories, Akifumi Mugio realized this wasn't the Japan he remembered. It was a world where various anime worlds collided. And why is that? Wait a minute, I've actually interacted with that many female protagonists since I was a kid. If you count the female protagonists, it's like 5 different worldviews combined. The good news? All 5 are just ordinary, everyday worlds. So, even though this is a crossover anime world, there's no threat of some terrorist just blowing up the earth. Now that's something to celebrate. Maybe only a teenager that deep in their Chunabiu phase would daydream about being the hero with incredible powers, saving people. But after all these years without some kind of system or supernatural event, he didn't expect his past life memory suddenly appear. For Akifumi Mugio, an adult who had already matured, this kind of peaceful, everyday world was just right. There are some cute real-life waifu, and he's 16 perfect age, with his parents' stunning good looks. Using his memories to make a little cash, dating beautiful girls, going to class, and enjoying life, just the thought of it put him in a good mood. As him who had already lived once, making money isn't hard. The easiest way? Just pick up your old job. Drawing manga. Sure, he'd been in the business for over a decade and was getting a bit tired of it, but hey, money is money. Plus, now he didn't have to think too hard. He could just copy some of his past life's best works and still make money. What's to complain about? Wait. Akifumi Mugio's expression shifted suddenly. As a professional mangaka, he'd naturally come across plenty of amazing works in his past life. But as he thought back just now, he realized that he couldn't remember any of them clearly, just a few vague impressions. Is this a memory issue? Damn it. So this is how it's going to be, huh? Am I only gonna get some fragment of a memory from my previous life? He sighed, feeling disappointed. Just as he was about to give up on his original plan, a flash of memory came to him, showing different images. The more the images flipped through, the brighter his eyes became. It's like I just saw it: storyboards, dialogue. Everything is so clear. It's not a memory issue, but I got a full prompt to make the story. Well, if it's just a prompt, it's fine. As long as he can make money with it, it works for him. But even though this work is great, where should I submit it to? The 3 biggest publishers in this world are similar to his past life: Kodansha, Shogeki, and Shueisha. Kodansha is known for its weekly shonen magazine, focusing on action, sports, romance, and mystery. Shogeki mainly targets elementary school students, with Shonen Sunday as its representative. Shueisha publishes Weekly Shonen Jump, aimed at teens. Although all three are big names, Shueisha's Weekly Shonen Jump is the clear leader in sales. Since he and Tomoya shared similar interests, Akifumi Mujio knew these basics well. In terms of art style, Shogeki might be the best fit. But if this is really for kids, isn't that a bit inappropriate? He sighed, feeling conflicted, and shook his head. Forget it. Which publisher to choose can be figured out later. For now, let's just get the drawing done. With that in mind, Akifumi Mujio pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Beep. Beep. A few beeps later, the call was picked up. Sorry, sensei, I'm not feeling well, so I'd like to take a few days off. Okay, thank you, sensei. Chapter 2, Madoka Magica is complete. Enter for the grand prize. 5 days flew by in the blink of an eye. With the curtains tightly drawn, the white light in the room felt like an old oil lamp that had been burning forever. Pa. Akifumi Mujio, hunched over his desk working tirelessly, let out a long sigh, stretched, and grinned excitedly. Finally done. Storyboards, line art, base colors, shading effects, background textures. 5 straight days aside from eating, drinking, and taking care of basic needs, he poured all his energy into his work. Having been used to such intense work in his past life, Akifumi Mujio didn't feel the exhaustion. If anything, he kind of missed it. And the result? It was definitely worth it. The first chapter of Puella Magi Madoka Magica, 29 pages in total, was finally finished. When you think of magical girls, you usually picture a beautiful girl full of love and courage, who gains special powers through a contract and fights evil forces. Since the concept first appeared, it became super popular in the 2D fan community. Sure, as people got older and the industry evolved, the theme might have seemed a little childish, but as long as kids liked it, it stayed hot. Even in Akifumi Mujio's past life, it was the same. But it wasn't until Puella Magi Madoka Magica came along that people started to change their views on magical girls. It started as an anime, then later became a manga. At first glance, the first few episodes seemed just like any other magical girl anime. Cute characters, beautiful transformation outfits, a transfer student, and Kobe, who looked like a doll. And the magical girls, as symbols of hope, fight witches born from despair, pretty normal, right? But then, by episode 3, when the graceful and heroic senior gets her head chopped off, you start to feel uneasy. Things clearly weren't as simple as they seemed. As the story unfolded, it became clear that the witches were actually former magical girls who had fallen into despair. From then on, the term magical girl didn't seem so one-dimensional or childish anymore. More and more conspiracy theories popped up. Of course, the formulaic tropes started to get old, and by the end, viewers found themselves missing the pure, beautiful magical girl image from the beginning. But as the groundbreaking work that changed the genre, Puella Magi Madoka Magica would definitely be remembered. Coincidentally, in this world, magical girls were still developing as they did in Akifumi Mujio's past life, and there was no Puella Magi Madoka Magica yet. That was a good thing, but it also left Akifumi Mujio in a bit of a bind. The indecision from 5 days ago returned. So, where should I send this to now? Shogeki? Akifumi Mujio worried that if he sent the 3rd chapter to the editor, it would get rejected, and such a great piece might get cancelled. Kodansha? That didn't seem like a good fit either. So, Shueisha? Akifumi Mujio sighed, feeling a little conflicted. Though he'd thought about this before, his art style leaned more mature this time around, more like the manga version from Bunsha in his past life, rather than the cute, round-faced style from the anime. But the public's still stuck on their old perceptions. A slight change in art style wouldn't be enough to change people's biases about magical girls. Well, whatever. I'll send it out and see what happens. Even if everything's as planned, things rarely go exactly as expected. Plans are never perfect. Just do your best, and leave the rest to fate. If Shueisha rejects it, then I'll just send it to other publishers one by one. If the big 3 don't bite, there are smaller publishers. If that doesn't work, I'll make a personal website and publish it online for free. There's always a way. Akifumi Mujio opened Shueisha's official website, found a listed email, and stared at it. The Tezuka Award? Well, maybe I'll give it a shot. He read the details carefully. If selected, the prize was 1 million yen, 500,000 yen for being shortlisted, and 200,000 yen for honorable mentions. And unlike the Tezuka Award in his past life, this one didn't require original manuscripts. Scanned copies were fine, as long as they didn't exceed 31 pages, with no restrictions on the story's length. Of course, for a work like this, entering with a short story made the most sense. Well, since I'm sending it to Shueisha anyway, what's the harm in trying? With that thought, Akifumi Mugio scanned the 29 pages, packaged them, and sent them off. Ha! With the work finished, he let out a deep breath and glanced at the time in the corner of his screen. 4:28 p.m. Tomorrow's Monday already, huh? After resting for so many days, I think my parents are going to call and check on me soon. Akifumi Mugio scratched his messy hair, looking helpless. His youthful face seemed a little worn from the intense work. Taking a few days off was fine, but any longer and people might start worrying if he was okay. To avoid that, he knew he had to return to school on time tomorrow. At least I still have most of the afternoon to relax. Should I read a novel, catch up on some manga, or play a game? It's funny sometimes having too many options isn't all that great. Chapter 3, in Shueisha, Story Manga Department. April is without a doubt the busiest month for every editor. The Tezuka Award is Shueisha's top honor. It represents the highest level of prestige. In just this 1 month, the editorial team will receive countless submissions from hopeful new authors dreaming of the future. The surge in workload is one thing, but the real challenge is dealing with submissions that are still rough sketches, sometimes barely more than doodles. It's enough to drive even the most experienced editors crazy. Miharuto Osuna, a rookie editor who just joined Shueisha, hasn't had time to adjust to the daily grind of the job when she finds herself right in the middle of this chaotic month. Why does someone like this have the nerve to submit something? Miharu's tone was full of frustration as she stared at the screen. Her small fists clenched and unclenched, as if caught in a cycle of irritation. It was pure torment. She hadn't found a single good story, just constant frustration. Grabbing the coffee cup beside her roughly, she took a sip, and her mood calmed down slightly. Sigh. At least compared to other office jobs, it wasn't so bad being able to work in the field she loved as a child, though this job was nothing like what she had expected. Shaking off her frustration, Miharu opened the next submission. Magical Girl Madoka. Magical Girl? This kind of thing should be sent to Shogekkin instead. She muttered to herself as she shook her head. At least the title was somewhat respectable, which already made it better than 90% of the submissions she'd seen so far. She opened the file. Instantly, Miharu's eyes widened, and a smile of surprise appeared on her face. What a mature art style. The quality is impressive. The image on the screen was filled with thick smoke and fire. The shading and special effects were already leagues ahead of what she'd seen in the other submissions, even rivaling those being serialized in magazines. Finally, a story I can actually read. Even though Magical Girl was a genre that might seem a little childish, Miharu couldn't help but feel excited. It was like having eaten nothing but junk for days, and suddenly being handed a bowl of plain rice, simple, but satisfying. That sense of relief, that burst of joy, was something only someone who'd been through it would understand. Taking a deep breath, Miharu focused and started reading seriously. She's carrying too much on her own. Amid the billowing smoke and fire, a slender figure emerged, with another girl watching her from a distance. This is too much. That's not fair. The slender figure turned toward the viewer, her school uniform stained with blood, and her face twisted in pain. The scene shifted, and a small, cute creature appeared. Madoka, do you want to change your fate? It was another girl, named Madoka by the creature, wearing the same school uniform, staring blankly at the figure in the distance. When the creature asked, Madoka instinctively answered, "Eh. All you have to do is turn this world upside down. You have the power within you to make that happen." Really? The panel showed Madoka's face, but her expression was hard to read. In the distance, the other girl seemed to have overheard their conversation and turned around with a sad expression, reaching out as if to stop them. But the distance was too great, and the words couldn't reach her. Of course. The unknown creature smiled innocently. So, sign a contract with me and become a magical girl. The scene shifted again. Madoka was now lying in bed. Was that a dream? The 29 pages of manga quickly came to an end. Wait, it's already over? Miharu blinked in surprise. She was caught off guard by how much she'd gotten into it, but also, it doesn't feel as childish as I thought. Unlike most magical girl stories, this one felt much more mature. Based on what I've seen so far, this isn't your typical magical girl story. Normally, the plot follows a simple pattern. The protagonist faces a crisis, gains powers, becomes a magical girl, and sets out to help others. That's the standard formula. The dream at the start, the new transfer student, the warning to not change yourself. The pursuit of Kyubi, meeting witches, and then Mommy Senpai's dramatic entrance. It was all unfolding in a completely unexpected way, and I feel like there's something deeper going on here. Or am I imagining things? Mihari couldn't help but smile and shake her head. At this point, the magical girl genre is already being used to much what could be the hidden twist. In the end, isn't it all just about becoming a magical girl, solving problems, and having fun, right? And the author's name is Warrior of Love and Hope? That fits. With this thought in mind, Mihari quickly jotted down her review at the end of the work. While it's a very common magical girl theme, the overall quality of the work is quite high. Readers who love cute, mo art will definitely be drawn to this charming style. It's clear the author is trying something new with the plot, but since this is just one chapter, it's hard to predict where it's headed. There may be some unexpected twists, but it could also end up following the usual clichés. It's worth keeping an eye on. Rather than submitting it just for the competition, it feels like the author aimed for publication from the start, and then decided to submit when they saw the grand prize. The author has a lot of potential. If they switch to a different genre or approach, they might really shine. A promising newcomer to watch. What a shame, I'm just a small-time editor. She is still a rookie in the industry. With no real say in anything. Mihari shook her head and pumped herself up, raising her fist. Just do my best. Go, Mihari. She sent the file to her editor-in-chief, then opened the next email. A little while later. My eyes. My eyes. The girl's scream echoed through her quiet apartment in the middle of the night. In the office of a certain editor-in-chief at Shueisha. A little girl in a white dress with short green hair sat at her desk. She was petite and looked like a young girl at first glance, but in reality, she was an adult and the editor-in-chief. With a soft click, her eyes focused on the screen. Did you find another decent work? I wonder if this Tezuka award will finally see an excellent submission this time. As Shueisha's most prestigious newcomer award, it's held twice a year, but not every time does it result in a selected winner. In fact, the last time a selected work was chosen was 3 years ago. Time really flies. The editor-in-chief shook her head, pulling her thoughts back and turning her focus to the screen. Magical Girl Madoka. As she saw the title, a smile crept onto her face. Time passed quietly. 29 pages of manga wasn't much, but it took her a full hour to finish. I wonder how it'll develop from here? She muttered to herself. Mihari Atosuna. That new recruit? She remembered her from when she first started. She's got a good eye and a fair review. If this talent is nurtured, she could probably become an editor-in-chief someday. After thinking for a moment, she didn't make any changes to Mihari's review. The editor-in-chief sent the file to the effortlessly slacking everyday discussion group online. Chapter 4, for most people, by 11 or 12 p.m., they've usually finished spending time with their girlfriend and are getting ready to sleep. But for editors, as long as there's work, whether it's day or night doesn't make much of a difference. The quiet discussion group became active because of the package file sent by Manano Madam. This beautiful art style and storyboard treatment, if it weren't for the clear personal contact information written on it, I'd really wonder if a certain mangaka created a new alias. From the current level of expression in this story, even in the highly saturated magical girl genre, it's a pretty good work. Editor Manano is pretty lucky. Such a pity. If it weren't for the magical girl theme, this stunning art style and expressive potential could have the power to break through and get selected. Right now, it's more likely to be considered a near selection. The work itself doesn't matter much. The most important thing is that the author named Warrior of Love and Hope already has very developed art skills. Even without suggesting any edits, Puella Meiji Madoka Magica could be directly serialized in Shonen Jump as a finished work. With proper nurturing, it might become one of the company's pillars in the future. Congratulations to Manano-chan, I'm already crying tears of envy. Treat us. Treat us. In the office. Looking at the messages on the screen, Manano Madam couldn't help but smile. An editor's salary is closely tied to the works they handle. Whoever discovers a good piece is responsible for it, and while the only reward might be fame, if the work eventually gets a volume release, the editor will receive a small royalty. Since it was discovered by Mihari, let's have her take charge of it later. Manano Madam thought for a moment, quickly edited a message, and sent it to Mihari Atosuna. In a single apartment. After finishing another work, Mihari Atosuna couldn't help but sigh. Really, only a few works are worth watching. After reading Puella Meiji Madoka Magica, the works she had in hand seemed increasingly unappealing. It wasn't that the stories were particularly outstanding or unforgettable, but manga are all about expressing the story through illustrations, and it's clear how crucial the art is. It's like how you can ignore the childish doodles in some manga if the story is gripping. Only one teacher, one sensei, has been able to pull that off. Setting the plot aside, the art in the submissions from other creators was simply not good enough. Compared to Puella Meiji Madoka Magica, the difference between the two was obvious, and naturally, she couldn't keep reading them. Miharuya Tosuna glanced at the time. 23:01. Has it really gotten this late? I'll continue tomorrow then. She powered off the computer, stood up, stretched, quickly washed up, and lay down in bed, pulling out her phone. I'll just watch one video before sleeping. 2 hours passed. Hee, Mayako-chan is so cute. Miharuya Tosuna wore a foolish grin, twisting in her bed like a love-struck person. A casual glance at the time in the top left corner of her phone. 02:13? What's going on? How did time pass so quickly? I only just watched 1462 videos. Damn it, I have to sleep. Otherwise, I'll be late for work tomorrow. Miharuya Tosuna closed her phone and placed it aside, shutting her eyes. 2 minutes later. Damn it. I can't fall asleep. The excitement from watching the videos had her brain buzzing. She was totally too excited to sleep. Forget it, let's see if there are any new messages online. Miharuya Tosuna grabbed her phone again, and then... Is that? Head editor Minano is sending me a message? And it's from 2 hours ago? Oh no. I didn't see it right away. Will this leave a bad impression on the head editor? Miharuya Tosuna's composure broke, and she randomly scratched her hair. Forget it, let's see what Minano Madam has to say. Mihari, congratulations on discovering a good work. After the evaluation results are out, you'll be responsible for contacting Warrior of Love and Hope Sensei. Is that okay? I'm responsible? Seeing the message, Miharuya Tosuna was shocked, and then an overwhelming joy surged from her heart. This was... Yes. She had heard that editors typically get assigned to handle an author only after 6 months of employment. For a new hire like her to get this chance was like winning a lottery. I have to grab this chance. Mihari waved her fist, determination on her face. But then... Damn it. Doesn't this mean I won't be able to sleep at all now? Chapter 5, Monday morning. It's time for school. Okifumi Mujio woke up, glanced at the time, and sighed, his emotions mixed. At first, when he regained memories of his past life, he was a bit excited about going back to school. But after enjoying a few days off, that initial excitement had long disappeared. It was like starting a novel. At first, you're full of energy and can write hundreds of words in no time. But after writing tens or even hundreds of thousands of words, it becomes a chore. He shook off the thoughts, quickly washed up, got dressed, and left the house. Unlike most transmigrator, who end up orphaned with no siblings and no property, Okifumi Mujio's parents were still alive, he didn't have a younger sister, and they owned the apartment they were living in. I wonder where those two are now. His father, Okifumi Yi, and mother, Okifumi Nikui, were both archaeology professors at a university in Kanagawa. As for why they worked in Kanagawa but lived in Tokyo, that story went back more than a decade, when Okifumi Mujio was just born. The details weren't too important, so let's skip over them. To summarize, they worked in Tokyo at the time, and it wasn't until Okifumi Mujio was 6 that they moved to Kanagawa. Though Kanagawa was an important region in Japan, it still lagged behind to Tokyo when it came to educational resources. Plus, since his parents often traveled with students for research, even when he was in Kanagawa, it didn't make much difference. So, Okifumi Mujio got used to living alone from a young age. By the time he hit junior high, he just moved back to Tokyo. The total is 360 yen. Okifumi Mujio snapped out of his thoughts and pulled out a 1,000 yen bill from his wallet. Thank you, come again. The cashier smiled brightly as she handed over his change, and Okifumi Mujio grabbed the reheated rice balls and walked out of the convenience store. In Japan, there are no places to buy breakfast. Unless you make your own, the only option to fill your stomach is the convenience store. Not to mention in his past life. He was living alone for so long that it taught him how to cook. He wasn't a master chef, but it was enough to get by. Yesterday, his fridge was empty, and he hadn't had time to restock, so he had to resort to this wasteful choice. Yes, wasteful. 5 rice balls, averaging 72 yen each. Ingredients: glutinous rice, shredded seaweed, carrot bits, and lettuce fragments. If you convert it to the raw ingredients, he could have made 12 rice balls of the same size. If he ate 4 rice balls every morning, that'd cover 3 days of breakfast. Damn it. The more he thought about it, the worse the rice balls tasted. Why was he fixating on something so small? Well, of course, it was because he was out of money. At school, a decent grilled meat lunch set cost 500 yen, so for a month, that would total 15,000 yen. But with the usual 4 weekends and 8 holidays, he'd only need about 10,000 to 11,000 yen. If he cooked for himself, he was confident that he could keep his total daily food expenses under 400 yen. With seasonings like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, His monthly food costs would be around 11,000 to 12,000 yen. Both his parents were university professors. Even though archaeology is a niche field, their income wasn't bad. Not to mention, they were fairly well known in the academic world. As their son, Akifumi Mugio's living expenses were well supported. He got a generous allowance of 70,000 yen a month. For a high school sophomore, that's more than enough, especially since he didn't have to pay rent. Even without trying to save money, he could still live comfortably in Tokyo. But here's the problem: it was only mid-April, and his pockets were already empty. Even if I wanted that limited edition figure of my favorite character, I should at least think about my financial situation. He tossed the wrapper into a nearby trash can and sighed deeply. Being friends with someone like Hoki Tomoya, the ultimate otaku, didn't require much imagination to figure out the original body's interests. Thanks to this, even though the original was good-looking and had excellent grades, he had very few friends. Even though anime was a major part of Japan's economy, being an open otaku still made him a target for some discrimination. Though, he did receive a few love letters. Unfortunately, back then, all he cared about was his waifu. So he just tossed the letters without a second thought. At least check who it's from first. And see if they're attractive. Akifumi Mugio shook his head. He realized he was still too young back then. I wonder when I'll get any news about the manga. I need to finish the next 2 chapters when I get home. His goal was to have at least 3 chapters ready for serialization in the magazine. After all, anything could happen during serialization, so it was always best to have a buffer. That was the publisher's rule. Besides, the high-energy moments in Madoka Magica only start in the 3rd chapter. Thinking of the scenes in his mind, Akifumi Mugio smiled. As for being broke and wondering how to survive for the next 2 weeks, well, he could either borrow some money from a friend or ask his parents for a little extra. Anyway, working a part-time job was out of the question. He wasn't desperate yet, so there was no need to make things harder on himself. When Akifumi Mugio arrived at class, there were still more than 10 minutes before class started. Being an invisible presence in the class, no one paid much attention to him. Except, I thought you got into car accident last week? Chapter 6, the girl's light and airy tone had a strange calming effect, making it hard not to feel relaxed just by listening. Her words sounded sharp on the surface, but there was an unmistakable hint of care beneath her calm demeanor. As Akifumi Mugio sat down, he turned to the girl on his right and smiled. Kato, are you worried about me? Wait. Was it Kato who took me to the infirmary back then? Akifumi Mugio stood at 177 centimeters, quite a bit taller than the typical 170 centimeters average in Japan, and even with a lean build, he weighed over 130 pounds. Anyone who's ever helped a drunk person knows how exhausting it can be. What happens if the person is completely unconscious? It's just become a pure torture. At least you can toss a sack of rice that heavy onto your shoulder. But carrying a person on your shoulder and marching forward? What is Kato, a superhero? So you just happened to see me then? Akifumi, you might not know this. Kato said calmly. Even if I saw a stray puppy abandoned on the side of the road, I'd still buy it a sausage from the convenience store. Her tone remained perfectly flat. Considering we've known each other for almost a year, I guess our relationship is a bit better than that of a random stray puppy, right? Taking 3 days off for something sad like that, checking in on you seems pretty normal to me. But judging from how you look now, you're fine. Good to know. Her analogy left Akifumi Mugio with complicated feelings. Wait. Did she just compare me to an abandoned puppy? Is she secretly this dark-hearted? No, that can't be right. Probably just my imagination. Akifumi Mugio didn't have many friends. Few equals none. And the girl sitting beside him, Megumi Kato, was one of those rare friends. They became friends for a simple reason. As fellow invisible people in class, Akifumi Mugio had struck up a conversation with her out of a sense of camaraderie. Things naturally progressed from there. At least, that's what he used to think. But now that he'd regained memories from a past life and knowing Kato's portrayal in anime, he couldn't help but reconsider. Did we really become friends just because I made the first move? If you think about it, this girl was already used to being alone. There's no way she'd connect with someone just because they were both invisible. Wait. Friends? Akifumi Mugio thought back carefully. Neither of them had ever explicitly said they were friends. Wow. Was I really living the stereotypical anime otaku protagonist life back then? He sighed inwardly, looking genuinely puzzled. Has it already been a year? Is that all our relationship amounts to? I thought we were friends, Kato. Kato froze, her usually expressionless face showing a hint of surprise. She reached out and touched his forehead. Akifumi Mugio batted her hand away, annoyed. What are you doing? Checking for a fever. Kato tilted her head thoughtfully. So, Was last week just too stressful for you? Akifumi Mugio rolled his eyes. Don't joke around. Are you gonna ask me what I think defines a friend now? Why would I say that? Kato tilted her head, her voice calm yet amused. Even if someone doesn't have friends, saying something like that is way too twisted, don't you think? Somewhere, a certain girl named after Snow sneezed, rubbed her nose, and looked confused. Did I catch a cold from kicking off the covers last night? Ignoring that particular girl. Kato nodded thoughtfully. You're right. We've known each other long enough, I'd say we're friends. She lifted her head, her clear gaze meeting Akifumi Mugio's bright eyes. I'm sorry about earlier, Akifumi. I misspoke. Kato. Akifumi Mugio's tone turned serious. That apology lacked sincerity. Eh? If you really want to show sincerity, at least show your stomach. Realizing that saying the wrong thing might sink their fragile friendship boat, Akifumi Mugio quickly reined himself in. Is that so? Kato remained expressionless. I can't believe you want to see a girl's stomach. Akifumi, you're such a perv. TCH. Akifumi Mugio clicked his tongue. Kato. If you're upset, at least show some emotion. Huh? Even Kato was stunned. He's upset over that? Akifumi Mugio really is a strange guy. Whether it was noticing someone like me or taking the initiative to be friends. Oh, right, Kato. Did you see who carried me to the infirmary that day? I want to thank them in person. Chapter 7, She Didn't See It? Akifumi Mugio thought back to the girl's response before class. There was no doubt about it. That was obviously a lie. From her previous apology and their year-long friendship, it was clear they had formed a strong bond. If the situation were reversed, and Akifumi Mugio saw Kato collapse unexpectedly, would he just stand by and do nothing? Obviously not. So why did she lie to me? The reason wasn't hard to figure out. Does she not want me to know who it was? But then, another question popped up, why wouldn't she want me to know? Akifumi Mugio rubbed his chin, confusion evident on his face. Bang. The crisp sound echoed through the now silent classroom, cutting through the air. PFFT.ha. A few students couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Bang. 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 Then came a series of sharp, rhythmic noises. The ones who had been laughing were now wincing. Ow. That hurts. As if contributing to global warming with their chaos, they grumbled quietly. Akifumi Mugio, the first victim, rubbed his head. Seeing the others suffer the same fate made him smile. Even the pain on his forehead felt less intense. What is so funny, Akifumi? A deep voice cut through the room, dripping with anger. Akifumi Mugio's expression turned serious. He grabbed the white bullet from the desk and stood up immediately and salute. Reporting to Cut Hiratsuka-sensei. It's not funny at all. Phew, that was close. He almost blurted out cute Shizuka. Standing before him was a woman with long black hair and delicate features that could rival any fictional heroine. However, the frostiness on her face slightly marred her beauty, adding a layer of intimidation. Still, even like this. Cute, I want him? Shizuka's eyes narrowed dangerously. Akifumi Mugio immediately shook off the inappropriate thought. Hiratsuka-sensei, I was wrong. To avoid Shizuka's signature iron fist, Akifumi Mugio swiftly confessed his sins. I shouldn't have spaced out in class. Hiratsuka-sensei anger softened, and she let out a sigh. Don't ask why Hiratsuka Shizuka, who should be at Chiba General High, was suddenly here at Toei Agasaki in Chiyoda. Even I don't know it. Come to my office after class. Now sit down and pay attention. Yes, ma'am. Yes. No iron fist today. Sure, he had to visit the office, but that was a small price to pay. Class ended quickly. As Hiratsuka-sensei left the room, the class's suppressed energy erupted into lively chatter. After waiting a minute, Akifumi Mugio stood up. Good luck. Kato cheerful encouragement earned her a playful eye roll. Akifumi Mugio waved dismissively without turning around. Come on, it's just Hiratsuka-sensei. What was there to be afraid of? At the office door, Akifumi Mugio took a deep breath and looked down at himself. Clean clothes? Check. Not a single wrinkle? Perfect. All buttons fastened? Excellent. Looking sharp and confident. Satisfied, he nodded to himself, knocked on the door, and stepped inside. Akifumi. You're here. You feeling okay now? Any discomfort? Want me to talk to Hiratsuka-sensei and get you a couple more days off? The office was bustling with teachers, and their warm greetings made Akifumi Mugio smile sheepishly as he politely responded. I'm fine now. If I actually did that, wouldn't Hiratsuka-sensei go berserk? Teachers loved good students, and Akifumi Mugio was one of them. As last year's top student, his high academic standing earned him their admiration even if his emotional intelligence was sometimes questionable. He made his way to Hiratsuka-sensei's desk. "Sit." Akifumi Mugio obediently took the seat next to her. She pulled out a cigarette, tapped it on the table, hesitated, and put it back down. She patted Akifumi Mugio's shoulder and sighed. "Life's unpredictable, Akifumi. Sometimes things happen that we can't control. No matter how sad it gets, we still have to move forward. Akifumi, do you understand what I'm saying?" Wait. She didn't call him here because he zoned out in class? She was worried about him? As expected of Hiratsuka-sensei, she really was adorable. A warm feeling spread through Akifumi Mugio's chest. But wait, now wasn't the time for those thoughts. "Don't worry, Hiratsuka-sensei. I'm fully back on track now." She observed him carefully before nodding. "Since you say so, I'm relieved. Actually, I called you here for another reason." "Huh? I remember you haven't joined any clubs since last year. Is that right?" "Wait. No way?" Akifumi Mugio's heart filled with dread. He nodded. "That's right. There was no point in lying, she could easily check that information." While admitting it wasn't an issue, it didn't mean Akifumi Mugio would comply with her expectations. Club activities can help develop skills, relieve academic pressure, and improve organizational and communication skills. Before she could finish, Akifumi Mugio interrupted. "Sorry, Hiratsuka-sensei, but I don't have time for club activities right now." "Because of your studies?" "That's part of it, but I also have personal reasons." He spoke with a hint of embarrassment. "Oh? Personal reasons?" Her curiosity was piqued. "Mind sharing?" At that moment, she seemed less like a teacher and more like a curious girl eager to hear a secret. Akifumi Mugio hesitated but then steeled himself. "Hiratsuka-sensei, you have to promise not to tell anyone." His emotional performance was Oscar-worthy. Hiratsuka chuckled inwardly. Despite his mature demeanor, he was still just a kid. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Since it was a private matter, she respected his wish. Having received her promise, Akifumi Mugio finally confessed, "It's because I spend my free time drawing manga. That's why I don't have time for club activities." Chapter 8, Drawing Manga? Hiratsuka Shizuka blinked, surprised by the unexpected answer. Then, with a playful tone, she teased, "Don't tell me your career plan is to become a mangaka, Akifumi?" If this were the previous world, just mentioning manga would naturally bring to mind that one particular country. And even in this world, manga is still Japan's cultural treasure. Plus, with strong copyright protection, the industry looks promising on the surface. But Akifumi Mugio sighed deeply. "Sensei, being a mangaka isn't something to be taken so lightly. In the public eye, mangaka seem glamorous, earning millions in royalties and basking in fame. But if you really think about it, only a handful of names ever consistently make it big. The rest? Most struggle just to survive, working part-time at convenience stores and living in tiny, cramped apartments. That's the harsh reality for most of the industry." "Huh? Wait. Did my student just lecture me?" She wasn't angry. She didn't know much about the manga industry, after all. But she couldn't help but find it funny. "Oh? Then why don't you tell me what being a mangaka really means?" "A mangaka is someone who can make a living drawing manga for their entire life," Akifumi explained. "Even if you're lucky enough to get serialized in a weekly magazine, you still have to maintain high rankings from reader surveys. If your work isn't popular, you'll get cut without mercy. Only if your works consistently sell well, and you keep creating hits, can you truly live without financial worries. Otherwise, you're just a gambler. The best example? The author of Death Note once joked in another work, "If I stop working for 5 years, I'll starve after 5 years." It sounds exaggerated, but that's the brutal reality for short-term creators in that world. Even top-tier works face struggles. So you can imagine how tough it is for those who dream of becoming mangaka. Even though this world's market is better, if you can create a blockbuster like Death Note, you can live off format for half your life. But with that comes even fiercer competition. As Akifumi explained, Shizuka's brows furrowed. When he finally finished, she asked, "You know so much about this industry, and you're telling me you don't want to be a mangaka?" "Well," Akifumi shrugged. "Even if it's just a hobby, I should at least understand the market, right?" With a mature demeanor, Akifumi understood she was worried about him. "If I had to choose a career, I actually have plenty of options. I could go for a master's or PhD and follow in my parents' footsteps, or apply to Tokyo University and become a politician, lawyer, or researcher." He wasn't just making things up to brush her off. These were conclusions he'd come to after careful thought. Compared to others, his greatest advantage was having memories from his past life. If he could recall those classic works, Living as a content thief sounded pretty ideal. If not, he'd just have to work a bit harder. Sticking to one path is the dumbest decision anyway. Tokyo University, huh? To most students, that's the ultimate challenge. But this kid made it sound so easy to get in. Then again, it's true. A whole year of being first in the grade speaks for itself. As long as he didn't choose the crazy science track, getting into Tokyo University wouldn't be hard at all. Being able to think so comprehensively. No wonder you're recognized as a top student. Hayatsuka thought to herself. As long as you're clear about what you want, that's what matters. But it's such a pity. No way to recruit this guy for the service club now, huh? Oh well, I'll try again later. I did my best. Pushing those thoughts aside, Shizuka casually asked, "You've been working hard for a long time. Got any finished works? Mind showing me?" She wasn't doubting him, just curious. Okifumi scratched his cheek, a little embarrassed. "I do have some works, but my early ones are so rough they're basically doodles not worth showing." "Do you even read manga, sensei?" "Dragon Ball, One Piece, I read those back in school," she admitted. Okifumi sighed. "Comparing me to those giants, sensei, you're giving me way too much credit. Even in this parallel world, those famous works still existed. What a surprise." "Don't overthink it," Hayatsuka said. "Even though I know almost nothing about manga, I don't expect my student to debut with a masterpiece." Rolling her eyes, she added, "I was just answering your initial question." "Got it." Okifumi nodded. Looks like he understood her intentions. "If that's the case, sensei definitely wouldn't enjoy my work. Class is about to start, so I'll head out now." As he stood up to leave, a hand clamped down on his shoulder, and a chilling voice whispered in his ear. "Hey, Okifumi. You weren't lying about drawing manga, were you?" The sound of knuckles cracking followed. How does simply clenching a fist make such an ominous sound? Isn't his supposed to be a normal world? Of course not. Okifumi immediately sat back down, glancing at Shizuka's slender, fair fingers. "Yep, they're really pretty." Hayatsuka didn't notice his subtle look. She tapped her pen on the desk in place of her usual cigarette. "You can't show your manga to others?" "No." Okifumi shook his head. "After all, if you create something, it's meant to be seen. Then why won't you show me? Letting a teacher read it is different from showing it to regular readers, right? Especially when it involves magical girl content." Just thinking about it was mortifying. What kind of torture is this? As students, we need to boldly say no to unreasonable demands. Crack, crack, crack. Someone's fists clenched harder. Okifumi calmly assessed the situation. With a deep, magnetic voice tinged with composure, he said, "Sensei, are you trying to get free content from me?" Chapter 9, Case Solved. Her hands are beautiful, and the pain from her punches is just as intense. No wonder her iron fist is famous, truly lives up to the reputation. After leaving the teacher's office, Okifumi Mugio rubbed his head with a grimace but was smiling. "Finally, I escaped this disaster." The moment this thought popped into his head, Okifumi Mugio's smile froze. "Wait a minute. What am I so happy about by myself for? That woman knows everything now. Once the Shueisha Tezuka award list is announced, a simple search will reveal it, right? Wait. The Shueisha Tezuka award list? Is it about to be released? I'm getting a bit cocky. What made me think that the first episode of Puella Magi Madoka Magica could actually win the Tezuka award? Now that I think about it, as long as I don't win, Hayatsuka-sensei won't see it. Damn it. On one hand, winning means a prize, a bonus, and a chance to be featured in the weekly magazine, but the price is social death with Hayatsuka-sensei. On the other hand, if I don't win, I won't have to worry about social death, but no bonus either. Okifumi Mugio sighed. Forget it, I'll just deal with it when the results come out. After all, the moment I sent that email, fate was already out of my hands. Walking down the empty corridor, Okifumi Mugio quickly arrived at his classroom door, Class 2C. He knocked and opened the door. "Okifumi, you're back, go back to your seat." The little old man at the podium, with graying hair and round glasses, smiled warmly. Then his expression shifted, and the chalk in his hand shot across the room like a bullet, hitting the third person from the right in the third to last row on the head. No whispering in class. TSK. The annoying privilege of being an honor student. Okifumi Mugio shot a sympathetic glance at the unlucky boy. His seat is at the back row by the window. Returning to his seat, Kato glanced at him curiously. "Are you okay?" Okifumi Mugio smiled and shook his head. Kato then turned her attention elsewhere, sitting up straight and looking every bit the model student. Student life was easy and uneventful. Time passed quickly. Before long, it was the last class of the afternoon. As the bell rang, the teacher paused his lecture. Class dismissed. He packed up his books and left the classroom without a second thought. The quiet atmosphere, no longer being controlled by authority, became as noisy as a market. Classmates gathered in groups, happily chatting about where to go shopping, study at a nearby family restaurant, or hit up the new KTV. Ah, youth. Watching the scene, Akifumi Mugio couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Well then. Akifumi, see you tomorrow. After packing her things, Kato pushed her chair in, grabbed her bag with both hands, nodded at him, and walked away with light steps. Akifumi Mugio's thoughts were interrupted by her brief words. Hey. He gave a self-deprecating smile. We're all adults, and yet my mindset is worse than a little girl's. Humans are social creatures, and feeling down about not having friends is completely normal. But thinking it over, can people who pretend to agree just because they have nothing in common really be called friends? He wasn't sure about others, but at least to him, those weren't real friends. So, feeling down about something like this is really embarrassing. Shaking his head, Akifumi Mugio smiled again. See you tomorrow. He muttered to himself as he packed up and left the classroom. Just as he stepped out of the classroom, a flash of golden hair passed by, and a small figure grabbed his sleeve and pulled him forward. Akifumi Mugio was momentarily stunned, but then he smiled. He didn't resist, letting her lead him left and right, until they arrived at an empty multifunctional classroom. Ha. It was obvious the girl wasn't used to exercise. In just a short time, she was already out of breath, her chest rising and falling with each breath. Akifumi Mugio found it amusing and patted her on the back. A lot of people saw that just now. Maybe tomorrow rumors will spread. The untold story of Sawamura Spencer Ariri, one of the 3 beauties of the private school, and Akifumi-kun? Huh? Who cares about that kind of thing? Ariri caught her breath and shot an annoyed glance at Akifumi Mugio, who was obviously enjoying the moment. Under her blue sweater, she wore a white long-sleeve shirt that outlined her slender figure. The noticeable curve made people take a second glance. Her skirt was a bit shorter than usual, clearly altered in a special way. If this were anywhere else, Akifumi Mugio would be sure he wouldn't have noticed the difference. But here, in this exclusive space for the girls, he couldn't help but notice. Unlike the other school beauty, Kasumajoka Utaha, whose thighs in black stockings were full and voluptuous, Ariri often wore long socks, but the way the black and white intersected created a mysterious allure that made people want to explore further. Her pale, straight legs were a rare gem for anyone who loved legs. It was clear that people had sharp eyes. Apart from being too thin, there was nothing else to find fault with. Lost in these random thoughts, Akifumi Mugio didn't hesitate to reply, so Ariri isn't someone who cares about this kind of thing. How about coming with me to a hotel? Go with this guy? Suddenly, her pale skin flushed red, and her eyes grew panicked. Who would want to go to a place like that with you? Chapter 10, Why is this girl reacting so strongly? Akifumi Mugio, the person involved, was a little stunned for a moment. After a quick mental search, he realized what was happening. Wow, didn't expect that from you. With your thick eyebrows and big eyes, I never would have guessed you were the kind of person to take a girl to see egoistic Lily-sensei's special work. Wait, it's me? Okay, then. Flashback. It was probably during the first semester of junior high, on a weekend, when he randomly ran into her on the street. After a bit of chatting, he invited her to his secret hideout, pulling out his treasured collection that he'd kept for years. The result? Pretty predictable. Not only did he bring a girl to see that kind of thing, but it turned out to be her own work. Thinking about it from her perspective, just imagining it makes him cringe. The only good news? At that time, Akifumi Mugio didn't know that fact. But, with the way their relationship was, it didn't take long for that secret to be discovered. In short, as expected of me, I really know how to downplay it. Even though he was misunderstood, Akifumi Mugio didn't feel the need to explain. He wiped the smile off his face and asked seriously, so, Ariri, did you need something from me today? How should I put it? Their relationship was a bit complicated. It's like how the flap of a butterfly's wings can trigger a storm, and this world, where everyday life mixes with anime and comics, made things even more unpredictable. Even if no one interfered, the plot probably wouldn't continue like the original. And with Akifumi Mugio's presence as a wild card, anything could happen. Like I said before, Akifumi's parents had some recognition in their field. Before leaving Tokyo, they were invited to a party by Ariri's father, and that's where he met Ariri and they became friends. But, unfortunately, later, when Akifumi moved to Kanagawa, they lost touch. It wasn't until he moved back to Tokyo in the first year of junior high that they reconnected when she turned out to be in his class. But it was clear that things weren't the same as when they were kids. Looking back at it, Ariri was probably still mad about me disappearing back then. That's probably why she was so cold to me in junior high. It was childish, but that's just how Ariri was. I heard you had an accident last week, so I came to check how you're doing. If she was saying something like that, it was obvious Ariri wasn't entirely thinking straight due to a high fever. But today, she seemed totally fine. At Akifumi Mugio's question, Ariri crossed her arms in front of her chest, and her posture made her chest more noticeable than usual. She looked away, her face turning a little pink, and her voice had a slight tremor. You think you're something special, huh? I didn't come here for you. As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them. Logically, if she wasn't here for a reason, she wouldn't have dragged him over here, right? I'm such an idiot. If it had been before, she might have believed her own words. But with her over-the-top acting, it was clear she didn't mean it. Akifumi Mugio chuckled inwardly and casually nodded. Yeah. So, Ariri, is there anything else? If not, I'm heading home. Ariri let out a relieved sigh, her nervousness easing a bit. You seem fine. You were even joking around just now, so I guess everything's okay. Thinking back to what she'd seen last week on her way to school, Ariri unconsciously pressed her lips together. Though she didn't know the person who'd been involved in the accident, just the basic empathy made her feel a little sad. Maybe it was because of Akifumi Mugio's interference, but Ariri didn't know about the situation with Tomoya. Not to mention, that guy's a close friend of the person involved. He must have been really upset recently. With that thought, Ariri's eyes softened, though her tone remained steady. Mom wants you to come over for dinner on Saturday. Huh? Really? Akifumi Mugio was caught off guard. He hadn't expected her to have something important to say. If you don't want to go, just let me know. Ariri pretended to be nonchalant, looking away, though her voice had a hint of disappointment. Akifumi Mugio snapped back to reality and smiled again. Now that I think about it, the last time I had Dansei Yuri's cooking was after middle school graduation. It's been so long, I can't turn down such a rare chance. Is it lunch or dinner on Saturday? Lunch. Please tell Aunt Sayuri I'll definitely be there on time. Ariri nodded, her face lighting up with visible happiness. See you on Saturday. With that, Akifumi Mugio stood up, ready to leave. Wait. Akifumi Mugio turned around, confused, only to meet Ariri's nervous gaze, like a frightened deer. She opened her mouth, then gathered the courage to speak. By the way, what did you want me to go do with you earlier? Don't get the wrong idea. I wasn't asking you to go with me. I just came to find you. Since I don't have other plans today, I thought I could keep you company for a while if that's okay with you. Seeing her avoid his gaze, with her neck turning pink and her lips forming a little, Akifumi Mugio paused, then walked back to her. He gently lifted her chin with his right hand. With a playful tone, he said, So, Ariri, do you want to come to my place? Her face, now only a few centimeters from his, turned bright red, and her mind went blank for a moment. Seeing her freeze, Akifumi Mugio closed the gap a little more. Boom. Her brain felt like it exploded. But finally, under the pressure, Ariri snapped back to her senses. Before she could fully register what had just happened, she instinctively bit down. Ugh. The sting on his lips made him flinch. As her grip loosened, Ariri glared at him, her eyes full of tears. Idiot. Pervert. Watching her run off like a scared little rabbit, Akifumi Mugio smiled, tasting the coppery ting in his mouth. This girl really doesn't hold back. Maybe that's the price for acting on impulse. Knowing Ariri's personality, I wonder if she'll even be able to sleep tonight. With a mischievous smile, Akifumi Mugio thought to himself. After all, that was his first kiss. Even though it was spur of the moment, Akifumi Mugio didn't regret it. When it came to tsundere types, a little action worked better than words. At least, based on their past relationship, if it were anyone else, they'd probably be dating by now. As a man, if he wasn't going to miss his chance, he had to be proactive in situations like this. I'll find a chance to apologize later. Of course, apologizing was one thing, but whether it would actually change anything was another. What a pity. Even though she didn't react at first, once he went for it, she bit him before he could fully enjoy it. With those thoughts in his mind, he stayed in the classroom for a few more minutes, then grabbed his bag and left. Chapter 11, Time Flies. It's already been almost half a month since Akifumi Mugio returned to school. Life at school is pretty quiet. Aside from studying, my daily routine mainly involves chatting with Kato, who sits next to me. Maybe this kind of life feels boring for some students, but for Akifumi Mugio, who's been through all kinds of social drama and the grueling 9 to 6 schedule in his previous life, this feels like a luxury, like going to a fancy club for some relaxation every day. As for Ariri, let's just say the impact of our last encounter on her was much bigger than I expected. Apart from that time I went to her house and said a few words to her. Whenever we cross paths at school or elsewhere, she avoids me completely without even giving me a chance to talk. Akifumi Mujio just stays calm and doesn't push it. After saying goodbye to Kato at the school gate like usual, Akifumi Mujio turned around and left. We live in different directions, so we don't cross paths on the way home. It only took half an hour for Akifumi Mujio to get back home. For an average student, it would probably take at least an hour to get back to their home. First thing first, I changed into pajamas and grabbed a can of Coca-Cola from the fridge. Phew. Akifumi Mujio let out a satisfied sigh, his face showing pure happiness. Finally, vacation starts today. Double the happiness, it's amazing. I lay down on the couch, turned on the TV, and started messing around with my phone. Living alone is so simple and so good. Hey, are you all ready? The Tezuka Prize nominees will be announced tonight at 8 o'clock. Akifumi Mujio froze when he saw the pinned message pop up. Wait, has it really been that long? Thinking about it, it makes sense. When I submitted my work, it was already near the end of the Tezuka award period. It's crazy how quickly time flew by. Time really flies. Compared to the slow-paced lives of office workers who drag through each day like it's a year, this time passed in a blink of an eye. I sighed, feeling a bit sentimental, and checked the chat. Of course. I'm so nervous. I wonder if my name is on the list for this round of evaluations. For me, there's no way I'm not making it through this time. I'm totally confident. Munoya-san, you're really confident. I envy you. I think this is Munoya-san's second time participating in the Tezuka Award, right? Having experience is really lucky. Reading through these messages, Akifumi Mujio couldn't help but smile. He casually typed a reply, "You're all experienced seniors." Teasing Munoya-san like this is a little much. The one who should be nervous is someone like me, an actual newbie. This was a chat group similar to QQ, filled with people who were all passionate about the manga industry. Most of them were seasoned veterans who had been in the industry for years, with some even having experience with serializations. Of course, over 95% were struggling, doing odd jobs to support their dream. After all, compared to light novels, getting into the manga industry is much harder. To get a better understanding of the manga industry in Japan, Akifumi Mujio had joined a few random chat groups online. But in the end, this was the only group he stayed in. The other groups, though claiming to be for manga artists, would end up talking about anything from school gossip to the latest hit dramas. It was like how, in serious game groups, people only talk about games when there's an update. It wasn't too surprising. Thanks for your help, Battlefront-kun. Senpai, stop teasing me. Even if this is my second time, if I had that much experience, then wouldn't the seniors who've participated 5 or 6 times be like grandpas? Whoa, now that's something. If you can talk, you might as well say more. Veterans who had failed 5 or 6 times were already feeling down, and now Munoya-san was rubbing salt in the wound? The others who had spoken earlier just fell silent after Munoya's remark. Whether they were caught off guard or were too nervous to speak, only they knew. The silence lasted for about 2 minutes before Munoya broke it again with a new message. Did everyone go eat? The results are coming soon. How are you feeling, Battlefront-kun? Akifumi Mujio snapped back to reality when he saw the new message. How was he feeling? Akifumi Mujio thought about it for a moment, then typed, a little nervous. With his skills and the success of other magical girl genre that is already, the market is relatively high, so passing the first evaluation was definitely no problem. But still, it was his first submission in this world, so feeling nervous was only natural. After Akifumi Mujio's calming message, others began replying again. Feeling nervous is totally normal. I remember when I first joined an event like this, I couldn't sleep at all. Yeah, honestly, I wasn't this nervous even when I got my first serialization. I wasn't this excited when my anime adaptation got confirmed either. Hold on, now they're all comparing experiences? Akifumi Mujio couldn't help but roll his eyes. Serialization confirmed? Anime adaptation? Bowing down to the big shots in the front row. 66,666 too strong. These big shots are terrifying. Wait, is the Tezuka Award really that hard? People with serialization and anime experience are still worried about passing the first evaluation? This guy is hilarious. Just when Akifumi Mujio had started to feel frustrated, Munoya's sarcastic comment made him laugh out loud. The two who had been showing off earlier now looked uncomfortable. They didn't know whether to get mad or just stay quiet. Meanwhile, the other newbies were trembling in fear. One side had the super confident newbie who was sure he'd pass, while the other side had the veterans with real achievements. They were too scared to speak. They didn't dare. After a few seconds of silence, Munoya once again broke it with a confused message. Eh? Did everyone go out to eat again? Akifumi Mugio stopped smiling and shook his head. I really can't tell if this guy is pretending or if he's genuinely this innocent. Well, if he's being devious, who cares? We're all anonymous here, after all. But if he's actually that clueless, it's even more interesting. Hours passed in the blink of an eye. Ding ding ding. The alarm clock went off. Akifumi Mugio put down his work, grabbed his phone, and opened the Shueisha website. As the page loaded, the clock turned to exactly 8:00 p.m. The first thing that stood out on the page was the big, bold red text, "First evaluation list confirmed." He clicked it open. Chapter 12. As the page switched, a list of names appeared. After scanning through it for a bit, Akifumi Mugio finally found his submission at the very end. Puella Magi Madoka Magica. Note, rankings are in no particular order, just randomly arranged. Seeing his work had passed the first round, Akifumi Mugio couldn't help but smile. After all, in a competition like this, Madoka, his piece that doesn't really pick up steam until later on, didn't exactly have the best odds. If he'd been eliminated, it wouldn't have been a huge surprise. In just one chapter, the only thing he really had going for him was his years of experience from his previous life, plus the storyboard he'd built up in his mind, which already had a pretty mature style. By constantly comparing it to his memories, he could inject more expression into the work. Anyway, no matter where you are, story isn't the only thing that gets judged. Even though the Tezuka Award tends to focus more on story than art style, they wouldn't immediately dismiss someone like Akifumi Mugio, who already had a solid style. Passing this first round means that even if I don't win, I'll at least get to meet and talk with the editors. Once I show them the next few chapters of Madoka, as long as they're not blind, I'm sure getting serialized won't be a problem. With that thought, Akifumi Mugio finally felt completely at ease. He decided to take a break for the night instead of working. After all, he'd been drawing non-stop for the past few days. Not only had he completed the first 3 chapters, but he was also nearly done with the 5th one. Right, that guy from earlier sounded so sure. Wonder if he made it through the review? If he didn't pass, he could already imagine how wild things would get in the chat group. Curious and maybe a little amused by the drama, Akifumi Mugio opened a group chat. He noticed a bunch of new names that had joined recently, and now they were all chatting and complaining, making the conversation pretty lively. Results are up. Damn it, didn't make it again. I didn't make it either, sob sob sob. Classic. The manga industry's brutal trial. Is it really this hard to pass? Looks like I need a few more years to improve. Such a tough challenge. By the way, has anyone here actually made it through? Didn't Munoya say he'd definitely pass? He must have made it, right? Munoya, as expected, the drama came in full force. There were always people who enjoyed watching things unfold, especially since that guy often made comments that were easy to dislike. Sure, it was the truth, but sometimes the truth can sting. Didn't I already say I'd pass the review? Munoya replied, causing the group to explode with questions. Wait, really? Where's your name? If you passed, you should tell us which work it was, right? But unfortunately, Munoya didn't respond to any of those questions. This guy is really sly, huh? There were always people like that, sneaky, with a dark side. The saying watching you make money feels worse than watching me lose money wasn't just some random phrase. It was a real thing. Thinking about it, most of the people in the group hadn't made it through the review. If they knew who had, wouldn't they start stirring up trouble behind the scenes? Even if it didn't lead to anything, just the thought of it was kind of gross. While thinking this, Akifumi Mugio casually typed a message and sent it. Honestly, passing the review isn't that hard. I passed too, everyone no hidden agenda, just wanted to share his little victory. The people who had been mocking Munoya earlier were now flooding the chat with questions and doubt. Wait, isn't this guy named Battlefront a newcomer? Did they really join the group recently? Not only that, but according to them, they're a complete rookie in the industry. This is the Tezuka Award from Shueisha. The top of the industry. A rookie passed it? Anyone who doesn't reveal their name or work is a fraud. Battlefront, is this some kind of joke? What's the point of tricking everyone? Seeing all the messages, Akifumi Mugio just chuckled and shook his head. He wasn't going to bother with them. Instead, he simply left the group. After all, it was a bit hard to believe that his first submission was Madoka Magica, such a masterpiece especially considering his age. But really, in any industry, talent always comes first. It's hard to explain, but it's just how things work. There are crazier real-life examples out there, so he wasn't worried about any fallout. Actually, being the strongest high school student could make for a pretty fun gimmick, right? He laughed to himself, about to watch some videos, when he saw a new notification. Got a new email. Probably spam again. To his surprise, the sender's name was listed as Shueisha Manga Editorial Department. A prank? After double-checking the email address, Akifumi Mugio confirmed it was legit. It really was from Shueisha's editorial team. Then. Chapter 13, didn't they say they'd only send an email after the second round of evaluations? At that point, whether or not you passed, if you were interested, you could get the editor's contact details. So why is the email coming after the first evaluation? Akifumi Mugio blinked, confused, but didn't think much of it. He opened the email and started reading. Dear Sir, Warrior of Love and Hope. Congratulations. You've passed the editorial review and made it to the first round of evaluations. You can log in to the official website to view more details. Your work, Puella Meiji Madoka Magica, has been reviewed by our professional editorial team and has preliminarily met the requirements for serialization in Weekly Shonen Jump. If you're interested in serialization, the Shueisha editorial department would be happy to offer guidance. You can contact our editors from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., and 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. daily. Editor, Miharia Tosuna phone, 00818? Is this for real? It's only the first evaluation, so why are they already talking about serialization? Is Madoka Magica just one chapter really this good? So. Akifumi Mugio stroked his chin, thinking deeply. Is this what they call an internal decision? Miharia Tosuna Pav, I really am an idiot. Sighing this early in the morning definitely wasn't a good sign. Still, Miharia Tosuna couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. Just last night, the results of the first round of evaluations were posted on the official website. Eager as always, Miharia Tosuna was the first to send the email she had written using a template she got from other editors. The template wasn't the issue, but it wasn't really meant for someone who had passed a major prize evaluation like this. With little experience, she completely forgot that something like this should have been reviewed by her supervisor first. As for why she realized this now, it was because after reporting to Chief Editor Minano, she pointed out the mistake. Though she told her not to worry too much, those words didn't really help. In fact, after thinking it over, she realized that this seemingly small mistake could actually have much bigger consequences. She spent the whole night worrying, and the dark circles under her eyes were clear proof of that. I hope there won't be any problems. Letting out another sigh, she could only hope that fate would be on her side. She boarded the train to work like usual. Even on weekends, the train was just as crowded as always. Leaning against the train car, Mihari closed her eyes to rest. The train rocked a little, and soon they reached their stop. As she stepped off the train, before she could steady herself, her phone rang loudly. Mihari scrambled to pull out her phone and saw an unfamiliar number on the screen. She was a bit confused, but answered right away. Hello, this is Tosuna Mihari from Shueisha. May I ask who's calling? Her tone was assertive, and if you didn't notice her youthful face, no one would guess she was a new hire. On the other end of the line, a smooth, deep voice responded. Hello, Editor Tosuna. I'm Akifumi Mugio, the author of Madoka Magica. I received your company's email last night, but it was after your office hours, so I hope I'm not disturbing you by calling so early. No, it's fine. The confident tone from before faded, replaced by a voice that now trembled slightly with nervousness. Actually, it's a big help that you were able to get in touch with me so quickly. Huh? Noticing the confusion on the other end, Tosuna Mihari realized her slip-up. She laughed awkwardly, organizing her thoughts before speaking. Well, Akifumi-san, after discussing it, we all agreed that Madoka Magica is a very mature work. While it may not do extremely well in the Tezuka Award, it definitely has the potential to be serialized in Weekly Shonen Jump. We'd like to discuss this with you in more detail. Would you be available to visit Shueisha? After all, anyone aiming to be a manga artist ultimately wants serialization. It's an honor to have such an opportunity, and I have no reason to turn it down. Could you tell me when and where would be convenient for us to meet? The call ended. Mihari, who had been anxiously waiting, finally breathed a sigh of relief, a bright smile spreading across her face. It looks like I didn't get caught. Well, when something good like this happens, most people wouldn't focus on small details, right? No matter what, this is great. Now, time to keep pushing forward with today's work. Go for it, Mihari. Chapter 14, it was 2:50 p.m. Akifumi Mugio glanced up at the office building in front of him before stepping inside. Hello, do you have an appointment? The receptionist greeted him warmly, her eyes sparkling with interest. Akifumi Mugio nodded. 3 p.m., Shueisha, Editor Tosuna-san. Could I have your name and phone number? The Warrior of Love and Hope. Please hold on for a moment. The receptionist's smile didn't falter, even though his name sounded a bit odd. She probably got weird names all the time. We've found your reservation. Please take the elevator to the third floor, and I'll contact editor at Tosuna-san for you. Thank you. As Akifumi Mugio turned to leave, he could hear soft voices behind him. Wow, that sensei is so handsome. What's his phone number? Give it to me. As receptionists, we can't share that kind of information. Ugh, don't act like I didn't see you save his number, you little flirt. Come on, hand it over. Haha, stop it, there are people around. As Akifumi Mugio walked away, the voices gradually faded. In this day and age, trying to keep your privacy safe doesn't seem very realistic. He thought with a sigh. It wasn't that he was trying to be coy. The receptionist, working at a major company, was certainly pretty. But compared to the girls he knew, she wasn't exactly in the same league. After all, he'd seen so many stunning faces that the average one just didn't impress him as much. Akifumi Mugio slowly took the elevator up to the third floor and followed a staff member to a small meeting room, where he sat and waited. A few minutes later, the door opened. A woman in a gray suit with short blonde hair walked in. She took one look at Akifumi Mugio sitting there and froze for a moment. Then, she hesitated a bit before asking, are you Akifumi-sensei? I'm Akifumi, but with my current situation, I wouldn't really call myself sensei just yet. Looking at her, Akifumi Mugio was also surprised. When they'd spoken on the phone earlier, he had imagined a strong, professional woman. But now, standing in front of him was a legal lily. Once she heard Akifumi Mugio confirm it, Mihari visibly relaxed, a smile spreading across her face as she complimented him. With your talent, I'm sure it's only a matter of time before people start calling you sensei. In Japanese, the term sensei would be more accurate, usually reserved for teachers, doctors, lawyers, or people in high positions in their field. It was a huge compliment. Akifumi Mugio scratched his nose. If you keep calling me sensei, I might get so proud I grow a tail. Ha ha ha. Mihari laughed, clearly amused. That small joke had clearly lightened the mood, making both of them feel more comfortable. Maybe because of the relaxed atmosphere, Mihari didn't dive straight into work. Instead, she started chatting casually. Akifumi-sensei, you look so young. Are you in university right now? I'm still a second-year high school student. Second year in high school? Mihari blinked and then froze, looking completely shocked. Second year? Even though she had already been told about it, hearing it from him still left Mihari stunned. Second year in high school meant he was only around 16 years old. While his peers were enjoying the carefree days of youth, here was a guy who had quietly earned the right to have his work published in Weekly Shonen Jump. Even adults who had poured their hearts into this industry for years couldn't necessarily achieve that level, yet this guy had done it. There was no doubt about it, he was a true genius. Feeling the stark difference, Mihari couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. It wasn't about personal feelings, though. It was almost a reflex. But that feeling of jealousy only lasted a second before it was overtaken by pure joy. A 16-year-old manga artist. With a mature art style. Clear, solid storytelling. And now, qualified to be serialized in Weekly Shonen Jump. Even just one of these would be impressive, but combined? It could easily make headlines tomorrow. Most importantly, this is my sensei. Her orange eyes sparkled with excitement, as though the editor-in-chief position was already within her grasp. This is amazing. Caught up in the dream of a bright future, Mihari couldn't help but grin like a fool. Meanwhile, Akifumi Mugio, watching her expression shift, couldn't help but stay silent. It seemed like his editor wasn't very smart. Chapter 15, Cough, Cough. Hearing the sound, Tosuna Mihari finally snapped back to reality. However, when she met Akifumi Mugio's curious gaze, even as a seasoned professional, her face instantly turned red. Stupid, stupid. She scolded herself inwardly. The deal isn't even set yet, and I'm already over the moon. What's wrong with me? She took a deep breath to steady her swirling emotions, then forced a cheerful smile onto her face. Akifumi-sensei, would you like something to drink? Coffee, barley tea, cola, or maybe some other soda? She added with enthusiasm, personally, I recommend a coffee with 30% sugar, it's just right. But if you have a sweet tooth, 70% sugar is perfect? Akifumi Mugio blinked. What a clumsy attempt to change the subject. He had a sudden sinking feeling. Is this airhead woman really fit to be my editor? Pushing aside that concern for now, he answered thoughtfully, then I'll go for a 70% sugar coffee. A few moments later, Mihari returned with 2 cups of coffee and carefully placed Akifumi Mugio's cup in front of him. With her composure back, she got straight to business. Since you're here today, I assume you're interested in working with us. She began earnestly. But before we proceed, I just have to ask. Akifumi-sensei, Would you like to serialize your work in Weekly Shonen Jump? Akifumi Mujio smiled. As the undisputed king of the industry, who could possibly refuse such an opportunity? He paused, then added casually, but before we move forward, I do have a question for you, Atosuna-san. Her heart skipped a beat at the unexpected pivot. Please go ahead, she urged. If my work gets serialized in the magazine, what happens with the Tezuka Award? Mihari's face relaxed into a smile. You don't need to worry about that, Akifumi-sensei. The serialization will only begin after the award results are announced, so it won't affect the evaluation at all. I see. Akifumi Mujio's lips curled into a knowing smile. That puts my mind at ease. Do you have any other concerns, Akifumi-sensei? No, he replied with a shake of his head. Mihari let out a breath of relief, her tense nerves finally relaxing. In that case, let me explain the benefits of serialization, she said enthusiastically. Her voice carried a cheerful lilt. Since you're a new artist, you'll start with the standard page rate of 15,000 yen per page. If reader feedback is strong, your rate can increase even for newcomers. She continued, but on the flip side, if your work consistently ranks at the bottom of the reader surveys, it could face cancellation. Akifumi Mujio quickly did the math. At 20 pages per chapter, that meant a weekly income of 300,000 yen, a monthly total of over 1 million yen. No wonder Weekly Shonen Jump was filled with long-running series. The money was simply irresistible. However, Akifumi Mujio was no starry-eyed novice. As someone with extensive industry experience in his past life, he knew the harsh realities all too well. Maintaining a high output week after week is almost impossible for a single artist. He thought grimly. You'd have to hire multiple assistants and set up a dedicated studio. The expenses would eat up a huge portion of the earnings. Not to mention the creative risks, burnout and plot derailment were all too common, leading many promising series to crash and burn. Getting a serialization is just the beginning. He mused. If someone had cheat powers to make it easy. Well, that was a different story. Any other questions, Akifumi-sensei? Mihari clapped her hands together as though she'd just remembered something. Oh right. Given your situation, I can help you apply for a special contract bonus, though you'd need to sign an additional agreement. Akifumi Mujio waved her off. No need for the contract bonus. Such bonuses typically came with restrictive clauses, and Akifumi Mujio wasn't interested in being shackled. Mihari wasn't surprised by his refusal. Once you have a serialization deal, who cares about that little bonus? So, would you like to review the contract now? Sure. Akifumi Mujio nodded, then added in an offhand manner, by the way, arranging a serialization in advance like this. Is it because of some mistake on your part, Atosuna-san? Caught up in her joy, Mihari laughed. Ahaha, I can't believe you figured that out. The last syllable caught in her throat as realization dawned. You heard that? Yup. Akifumi Mujio grinned mischievously and casually waved his phone. Not only did I hear it, but I recorded it too. Want me to play it back? Mihari stared blankly at the handsome teenager in front of her. The initial excitement drained from her face, replaced by sheer panic. 2 words echoed endlessly in her mind: I'm doomed. Chapter 16, Editor Atosuna, you wouldn't want this matter getting out, would you? What do you want? Faced with the threat, Mihari clenched her lips. She tried to put on a stern face, but anxiety gnawed at her heart. Of course, she didn't want this getting out. It might seem trivial on the surface, but after a sleepless night reflecting on it, she realized just how serious that small slip-up had been. Imagine this, all the contestants in the competition had only one shot at evaluation, while one person had already secured a serialization deal and was on track to win a prize. Anyone would be outraged. People would question the fairness of the Tezuka Awards. Those eliminated or with hidden agendas might even stir up trouble over it. Sure, outstanding works often receive preferential treatment. It happens in every industry. But there's a reason why unspoken rules are called that. They can't be made public. If exposed, there are consequences. Why was I so naive to think I could just cover this up? What would happen next? Getting fired? If only it were that simple. She envisioned herself being sued by the company for the massive financial and reputational losses caused by her mistake. Saddled with a lifetime of debt, she worked endlessly to repay it. Her imagination spiraled into an image of her elderly self, lying on a hospital bed, weakly whispering final instructions to her children: make sure ... pay off. She cried out in frustration. I didn't even get to finish my last words before dying. Tears welled up in her eyes. Meanwhile, Akifumi Mujio watched her in bemusement, completely unaware that she'd just lived an entire lifetime in her mind. What are you going to do now? He repeated, amused. Snapping back to reality, Mihari's expression hardened as a realization dawned on her. I get it now, she said with grim determination. Huh? Okifumi blinked in confusion. What exactly did she mean by get it? Her gaze was resolute. Do we have to do it here? She asked with a voice thick with emotion. Tears shimmered in her orange-tinted eyes. Before Okifumi could react, she started unbuttoning her shirt. Wait, what? Okifumi's eyes widened as pink fabric and fair skin filled his vision. His body reacted instinctively, slamming her shirt closed in a flurry of panic. He stole a glance at the ceiling. No cameras, thank goodness. Probably for author privacy reasons? Wiping imaginary sweat from his forehead, he scowled. What the heck are you doing? Mihari glared at him, her face a mix of humiliation and defiance. Isn't this what you wanted? What I wanted? Okifumi rolled his eyes. Thinking back, he realized his earlier words probably did sound misleading. Was this partly my fault? He sighed internally. Look, I never said I wanted you to do anything like this. Huh? Mihari froze. How about buttoning your shirt first? There's no camera, but if someone walks in, wait, so? She misunderstood? Her face turned crimson. She clumsily tried to rebutton her shirt but fumbled in her panic. Tears threatened to fall again. Okifumi folded his arms, thoroughly entertained by the scene. Not look? Yeah, right. Who would listen to that? 2 minutes later, Mihari finally managed to button up and exhaled in relief. Okifumi regretfully looked away. So what's your real goal here? She asked, still flushed with embarrassment. Okifumi casually pulled out his phone and displayed the recording screen. There was never been a recording. Huh? What? He shrugged. From the start, I was just messing with you. Who seriously records conversations with their editor? The weight on her chest lifted instantly. Okifumi. Mihari fumed. Do you enjoy messing with adults that much? Wait, that was a prank? You really think so? Okifumi blinked innocently. Wasn't it? By the way, he added with a sly grin, I still have that email you sent. Mind being a little nicer to me? How dare he? Is this kid a devil? I'm very sorry. She bowed deeply, completely surrendering. Okifumi looked pleased. I hope this serves as a lesson to be more thorough with your work. I wouldn't want to hear that you got fired for some careless mistake. Are you calling me an idiot? Despite her urge to retort, she knew she had no right after yesterday's mistake. Maybe he was trying to help in his own twisted way? She sighed. Was this your way of giving me a warning? Okifumi smiled. If you really want to thank me, just buy me dinner sometime. I didn't say I wanted to thank you, jerk. Even though she mentally cursed him, Mihari bowed politely. Fine. When I get paid next month, I'll treat you. I'll look forward to it. Okifumi grinned before reminding her, can we get the contract now? We've already wasted a lot of time. You're the one wasting time. Despite her grumbling, Mihari fetched the contract. Okifumi reviewed it, signed, and stamped it without hesitation. You just signed it? She asked in disbelief. Why not? Aren't you underage? Don't you need a guardian's consent? I've got that covered. He handed her a sealed envelope. I have my parents' signatures. Want me to call them? Mihari inspected it, nodded, and marveled, you're surprisingly prepared. You gotta start grinding while you're young, right? This guy's more mature than I am. Suppressing her disbelief, she began discussing serialization details. Chapter 17, Hey, Atosuna-chan, how did it feel meeting the mangaka for the first time? Is he easy to get along with? Did you show him your editor's authority? Facing her colleague's curiosity, Atosuna Mihari smiled politely, though there was a trace of awkwardness in it, and answered each question. Not bad at all. Disastrous, actually, he's pretty easy to talk to. If all mangaka were like that, I might as well quit editing. Did I show authority? Probably. Authority? Yeah, right. Despite her inner complaints, Mihari maintained a sweet smile. Women really are born actors, aren't they? Back at her desk, she rubbed her face, stiff from forced smiling, and let out a heavy sigh. Getting toyed with by a kid like that. How embarrassing. After lying on her desk for a while to recover, she sat up with renewed determination. All right, time to work hard, she said, pumping her fists for motivation. She pulled out the hefty manuscript handed to her by Okifumi Mujio. Whoa, this thing is thick. How many chapters is this? Curiosity piqued, she counted the pages. Exactly 80 pages, enough for 4 chapters. Does this guy not know what a creative block is? Hadn't she received the manuscript only about 10 days ago? And he's still a high school student with classes to attend, yet he managed to make this much in such a short time? What a monster. She muttered in disbelief. Of course, it was possible he had drawn it in advance, but still having the patience to stockpile that much work was impressive in itself. I just hope he isn't only focused on speed. With that thought in mind, she opened the first page and started reading. The quality hasn't dropped compared to before. Nice, nice. A few pages in, Mihari nodded in satisfaction, fully immersed in the story. Ahem, work. Kyoko is adorable. And Kibi is amazing too, perfect pet for a magical girl. Even though she looks shady at first, Hamura is so cool. Senpai's transformation scene is fantastic. That skirt, that waistline, and that. Her face unconsciously broke into a grin. All the stress from earlier seemed to melt away, thanks to these lovable characters. Even as she enjoyed herself, she didn't forget her job as an editor. I have to say, that guy's art style is perfect for the magical girl genre. She jotted down a few notes. But here, and here the negative space and shading feel weird. They weren't major flaws, but they were noticeable enough to be distracting. Well, he's still a Toel rookie, so it's normal to have these kinds of mistakes. That's what I'm here for. Despite the substantial length, it was just a matter of putting in extra time. 20 minutes later, she had already reviewed most of the pages. There are some minor flaws, but his cliffhanger technique is amazing. Almost every 19th page ended with a suspenseful twist. For instance, in the section she was currently reviewing, the climax seemed like it would be the upcoming battle. However, the focus subtly shifted to Kyoko's resolve and decision to become a magical girl. Watching cute girls bonding really is satisfying. Next up should be Kyoko's debut, right? I wonder what her transformed look will be. Can't wait. Eager with anticipation, she turned to the next page. Huh? Is it still Senpai's turn? She saw Senpai wiping away tears, her gaze firm, smiling again. Beside her was a bold line of inner monologue, I have nothing to fear anymore. Because I'm no longer alone. What a shame. Mihari sighed. Looks like Kyoko's transformation will have to wait for the next chapter. Well, Senpai's part isn't bad either. This flashback and dialogue, along with the monologue, made her character so much richer. It's not even about being the main character anymore. But I just love this character. And what's better than seeing your favorite character shine? Grinning, Mihari eagerly flipped the page. Then, her smile froze. On the page was a small corner shaded in dark shadows, a headless corpse. What? The previous page had boldly declared, nothing to fear anymore. And now this? Isn't this supposed to be a magical girl story? What's with this sudden plot twist? She averted her gaze, took a few deep breaths, and finally calmed herself. But when she looked back at the page, her lips trembled. Senpai. What, my senpai? The unexpected blow hit hard, it hurt so much. Curse you, Akifumi. Where's the love and hope you promised? Drawing on her editorial professionalism, Mihari suppressed her turbulent emotions and quickly finished reviewing the remaining few pages. Hamura, remember this, being a magical girl is just like this. We knew nothing about magical girls. The meaning of seeking miracles. And the price we pay for them. Mihari stared at the text, stunned, then fell into thought. So, that's what he was really trying to say? Cute girls bonding? Glamorous transformations? Adorable pets? In hindsight, those were just her wishful thinking. Wait. She flipped back through the manuscript. Seeing the sticky notes she had painstakingly written with little nitpicks, her face turned red. Without a word, she tore them off, crumpled them, and tossed them into the trash. As expected of my mangaka. Thanks to my brilliant guidance, the work is flawless. Nodding in satisfaction, she couldn't help but sigh again. But this guy really gave me a tough problem. As painful as that sudden twist was, the innovation in the plot could redefine the entire magical girl genre. If the rest of the plot didn't fall apart, this work was definitely a strong contender for the Tezuka Award. The Tezuka Award, huh? As one of Shueisha's most prestigious prizes, the honor it represents was undeniable. A fiery gleam appeared in Mihari's eyes. But that's for the chief editors to worry about. She said with a carefree smile. Whether it became a finalist or a winner, she was excited to see how things would unfold. And of course, the prize money for discovering such a gem would vary accordingly. Today was such a good day. What? Akifumi threatened and toyed with her? Is just an mangaka bonding with their editors, and it has nothing to do with the threats. Chapter 18, May 2nd. Simply put, it's the 4th day of Golden Week. Golden Week in Japan spans 10 days from the end of April to early May, a glorious stretch of holidays strung together. Naturally, most people take this chance to go on trips. But Eriri isn't one of them. To the rest of the school, Sawamura Spencer Eriri might seem like the quintessential popular girl at the top of the social food chain. But in reality? She's a seasoned otaku with over 10 years of experience. Travel? Why would anyone choose that over staying at home with the AC on full blast, sipping on Coke, snacking, reading manga, and gaming. For the past 3 days, that's exactly how Aerie had been spending her time. But today was different. At the crack of dawn, or, well, 10 a.m., Aerie put on a sun hat and a green tracksuit and headed out. By 11:45 a.m. ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The frantic doorbell ringing made it crystal clear how annoyed she was. Standing in front of the familiar door, Aerie's face twisted in frustration. Don't tell me. He's still in bed at this hour. Sure, living alone during the holidays means enjoying some freedom, but still being asleep at this time? That's just lazy. If I'd known this would happen, I should have grabbed a spare key from Mom. Living alone comes with the occasional dumb mistake of forgetting your key. So keeping a spare at a friend's place is perfectly reasonable. Given the long-standing friendship between their families, Mom holding on to it made total sense. No. That's a terrible idea. If Mom finds out, she'll definitely make some weird jokes about it. Aerie's pale cheeks flushed pink. Absolutely not happening. As she shook off those thoughts, her finger jabbed the doorbell with renewed determination. Then Aerie? That familiar voice, tinged with surprise. Why, you're not home? A boy's amused voice replied, not everyone sleeps until 10 on holidays, you know. Shut up. Flustered, Aerie's face turned red as she shot a glare at him. Who even sleeps until 10 just because it's a holiday? Sure. Okifumi Mujio laughed, his eyes catching the beads of sweat on her forehead. How long was she standing out here? He wondered. The weather in May wasn't that hot yet. Shifting the grocery bag in his hand, he pulled out a key. Well, you want to come in and sit for a bit? Aerie hesitated but eventually relented. Since you're insisting, I guess I'll come in for a while. Inside, Okifumi handed her a pair of indoor slippers. You haven't been around here for ages, so these are my old ones. Hope they'll do. Aerie took them without a word and followed him inside, her eyes wandering around the room. Nothing's changed at all. When was the last time she come here? 2 years ago? 3? It had been so long she couldn't quite remember. Suddenly leaving and suddenly coming back, he's always like this. Her chest tightened with an inexplicable ache, a hint of bitterness creeping in. A thin layer of moisture gathered in her blue eyes. And then last month. The memory of that scene in the multipurpose room surfaced. Her heartbeat stuttered before speeding up uncontrollably. Her face flushed crimson, like the sunset painting the sky, making her look stunningly radiant. Why did he do that? There's only one explanation. Like even in her own mind, she couldn't finish the word. But hey, I am a super cute girl, so it's totally natural he'd fall for me, right? But if he confesses, what should I do? Should I accept it? Or accept it? Gee. Aerie's imagination spiraled, painting vivid scenes in her mind. Her expression shifted into a goofy grin. Moments ago, she'd been sulking in frustration. Now she was mentally daydreaming about self-crafted romantic scenarios. Classic Aerie. Okifumi glanced at her, bewildered by her sudden goofy expression. He had no idea that in just a few seconds, her thoughts had gone from elementary school to planning the names of their future children. He pulled a Coke from the fridge and handed it to her. Here. Aerie snapped out of her thoughts and frowned at the label. No Pepsi? Pepsi? You. Even dogs wouldn't drink that. Still, for the sake of keeping the mood light, Okifumi held back from saying that aloud. Only Coke. Or I can get you some water? TCH. She rolled her eyes, twisted off the cap, and took a big gulp. She let out a satisfied sigh. Okifumi smiled and grabbed a bottle for himself. As they sipped their drinks, he asked, So, did you come here for something specific? There wasn't really anything important. She just wanted to confront him about what had happened that day. Because of him, she hadn't been able to sleep properly, and the dark circles under her eyes were proof. But now that they were face to face, she lost the nerve to bring it up. Speaking of which, it's almost August, right? That abrupt topic shift would confuse most people but not Okifumi. He sighed. Come on, you have 3 months, it should be enough, right? Her lips curved into a small smile, her voice tinged with delight. Creating something isn't that easy, you know. You have to pour your heart and soul into telling a perfect story in just 20 pages, and still leave readers wanting more. Wait, perfect story? This girl really had no shame. Even though she was too young to read Kashiwagi Iri's more mature works, online reviews often criticized her storytelling. Watching Aerie puff out her chest in pride, Okifumi hesitated but decided not to crush her enthusiasm. He just gave her a polite nod. I see. So, Kashiwagi Iri-san, what stage are you at now? Aerie avoided his gaze. World building. Chapter 19, a story's world building refers to an abstract, overarching concept encompassing the narrative's core philosophy, values, and guiding principles. It's the foundation for the plot, character development, and thematic elements of any creative work. Or to put it simply. So you haven't even started yet, have you? Look who's talking. Airi flared up, trying, and failing, to hide her guilt. Her voice went up a notch, as though louder words could justify her creative stagnation. Then came the inevitable flood of excuses. Creative work isn't that simple. Or you have to be daring and innovative within the original framework. The room buzzed with her lively attempts at justification. Once she finished trying to make excuse for herself, Okifumi asked casually, "So, what's the plan now?" "Well, I have a rough idea," Airi declared confidently. "I'm hoping to organize everything by the end of this month. And you need my help for?" "Oh, it's simple. Just like before, backgrounds, toning, and that kind of stuff." Okifumi raised a brow. "Just to confirm. Does this include coloring too?" Airi averted her gaze, her confidence wavering. "Maybe. Maybe. Fine, definitely." She huffed, clearly embarrassed. Okifumi sighed, already anticipating the inevitable. If things fell behind, she'd beg him for help again, just like back in middle school. Those were rare moments when Airi actually dropped her usual bravado. Back then, he probably would have hesitated and eventually given in. But now, that wasn't an option. June marked the announcement of the Tezuka Prize, and there was always a chance he might start serialization. Even if he worked non-stop until June, he'd only make it through to chapters 7 or 8 of the original draft. Considering final exams at the end of June and potential summer comic it, Okifumi couldn't afford any distractions. So, "Sorry, but I really can't help. Rejecting up front was better than accepting and failing to deliver," but how should he put it? It's hard to say no to someone you're too close to. At least he needed a convincing excuse. "Wait, got it." Okifumi's eyes lit up. "Hey, Airi, your goal is to become a mangaka, right? A jin artist who doesn't want to be a mangaka is no real artist," she declared with conviction. So she still hadn't given up on that dream. Okifumi couldn't help but picture her as his assistant if he ever got a serialized deal with Shonen Jump. That would be entertaining, to say the least. But back to the point, if he could steer the conversation toward her dreams, she might drop the request altogether. Grinning like a sly fox, Okifumi asked, "Then why not ditch your Kashiwagi alias and focus entirely on manga?" "You think I don't want to?" She sighed. "But it's not that easy. I can't even tell a decent 20-page short story, let alone tackle a full-length series. Wouldn't it be easier if you worked with a good story editor?" In the manga world, artist-writer collaborations were common, practically the norm. But for Airi, finding the right partner would be tricky. Her art style leaned toward the ornate and intricate, so she'd need a story that matched that aesthetic. Otherwise, her talents would go to waste. Plus, being a jin artist came with a stigma in the industry. Ironically, her fame as Kashiwagi Iri was more of a burden than a benefit. Airi sighed internally, opting not to explain further. "Manga isn't as simple as you think," she muttered. "I'm basically just a gambler with decent skills." "Huh? That sounded oddly familiar." Okifumi shrugged it off. "Fair enough. Hey, have you been keeping up with the Tezuka Prize?" "The Tezuka Prize?" Airi blinked in surprise. "Of course. Any aspiring mangaka wouldn't ignore it. The Tezuka Prize was the ultimate gateway for new talent in Japan. Even being listed as a finalist could open doors at other publishers." Recalling the prize announcement from the previous night, Airi grumbled, "I still didn't pass the first evaluation. So frustrating." Since middle school, she'd been submitting entries under a secret alias. Yet after all these years, she had never passed the initial round. Thinking back to the recent shortlist, Airi couldn't help but complain, "Seriously, even a magical girl story made it through? Makes you question what the Tezuka Prize's standards these days." Okifumi tilted his head. "Wait, magical girl? The only one on the list was Madoka Magica, right?" "Ah. Just to clarify." He asked carefully, "You're talking about that magical girl story, right? Madoka Magica? It's the only one listed, isn't it?" Mystery solved. "You've been keeping up with the Tezuka Prize too?" Airi asked, surprised. "Ah ha ha." Okifumi rubbed his nose sheepishly. "Is it that strange for someone who loves drawing to follow the Tezuka Prize?" "I guess not." Airi didn't doubt his explanation. But their views on the selection criteria clearly differed. The Tezuka Prize focuses on story quality. Magical girl plots are so predictable, how could that pass? Maybe the fixed template works if paired with stunning artwork. He decided to let it drop. Explaining would be too much hassle. Great. Okifumi thought bitterly, now I've run out of excuses to say no. Was he really going to cave and help her again? "Why don't you use someone else's template for the storyboard?" Airi's eyes gleamed with a newfound idea. Using templates for storytelling. That might actually work. As they wrapped up the conversation, Akifumi asked casually, "It's getting late. Want to stay for lunch?" "Well, since you're offering, I guess I can grace you with my presence." Akifumi rolled his eyes. Seriously, how does she always acting tsundere over stuff like this? Chapter 20, Time passes quickly. Before he knew it, it was the last day of Golden Week. At 3:00 p.m., in Akihabara, Nihongoshi, pencils, dip pens, ink, screen tones. Akifumi Mujio checked off the items on his list as he picked up the necessary materials for drawing manga. By the time he came out of the store, half an hour had passed. With all this, I should be set for the next 2 months. His backpack was bulging, and he was also carrying 2 big bags in his hands. He looked like a otaku returning from a holy war. Weighed down by his haul. My money really doesn't stretch far. Akifumi Mujio couldn't help but sigh. It was already May, and his living allowance had just been deposited into his bank account. Apart from the holiday expenses, the 70,000 yen he'd spent so far had already eaten up most of his funds. I still have the remaining 30,000 yen, but I still need to pay 10,000 back to Kato. Damn it. How am I supposed to make it through the next 20 days, spending less than 1,000 yen a day? Even though the future looked bright, the present struggle still weighed him down. The only silver lining was that he predicted these expenses ahead of time, so he didn't blow the money as soon as it came in. Otherwise, the remaining allowance might have been less than 10,000 yen by now. Lost in his thoughts, Akifumi Mujio kept walking toward the subway station, not bothering to glance at any distractions. Figures in the distance? Games? Maid cafes? Hilarious. He didn't dare look. He remained silent as he walked. After getting off the subway, the bright sky earlier had already turned ominous. Is it going to rain? With that thought, Akifumi Mujio picked up his pace. Boom. The thunder rumbled. Drip, drip, drip. The rain began to pour. Damn, that was close. Standing in front of a convenience store, Akifumi Mujio smiled. His newly purchased supplies were almost drenched. Taking advantage of the sparse crowd waiting to avoid the rain, he borrowed a shared umbrella and headed toward the residential area. The rain kept getting stronger. Raindrops fell from the sky like ink splattered on paper by a passionate poet. Though the sky had darkened, there were still people caught unawares by the rains. Watching the passers-by, wet and hurrying to seek shelter, Akifumi Mujio couldn't help but feel a little amused. The park, usually filled with the sounds of children playing at this hour, was now peaceful and quiet. A lonely figure on a swing stood out against a gloomy backdrop. A girl with long flaxen hair, her angelic face was stunning at first glance. But what was unsettling was the emptiness in her caramel-colored eyes. Even in a world painted in shadows by the dark clouds, the girl seemed to lack any color at all. Is she really that sad? A sudden unfamiliar voice snapped the girl out of her thoughts. She looked up blankly, seeing a stranger under a plain umbrella. The rain falling on her was a little chilly, but it didn't match the coldness of her expression. Their gazes briefly met before the girl lowered her head again, her indifference striking. Ugh, what a troublesome situation. Akifumi Mujio muttered to himself, shaking his head, but he couldn't help but continue walking towards her. Why am I such an idiot for getting involved? Holding the umbrella between his neck and chin, his free hand took the 2 bags from his left hand and slipped the openings over his wrist. Even with over 10 kilograms of weight that should have hurt, Akifumi Mujio didn't flinch. His right hand grabbed the girl's wrist, pulling her along, including the sleeves that were already soaked. You really think standing in the rain by yourself is going to do any good? He spoke almost like he was talking to himself, frustration in his voice. Is it going to make those who hurt you regret it? Or change their ways? Sadly, that's not going to happen. Those people will just think, how did this idiot end up like this? And then go back to their lives without a care. You, on the other hand, will catch a cold from this rain, suffer for days, and regret everything. People who truly care about you will be heartbroken. The girl's rigid posture softened as Akifumi Mujio spoke, and he couldn't help but notice a faint smile on his lips. Well, ready to run? Without waiting for an answer, he grabbed her hand and ran, pulling her along. Under the small umbrella, they moved against the wind and rain, splashing through puddles. Passerby couldn't help but smile, seeing in the pair the warmth of youth that had long since faded from their own lives. Chapter 21, Underneath the apartment building, Akifumi closed his umbrella and removed the 2 heavy bags hanging from his hand, leaving behind a few centimeters of dark bruising. Ugh! The pain shot through his nerves, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath, making his small contribution to global warming. He glanced at the 2 bags, now mostly soaked, and let out a bitter smile. Why did I even bother? Not only had he gotten himself drenched by meddling, But it was also likely he wouldn't even hear a word of thanks in the end. Thank you, and I'm sorry. At that moment, the girl's cold voice sounded from beside him. Huh? Okifumi looked up to find her gaze fixed on the bruising on his left hand, her face marked with clear guilt. Sorry. It seemed the worst-case scenario hadn't came to pass. Okifumi smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Honestly, it's like when you come across a box of abandoned kittens on a rainy day, you don't really need any special reason to help. Maybe you won't take them all home or give them an umbrella, but at least you'd try to find them shelter and some food. There's no real reason, he thought. He just did it because he wanted to. Simple as that. Unlike you, I already thought about the consequences before acting. So, there's no need for thanks or apologies. What a kind person, she thought to herself. Even though her words were simple and truthful, what Okifumi had done wasn't something that most people would do. Most of them would just ignore it, but the person being saved should never take it for granted. The girl spoke seriously. Perhaps it seems like a small thing to you, but the fact remains, you saved me. Whether you accept it or not, a thank you is the least I can do, and it's truly from the heart. Okifumi felt a little warmer hearing her words. Her tone was different now, she seemed more energetic and alive than before. He shook his head in resignation. Well, since you're insisting on it, I'll graciously accept your thanks. He was relieved to see she wouldn't do anything foolish now. With that in mind, Okifumi handed her the umbrella he had borrowed. I've reached my place, so you can keep this umbrella. It's one of those shared umbrellas from the convenience store. Just make sure you return it afterward, okay? Without giving her a chance to refuse or reply, Okifumi turned around and waved as he walked into the elevator. The girl stood still, staring at the elevator until it reached the 12th floor. Only then did she look away. She muttered to herself with a resigned expression, but I won't even need this umbrella anymore. Laughing quietly, she pressed a button for the elevator and took it up. It stopped at the 11th floor. Meanwhile, back in his apartment, Okifumi scratched his head. Wait, I feel like I've seen that girl before. Where have I seen her? I really don't want to go to school. Lying face down on his desk, Okifumi grumbled in a disheartened tone. If you say stuff like that on the first day of school, you're definitely asking for trouble, Okifumi. Came the dry remark from Kato. And especially you, being the top student of the grade. The teacher would probably cry if they heard that. Don't believe in that nonsense, Kato. There's no scientific proof behind it. Bad luck doesn't just come out of nowhere, right? As for whether the teacher would cry, well, I just won't let the teacher hear it, right? With that, Okifumi remembered the important thing he had almost forgotten. Oh right, thanks a lot for your help earlier, Kato. He pulled out a 10,000 yen bill from his wallet and handed it to Kato with both hands. Kato looked surprised. I thought this 10,000 yen was some sort of friendship fee to become your friend. Okifumi rolled his eyes. Where do you think I'm coming from, some kind of thug? Well, you did borrow money from me the very next day after we became friends. Anyone would wonder what your true intentions were. Couldn't it be because I trust you and believe you'd understand, so I didn't hesitate to do something that might be misunderstood? That's a heavy trust, huh? At those words, Kato's typically expressionless face briefly flashed a small smile so fleeting that Okifumi wasn't sure if it was real. He blinked in confusion. Did Kato just smile for a second? It was so brief he couldn't be sure. Not wanting to dwell on it, Okifumi casually asked, so, how did you spend your golden week, Kato? I went to Hokkaido with my parents to visit my sister. Kato wasn't an only child, she had an older sister, Kato Hirami, now married and probably called Mrs. Yoshinaga. An older sister, huh? That sounds really nice. Having been an only child in both lives, Okifumi had often wondered what it would be like to have a sibling, especially an older sister or younger one. It must be nice, right? At least then, when his parents were out running around, there'd be someone there to take care of him. How about you, Okifumi? How did you spend your golden week? I stayed at home. He paused to think and then added, stayed at home. Really, just stayed at home. Hey, don't look at me like this guy's so pitiful. Even though he didn't mind this kind of look, the way Kato was looking at him just now stung a little. Well, I guess it's kind of hard to understand since you're shut in, but staying at home must have been pretty fun for you, right? It was fun. They chatted casually about their holidays, and before long, the bell for class rang. Hiratsuka Shizuka entered the classroom on time. Quiet down. Under Hiratsuka's strong presence, the once noisy classroom fell silent in under 3 seconds. Before the lesson starts, let me introduce a new transfer student. Come in, Sheena. With Hiratsuka's voice, the door opened, and a girl entered, walking to the front of the class. Please introduce yourself, Sheena. Chapter 22, On the Other Side. As the girl entered the classroom, whoa. The boys in the class instantly got excited. The transfer student is a girl. Not just any girl, but an incredibly beautiful one. Her looks? They rival those of Hatsune Miku. Even the imposing aura of the teacher, Hiratsuka, couldn't completely suppress the boys' overflowing hormones. However, knowing Hiratsuka's ability to throw chalk bullets and unleash iron fists, none of these guys dared to act too wild. As for why there was a new transfer student at this time? That thought never even crossed their minds. Ah, so it's her. No wonder I felt like I had seen her before yesterday. Looking at the name written on the blackboard, Akifumi thought to himself. Shina Miharu, the protagonist from the anime The Angel Next Door Spoils Me Rotten, which hadn't aired when I was originally in my previous life world. Her stunning looks and perfect personality earned her the nickname Angel Sama at school. Though this appearance was just a disguise, no one could deny her beauty, flawless skin like porcelain, a straight nose, eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings with every breath, and clear eyes, all contributing to an ethereal, doll-like grace. Yes, this transfer student was the same one Akifumi had found in the rain yesterday. Since the anime hadn't aired yet before his rebirth, he didn't have a very strong impression of her. He thought he wouldn't cross paths with her again, but now she was sitting in his class. He quietly listened as the girl introduced herself. Due to my mother's job, I transferred to Toei Agasaki. Her mother's job? In the original backstory, her parents had been forced into marriage for family interests, with no emotional connection. Her existence was an accident, and she had never received love from her parents. Though they're not divorced, both of them have separate families, right? Considering these details, the reason she transferred to Toei Agasaki couldn't possibly be because of her mother's work. So, another strange twist in the world's timeline, huh? While pondering this, Shina Miharu finished her introduction. I hope I can get along well with everyone. Her sweet smile caused a stir in the classroom, with some of the boys howling excitedly and clapping like uncivilized monkeys. Quiet down. Luckily, Hiratsuka's cold voice intervened just in time, bringing the class back to order like a bucket of cold water. I'm sorry, Shina. There aren't any free seats for you at the moment. For today's class, you'll have to squeeze in with someone else. After the lesson, I'll have the life committee bring you a new desk. Okay, Hiratsuka-sensei. Shina Miharu nodded obediently, taking the plastic stool from her teacher and walking down the stage. The boys' eyes lit up as they watched her carry the stool, their gazes practically screaming, sit here, sit here. Some girls also gave her warm smiles but, due to Hiratsuka's authority, didn't dare speak up. However, from the start, Shina had already chosen her target. She walked straight to the very back of the classroom, without even glancing at anyone else. Hey, would it be okay if I sit here for today? Feeling the intense glares from all sides, Akifumi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He smiled politely and nodded, of course. He wasn't socially anxious, he just wasn't interested in initiating conversations with classmates. The looks from others didn't bother him. Thank you. Her warm smile was so soothing it made him feel a little better, but the warmth didn't quite reach his heart. Instead, a sense of heaviness filled him. She had such a difficult past, yet she always showed this bright, cheerful face. Just realizing this weighed heavily on him. Sigh. Shina Miharu sat down and adjusted the pleats of her skirt, then softly asked, did I cause you any trouble? We're classmates, so you don't need to be so formal with me. Akifumi corrected her tone before continuing, why would you think sitting here is a trouble? Look at those guys. They're envious looks. They're all jealous that I get to sit next to a beauty like you. If you're talking about my sigh earlier, it's just because I was thinking about some other things. A blush appeared on her flawless face, her amber eyes glinting with a hint of embarrassment as she shyly responded, I'm no beauty. I'm just an ordinary person. She then heavily sighed. Akifumi felt curious. Even someone as cheerful as her had those heavy sighs. Seems like everyone has their burdens to bear. If others hear you say that, Shina-san, you might get beat up. Eh? Shina blinked in confusion, why? Her reaction made it clear that she truly saw herself as an ordinary person. But maybe, from her perspective, her life was so different that she didn't even compare to ordinary people. At least, a true ordinary person would have received the love of their parents. Yet, she hadn't known that warmth since she was born. Akifumi cast a thoughtful glance at the smiling girl beside him. Is it because you know me that you chose to sit with me without hesitation? Kato, who had been listening, nodded in thought before returning her attention to the blackboard. Bang. Ugh. Akifumi sharply inhaled as he looked up at the teacher, who was now glaring at him with a chilling, almost murderous smile. The warning in her eyes was almost palpable. So scary. He quickly ducked his head and awkwardly forced a smile. Once her gaze shifted away, he sighed in relief. In just one golden week, her aim and strength hadn't weakened at all. Damn it. Rubbing his head where the chalk bullet hit, Akifumi straightened up and refrained from talking to Shinamiharu any further. Noticing this, Shinamiharu felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. She then turned her gaze to the front of the class, quickly getting absorbed in the lesson. Chapter 23, the class wasn't that long. Before long, the bell signaling the end of the class rang. At the same time, Hiratsuka-sensei calmly spoke, "Class is dismissed." Then she lowered her head, gathering her materials on the desk. The students, their tense postures relaxing, leaned back in their chairs to rest. "Akifumi Mugio came to my office for a moment." With that final sentence, Hiratsuka-sensei left the classroom. Yay! With that cheer, not bothering to hold it back, the boys and girls who had been sitting at their desks almost immediately stood up. There was no need to explain the destination. Sigh. As for Akifumi, after letting out a sigh, he helplessly left his desk and walked toward the door of the classroom. He paid no attention to the malicious glares thrown his way. These guys, based on his past experiences, probably thought that being called to the teacher's office was a bad thing, but little did they know. For Akifumi, going to the teacher's office was like coming home. The teachers were all treat and spoke kindly to him. He loved it there. What's even better was the chance to bond with Hiratsuka-sensei. It couldn't get any better. By now, Shinamiharu, who had learned Akifumi's name yesterday after he saved her, wasn't surprised. However, watching his retreating figure, a trace of worry appeared in her eyes. Why would Hiratsuka-sensei call him to the office right after class? Did he do something wrong? Following that line of thought, the most likely reason was that he had spoken to her during class. Thinking about it, Miharu felt incredibly guilty. As a top student in class, Akifumi-kun is often called to the teacher's office by Hiratsuka-sensei, so don't worry. Kato, who had spoken up, reassured her. Miharu blinked in confusion, looking at the girl who had spoken. Who are you? Kato Megumi. She paused for a second before adding, I'm Akifumi-kun's friend. Miharu felt relieved and smiled slightly. Thank you for telling me, Kato-san. Before Miharu could continue, the class's excited girls had already surrounded her, while the boys, who had been a step slower, looked at them with irritation. Kato calmly shifted her gaze back to the textbook in her hands. Arriving at the teacher's office, Akifumi, who had collected a bag of snacks from the other teachers, finally stood before Hiratsuka-sensei. Hiratsuka-sensei silently observed the large bag Akifumi was holding and sighed, "You really are well liked by everyone. Even I'm a little envious." Akifumi, smiling, took a pack of chips from the bag and placed it on her desk. "Guess that shows how successful your teaching is, right?" "True." Hiratsuka-sensei nodded seriously and opened the chips, eating without hesitation. "Do you know why I called you here today?" Though Akifumi hated riddles, he did know the answer to this one. However, "I don't really want to know it." Despite his sigh, he couldn't help but feel a little pleased. If he didn't care, why would he still remember these little things even half a month later? "I know. So, what's the result? Did you pass the evaluation?" Hiratsuka-sensei, who usually spoke calmly, now sounded unexpectedly nervous. After their conversation, Shizuka had spent time studying the Tezuka Award online, and Shizuka now understood its importance. It was an industry award given twice a year, the highest honor for new talent. Many famous, established authors had won it at some point, and it was often the stepping stone for getting published. The number of submissions for the award was counted in the tens of thousands. And the newcomer designation didn't just apply to those who had never drawn before. Anyone without a major representative work was considered new. This meant there was a huge gap in talent among the contestants. Even passing the evaluation once could open doors to serializing in smaller publishers. The Tezuka Award was like the entrance exam for manga artists, similar to how Tokyo University was for regular students. But, it was even more cutthroat. Anyone could participate in studies and, through their efforts, find success. But, no matter how hard a manga artist tried, without talent, they couldn't expect a satisfying result. Naturally, Hiratsuka-sensei hoped for her students' success. Sensing Hiratsuka-sensei's nervousness, Akifumi felt a mischievous impulse. His smile faded, his tone lowered, and he said, feigning disappointment, "Of course. I passed." Hiratsuka-sensei patted Akifumi on the shoulder, comfortingly saying, "It's okay, it was your first time with the Tezuka Award. With effort, you should be able to pass." The last two words were said louder, startling the other teachers chatting nearby. Akifumi gave an apologetic smile while Hiratsuka-sensei shot him a scowl as she tried to suppress her laughter. "Kid, do you know what happens when you mess with your teacher? Wealth cannot corrupt, poverty cannot move, and power cannot bend. You think a little fist can make me bow? Ha, Fish lips. Sorry. It wasn't the fist that made him bow, just his simple respect for his teacher. TCH. Hiratsuka-sensei clicked her tongue, disappointed she missed another chance to punch him. She quickly brushed it off, eagerly asking, "What's the name of your manga?" Okifumi's gaze wandered. Can I not say? What do you think? Hiratsuka-sensei smiled sweetly, but there was a hint of danger behind it. Quella Meiji Madoka Magica. Huh? What did you say? Hiratsuka-sensei was puzzled. Okifumi resignedly replied, Quella Meiji Madoka Magica. Ha. Okifumi rolled his eyes, watching Hiratsuka-sensei, who had lost all composure, laughing so hard she was slapping the desk. Yeah, I knew this would happen. No need to think twice, she's definitely thinking a magical girl. Ha, didn't realize you were such a girl at heart. I can't wait for the serialization to start. Knowing Hiratsuka-sensei's personality, she'd definitely watch it, right? When that day comes. Okifumi couldn't help but smile at the thought of her reaction. One smile was exaggerated and carefree, while the other was more restrained and thoughtful. Chapter 24, encouraged by Hiratsuka's words to keep it up and aim for the second round of evaluations. Okifumi left the teacher's office, carrying a bag of snacks. As soon as he stepped back into the classroom, the bell signaling the start of class rang. The boys and girls who had gathered around Shinamiharu immediately returned to their seats. After class, the class monitor took a boy to pick up a new set of desks and chairs, so now, Miharu's seat was no longer next to Okifumi. Instead, why choose this one? Isn't the one in front better? Okifumi asked, puzzled, as he glanced at the new addition to his seat. Shinamiharu looked at him with her innocent, sad eyes. In this unfamiliar place, the only thing that feels familiar is Okifumi-kun, so. She didn't say it outright, but her meaning was clear. Still, Okifumi couldn't help but think, but you've only met me yesterday, right? Though he thought this in his heart, he didn't say it out loud, not wanting to be too insensitive. Being trusted like this. It really puts pressure on me. He joked with a slight smile. Miharu's eyes lit up as she smiled back. I'm sorry for the trouble, Okifumi-kun. At the same time, in Shueisha's routine meeting, the Black Holy Flame Mage has been at the bottom of the ratings for 4 weeks in a row. It's suggested that the serialization be cancelled. Seconded. The proposal was quickly passed with unanimous approval from all 8 editors-in-chief. Since Kaino-san is under editor Kobayashi's department, after the meeting, we'll need you to notify him, said one of the editors. Naturally, Shueisha would post an official announcement on their website after the meeting, but the tradition was for the editor-in-chief to personally inform the creator. Sure. The man nodded calmly. At Shueisha, it was nothing unusual to cancel a serialization. Even though the number of serialized works could affect year-end bonuses, it wasn't enough to move the man emotionally. After all, there were always works going up and others going down. As long as something new came along, it would be fine. The elderly man sitting at the head of the table, the editor-in-chief of Shueisha, Torishimikazu, spoke in his usual calm tone. Let's move on to the next topic. Half an hour passed in silence. Torishimikazu finally spoke again. Next, let's discuss the 3 awards for the Tezuka Award. At the end of May, the list for the second round evaluations would be announced, and 7 days after that, the final rankings for the grand prize would be revealed. Though there were still 20 or so days left, the spots for second round evaluations had already been decided. This time was Mihari's job for error corrections and to arrange meetings between the editors and the creators, like with Onizuka-shin, who had been scheduled to meet his author early. First, the nominee award. If anyone has any suggestions, you can bring them up now. There were 3 awards for the Tezuka Prize, the nominee, pre-nominee, and honorable mention. The nominee was the most prestigious, with the highest evaluation standards. If there weren't any truly suitable works, the award would rerun vacant. As Torishimikazu spoke, the meeting room went quiet. 1 minute later, Torishima sighed. Nothing again? When was the last time someone won the nominee award? 5 years ago? 6? Or maybe even longer? With time, my memory's failing. Torishima murmured, then continued, if there's no nominee, this year's award will rerun vacant too. After all, we can't just hand the nominee to any random work. The reason the Tezuka Prize has its current reputation is because it has retained high standards for decades. Seconded. All 8 editors-in-chief unanimously agreed. Next, let's move on to the pre-nominee evaluations. With Torishima's words, the room quiet at first. Many people raised their hands, ready to speak. Torishima looked around, his gaze falling on a woman in a white dress with green hair who looked almost like a young girl. Editor Minano, you're very eager today. Why don't you start? Some of the others looked slightly disappointed at this, But they still put their hands down and looked toward Maneno with curiosity. When it came to who had the best track record among the editors, there was no real debate. But if there was someone who was the most laid back, it would definitely be Maneno. Seeing her so proactive was a rare sight, one that had never happened before. Looks like it's going to be a good work. Many thought to themselves. The normally calm Maneno had become so motivated, there must have been a special reason for that. Maneno nodded at the others and spoke. Actually, I'm not quite sure how to evaluate this work. Oh? Even Maneno can't make up her mind? Torishima was a little surprised. Maneno had reached her position as editor-in-chief by being calm and steady, without ever forcing things. So, her hesitation was notable. What kind of work could make her uncertain? The other editors wondered. It's hard to describe with words, but how about we all take a look at the original manuscript first? Maneno suggested. Torishima nodded in agreement, and Maneno stood up. She handed a copy of the manuscript to Torishima and each editor-in-chief before sitting back down. Magical Girl Madoka. Seeing the title, Torishima was slightly surprised. He definitely remembered this one. It was the only magical girl-themed work to have passed the first round of evaluations. Since he remembered it, that was why he was surprised. Even a newly hired editor could analyze a magical girl-themed story and give it a reasonable review. But for a seasoned editor like him to be uncertain about its final rating? That means there must be something special about this work, he thought. It wasn't just Torishima who realized this, the other editors knew it too. What's so special about this work that even a seasoned editor like Maneno can't decide? They wondered, as the sound of pages turning filled the quiet room. Chapter 25, even though I've seen it once, I can't help but be amazed by how gorgeous the artwork is. The characters are so cute. With art like this, the plot doesn't even matter that much anymore. The interactions between the characters are enough to keep me hooked. I just want to keep reading forever. The author name it's Warrior of Love and Hope? Are you sure this isn't just some old man using a new pen name? Idiot, that's impossible. You can't hide a style like this, you can tell right away. Besides, we've already been told that he is a high school student, right? Really? A high school student? In this industry, isn't it common to see monsters him? What's there to be surprised about? Editor-in-Chief Kobayashi, can you make your voice even more neutral? It'll sound more convincing when you say that. The group kept flipping through the pages, chatting casually. Their relaxed attitude was mostly due to the fact that, after reading several dozen pages, they didn't find anything particularly outstanding in the plot. They were only continuing because of their trust in the editor-in-chief, Maneno. That is, until they turned to the forbidden page. It was like everyone had their throats squeezed at the same time. No one could make a sound. Their wide eyes were filled with confusion, and their slightly trembling bodies silently conveyed the complex feelings they were experiencing. Even seasoned editors, who had seen all sorts of works, never expected to see something like this in a magical girl story, a character death scene. It's normal for one or two characters to die in manga. In those mainstream, action-packed mangas, the enemies are often defeated offhandedly, or you just get the impression of death through destroyed buildings or broken bodies. In detective stories, someone might die every episode. And in live-action superhero shows, mass deaths are common. But this was different. They'd never seen anything like it before. In fact, they hadn't even imagined something like this could happen in a magical girl story. From the very start, the magical girl genre was aimed at children. Stories for kids are supposed to be fun and happy, with maybe a little lesson thrown in. Killing off characters? No way. You'd be ruining the future of the country's youth. So, if someone had told them before today that magical girls could die, they would have laughed it off. No way. You'd lose your entire audience if you did that. But now, after seeing it, they began to seriously consider the possibility. None of them were immediately dismissing it. After a brief moment of confusion, they put aside their casual attitudes, flipped back to the first page, and began reading the whole thing again, this time, with full attention. After finishing the over 100 pages, a single thought couldn't be suppressed. Who says the magical girl genre is just for kids? Did we ever really understand magical girls before? We knew nothing about magical girls. The meaning of miracles and their cost. Wasn't the last line of the monologue just like their own realization? They had never truly thought about what magical girls even were. This dark twist on the genre felt strangely exciting. What direction would the story take from here? They were eager to find out. Cough, cough. At the sound of Editor-in-Chief Torishima's cough, the room snapped back to reality. Looks like everyone's finished reading. What do you think? Out of this world, beyond imagination. It completely breaks our usual understanding of magical girl genre. The first time I read it, I thought the lines and expressions were too dark in some places. I thought it was a mistake from a rookie author. But then I realized those were all foreshadowing clues. This rookie is like a monster. This development could completely redefine the magical girl genre. If the rest of the story is just as stunning, it might even be a masterpiece. Really? Even though it's a magical girl story, calling it a masterpiece seems a bit much. I said it depends on how the rest of the story goes. But honestly, even if it's not a masterpiece, finding a new way to interpret magical girl genre is already incredible. Can a high school student really do this? A high school student? What were you doing back in high school? Studying hard. Going shopping, karaoke, and hanging out at arcades. Man, at this age, I feel like I've lived more than a dog. Don't compare yourself to these monsters, or you'll cry. The conversation grew loud and chaotic, like a market. The editor-in-chief didn't intervene immediately. He waited until the noise settled before continuing. So, what's your opinion on the ranking for this work? I think it deserves candidate selection. Agreed. Agreed. After hearing unanimous agreement from everyone except Minano, Dorishima turned to her. Minano, what's your opinion? Minano shook her head. I have no objections. Torishima chuckled, shaking his head in exasperation. The young ones really love putting me, the old guy, in a tough spot. You all make me decide on something so important on my own. But I can't deny it, this work is too good to miss. If I just gave it a random ranking, people might start thinking I've lost the ability to understand manga. Puella Meiji Madoka Magica Let's awarded the candidate selection prize. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone instinctively held their breath, eyes wide in disbelief. They actually gave it the candidate selection prize? Dorishima looked around at everyone's faces. What? Do you think it doesn't deserve it just because it's a magical girl story? If we couldn't see where the story was going, or if we didn't give it a fair ranking, I could understand the doubt. But if we choose to ignore it now, knowing the story will take a turn, that's our mistake. The Tezuka Award has always been about the story as the criteria. A new direction for an entire genre, just that alone is enough to deserve candidate selection. And this work also excels in every other area too. But readers won't know that until the story unfolds. Before that point in the serialization, they won't understand why we gave it candidate selection. And other companies might be keeping a close eye on us. You're right. But those doubts are temporary. Why worry about them? Once the rest of the story is out, they'll understand why Puella Meiji Madoka Magica deserves the candidate selection. Torishima smiled. Remember, Shueisha didn't get to where it is today by listening to outside opinions. We've always stuck to the principle of strength is king. Anyone else have an opinion? Chapter 26. A month had passed in the blink of an eye. In that time, the new transfer student, Shina Miharu, was no longer the new girl. She had fully integrated into the class. With her doll-like beauty, gentle personality, and top 10 grades in her year. It didn't take long for her to become incredibly popular at school. She easily earned the title of the fourth flower of Toei Agasaki Academy. As for the benefits of this title? Well, it seemed that the boys in her class could only look at her from some distance, and too shy to approach her. It was just one of those things that comes with the territory in adolescence. Boys are often too intimidated to get too close to someone they perceive as way out of their league. On the other hand, Akifumi Mugio's life hadn't changed much. He went to school, chatted with his two classmates, then came home and worked on his manga. The only real change was that he had a certain air very occasionally disturbing him now. Money was a bit tight this month, but he'd managed to get through it. It was 7:48 p.m. on June 7th. It had been 7 days since the second round evaluation list had been released. At Akifumi's apartment. I swear, summer's just around the corner, and you're still not done? Airi nagged, her voice growing impatient. Have you even drawn more than 5 pages? We still have more than a month, right? Akifumi replied, shrugging. Airi looked away awkwardly before muttering, frustrated, it's crunch time. Don't bring up annoying topics like that. Akifumi couldn't help but roll his eyes. You didn't even participate in the Tezuka Award, so the list has nothing to do with you, right? Of course it does. Airi replied confidently. I'm a spiritual investor. Plus, this event only happens twice a year. It's a big deal for anyone aspiring to be a manga artist. The winners are definitely worthy of being my role models. She added. Instead of trying to mimic their style, maybe you should start by not missing deadlines. I heard manga is published weekly. With your speed, you're practically asking for trouble. Airi pretended not to hear him and muttered to herself, I wonder if there will be any selected awards this time. Akifumi raised an eyebrow. When was the last selected award? 8 years ago. Airi answered without hesitation. It was clear she followed the Tezuka Award closely, and she could reel off these details without missing a beat. Wow, that's harsh. Akifumi said, and he couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. I wonder what kind of award Madoka will get this time. Getting a chance to be serialized meant at least receiving some kind of award. What it would be, whether selected, provisional selected, or honorable mention, he wasn't sure. In theory, the additional pages of original content he had submitted could improve his chances. But if the evaluation was based solely on the required pages for entry, there was nothing he could do. That would be within the rules. He was nervous, but the clock kept ticking. 20:00, time to refresh. Come on, come on. Refresh. Refresh. Airi urged, practically bouncing in her seat. Okifumi rolled his eyes. Here she was, getting more worked up than him even though she wasn't even a participant. Was he too laid back, or was she just a bit much? With that thought in mind, Okifumi quickly refreshed the web page. He felt a soft touch on his arm. Airi had leaned in, her face now only a few centimeters away from his. Her body was pressed up against his, and Okifumi couldn't help but notice the soft feel of her small chest. It's here. It's here. Airi's excitement was palpable as she clapped Okifumi on the shoulder. Hurry up and open it. Okay, okay. Okifumi clicked the link, but the page didn't load immediately, likely due to the high volume of people refreshing at the same time. Come on, Shueisha, you've got the resources. Spend some money on better website maintenance. Airi grumbled, clearly not a stranger to this situation. She then muttered to herself, I guess the Magic Girl manga won't be passing the list this year, right? Okifumi chuckled, what's your problem with Madoka? Why so petty about it? I'm not petty. Airi defended herself. I just think a theme with no potential shouldn't even make it past the editors. Isn't the Tezuka Award all about the story? Does a magical girl story even have a decent plot? Okifumi wasn't familiar with other magical girl works, but Madoka certainly had a solid story. After all, it was his story. Well, I think Madoka might still be on the list, you know. Okifumi teased. Impossible. Airi shot him a skeptical glance but was interrupted as her eyes widened in shock. It's out. Okifumi's heart raced. He quickly looked back at the screen, his heart pounding uncontrollably. As the mouse wheel scrolled down, large red characters appeared on the screen. Neither of them was prepared for this moment. They both stared, stunned. Are you kidding me? This isn't a dream, right? Okifumi asked, his voice in disbelief. Airi gasped, her blue eyes wide, then turned to Okifumi, glaring. Why'd you pinch me? Okifumi, looking completely innocent, replied, just checking if you were dreaming. Well, clearly not. Airi retorted. But seriously, look. The screen displayed in bold red, selected, Magical Girl Madoka, by Warrior of Love and Hope's Unbelievable. It's got chosen to be the selected award. Okifumi said, unable to hold back his excitement. Airi stared at the screen, her expression mixed. I can't believe Madoka made it. It really got selected. The words still seemed surreal, but the prize money 1 million yen was very real. That amount, converted to $50,000, was a huge sum, especially for a high school student with no income. Best of all, with the award came serialization, which meant more small paychecks rolling in. That was the cherry on top. Life was about to get a lot better. Chapter 27, looking at Airi, who was sprawled across the bed in a comical big character shape, Okifumi Mujio couldn't help but tease her. What's wrong? Did the Selected Works Award for a magical girl story crush your spirit? No way. Airi sat up, glaring at him, clearly annoyed. I'm not an idiot. Selected Works is chosen by all the chief editors and the main editor of Shueisha. Whatever the genre is, any work that gets this award must have something special about it. I remember last year at the Tezuka Award, that Crimson Sea work deserved to be a Selected Works winner in my opinion. Many readers agreed, feeling that it deserved a better rating than honorable mention. But after the results came out, Shueisha confirmed that while Crimson Sea was indeed good, it was still a little far from Selected Works. They'd rather leave the category blank for 8 years than lower their standards. They won't tarnish their own reputation by picking something unworthy. Had they done that, Crimson Sea wouldn't have just gotten honorable mention either. Okifumi Mujio was a bit taken aback by Airi's calm and clear reasoning. Wait, something's off. Where's that idiot Airi who failed her midterms? Airi blushed, flustered. That was just an accident. You know, during those days, I was staying up late thinking about my summer CM project. I didn't have time to study. Right. Her manga wasn't even 5 pages in, and she flunked her exams. Airi is just too hardworking. Humphrey, you finally get it. Airi puffed up her chest, acting like she didn't catch the sarcasm. But then her face clouded with worry. But, even though I know the awards are legit, I still can't help but care. How should I break through this magical girl theme? Seeing Airi lost in thought, Akifumi couldn't help but smirk. Who knows? Plus, if you figure it out, doesn't that mean you're capable of winning the selected works yourself? Ariri gave him a curious look. If you're so curious, you can just wait and see when the work comes out. Well, even though you're right, I'm still curious. Then instead of worrying about other people's work, how about improving your own? Or at least finish the stuff you're working on for the summer CM? So, she was just trying to get me to do the work, huh? This devil. Ariri sighed, sitting up from the bed. Fine, fine. I'll get to drawing. 2 hours later, after dropping Ariri off at home, Akifumi Mujio returned to his apartment. Hope she actually gets to work on the drafts at home. Though he didn't have to help with the drafts now, what worried him more was that Ariri would leave everything to pile up until the deadline. 30 days to complete 20 pages is way easier than doing it in 10 days. Akifumi thought. Ariri's got such a stubborn head, she could easily attract a ton of people if her artwork was flashy enough. Plus, with the name Kashiwagi Iri behind her, it should have been a no-brainer. But no, she insisted on thinking about storylines, backgrounds, dialogues. If she'd just gone with a recent popular trope, she'd have had enough time to finish sketches by now. But, well, that's Ariri for you. Her silly ways were part of what made her endearing. With a sigh, Akifumi grabbed his phone from the living room to check. He had several missed calls. All from the ever-dedicated the great Hiratsuka-sensei. Great. With that many missed calls, he could already guess what her mood was like. It had to be because of Madoka Magical winning the Selected Works Award. Even now, he still remembered how she called him to her office the moment the second round results came out, her face filled with disbelief. Maybe. I'll pretend I'm asleep, and that I didn't see the calls? Just as he thought that, his phone buzzed again. It was on silent mode from class, and he had forgotten to turn it back on. Realizing there was no escaping the inevitable office chat on Monday, Akifumi reluctantly answered. Kid, feeling all accomplished now, huh? You think you're beyond my reach, right? Sensei, don't overthink it. After being your student for so long, don't you know what kind of person I am? I don't know anymore. You've changed so much lately, I can't even keep up. Hiratsuka thought to herself, but decided to just chalk it up to Akifumi being affected by recent events. Alright, I'll hear your excuse. I was drawing comics in my room, and my phone was charging outside, so I didn't hear it ring. A little creative wording made his excuse sound pretty solid. At least Hiratsuka's tone softened after hearing it. You really don't care, do you? Even I, as an amateur reader, knew today was the day the Tezuka Award results were announced. Akifumi chuckled, lying back on the couch in a comfortable position. Can't say I didn't care, I did spare a little time to check on my computer. I knew it. Hiratsuka smiled knowingly. Even as an adult, she couldn't stay calm when such an important event happened. How could a student under 20 be so composed about it? Anyway, congratulations. Didn't expect one of my students to turn out to be such a monster. God only knew how she felt when she saw Magic Girl Madoka win the Selected Works Award online. Even after seeing the second round results, she never expected it. Getting past the first round was impressive, but getting it to the top tier, that was a whole different level. It was like the difference between reaching the finals of the Olympics and winning a medal. Anyone who's seen both knows the difference. Some people burn out just getting it to the finals. Others still have more to give. In that kind of competition, to take first place. Well, Hiratsuka never imagined it. Monster, huh? Is that a compliment, sensei? Be confident, just take the apostrophe off that sentence. In that case, thanks for the congratulations, sensei. Chapter 28. After hanging up the congratulatory call from Hiratsuka-sensei, Akifumi casually mentioned at the end that once the prize money came in, he will take Hiratsuka-sensei out for a meal to show his gratitude for her care. She didn't hesitate and agreed right away. After all, she was a secretly rich woman. Anything that could be solved with money wasn't a problem for her. A couple of meals here and there didn't matter. What she valued more was the gesture from her student. Back in his room, Akifumi pulled out the drafts he'd been working on. Since Ariri often came over, he usually made sure to keep his work well hidden. If she saw it, explaining would be a hassle. Last night, I finished the 9th chapter. Akifumi muttered to himself. The original work consisted of 12 chapters, with about 35 pages per chapter. When serialized in a magazine, it was equivalent to 24 chapters. Just a month ago, when Akifumi met with Atosuna Mihari, he was still wrapping up the 3rd chapter. That meant in just over a month, he had drawn nearly 210 pages. Actually, it was 234 pages. With a clear memory of how it all went, Akifumi didn't just copy everything. He added and fine-tuned details here and there to make it more suitable for serialization. The fact that he was able to get this far was partly because Ariri was slacking off. If she had started working and Akifumi were actually helping her, he wouldn't have had this much time to work. So, there are only about 100 pages left. Akifumi exclaimed. Plus the 10 or so color pages for the cover. The serialization is almost over. He couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Who else but Akifumi would almost finish everything before it was even serialized, and of course, after getting the serialization opportunity, who else would choose to end it this quickly? Serialization had its benefits, but Akifumi wasn't going to drag it out. There was no need for that. Keep going. I'll finish everything this month, he declared. Then he'd finally get some rest. 24 chapters, with 4 chapters a week, I could serialize for half a year. That meant Akifumi could rest for 6 months afterward. Not bad at all. With renewed motivation, he threw himself back into work. What Akifumi didn't know was that after the final list for the Tezuka Award was announced, everyone following the event from readers to fellow manga artists and other industry insiders was in shock over the selection of an entry after 8 years. What the fuck? Someone actually got the selection award this time? There's still a selection award for the Tezuka Prize? It's been so long, I thought Shueisha had cancelled it internally. Laughs seriously? Someone really got the selection award this time? What's the author's name? What's the genre? The author's name is Warrior of Love and Hope. I checked online, but there's no information. If it's not an old author using a pen name, it must be a completely new writer. Nice try, but the selection award is for a total newbie. Do you believe that yourself? Ahem, even though the probability is small, shouldn't we still consider that possibility? As for the genre of the work, it's Magical Girl? Magical Girl? No way. The full title of the work is Puella Meidai Madoka Magica. What kind of story do you think that name implies? No way. A magical girl story actually got the selection award? This is crazy. Are you sure it's crazy, or did Shueisha's top brass lose their minds? Even if they've lost their minds, they wouldn't make such an absurd decision. I really don't understand how a magical girl genre could be worthy of the Tezuka Prize Selection Award. Even if it were just an honorary mention. I could accept that, but this selection award? What's that about? Last time, Crimson Sea was so good, and it only got an honorary mention. I just want to ask, can Puella Meidai Madoka Magica actually outdo Crimson Sea in terms of plot? Everyone, calm down. Shueisha has been a big name for years. I don't think they'd joke around with their reputation. Maybe Puella Meidai Madoka Magica is actually really good? It'd be better if you didn't had that question mark. Laughs, forgive me, my imagination isn't that good. I just can't picture how such a trope-heavy magical girl story could get an award that prioritizes storytelling like the Tezuka Award. Guessing around won't help. We'll find out when the work is revealed. Until I see the work, I'm just staying neutral. Clearly, there's something going on behind the scenes. Why else would they be promoting this love warrior person? No need to wait and see. Shueisha is the leader in the manga industry. I don't think they need to use such underhanded methods to promote a newbie. Why not just do it through other means? That's a good point. Maybe this work really has something to it? These kinds of discussions were everywhere. On all the manga forums, the topic was the same: Puella Meidai Madoka Magica. Some doubted, some believed, and some chose to wait and see. But the majority were skeptical. The bigger the tree, the more it attracted attention. Shueisha, being the leader in the industry, was always under scrutiny by many others. So when such a big event happened, people saw an opportunity to stir things up. Soon, the debate shifted towards skepticism, with more and more questioning voices. Shueisha's PR team quickly stepped in, and with both sides fueling the fire, the situation escalated. The influence grew stronger by the hour. In just one day, Puella Meidai Madoka Magica spread like wildfire among manga fans and casual internet users alike. Later, the marketing department did a review and was shocked to find that even though they spent little money, the publicity effect was several times better than when they had spent millions on promotion in the past. But that was all in the aftermath. At that moment, Akifumi, the center of all this chaos, was completely oblivious. He was still focused on his work, blissfully unaware of what was happening around him. Even if he had known, it wouldn't have mattered to him. He wouldn't have let it bother him. After all, Shueisha knew how to handle things like this. Akifumi, as an outsider, didn't need to get involved. What they really needed from him, from the very beginning, was one thing: create great work. Chapter 29, Sorry, Akifumi-san. Upon hearing Mihari's apologetic tone, Akifumi Mujio waved it off dismissively. It was nothing to be concerned about. Mihari quickly stood up and walked briskly outside the dining area. Holding a spoon in her hand, Akifumi Mujio stared absent-mindedly at the orange-yellow liquid in his cup. It was the third day since the Tezuka Award was announced, a Sunday morning. By now, Akifumi Mugio was fully aware of the storm brewing online over Madoka Magica. Such a huge event was impossible to miss, especially with a quick scroll through the web. He couldn't help but notice the intense discussions that had erupted in various forums. After reading some of the heated debates, he found himself quietly admiring the boldness of Shueisha's editor-in-chief. After all, many of the posts had made valid points. Setting aside the fact that Akifumi already knew how the story would unfold, anyone else would be hard-pressed to guess what kind of story Madoka Magica was going to be. Given the circumstances, it was understandable that some were skeptical. The editor-in-chief's decision to award the selection prize to Madoka Magica was a rare display of courage. Considering how little they knew about him, just a high school student, it would have been difficult for Akifumi himself to have that kind of trust in a complete newcomer. Awarding the entry prize was the most cautious approach, based on the limited information they had. Later in the day, they were meeting again, this time to discuss the upcoming awards ceremony and the details of the serialization. In the afternoon, at 3 p.m., the awards would be presented at Shueisha, and all the other winners would be attending. As the entry prize winner, Akifumi couldn't afford to miss it, so Mihari suggested he prepare well. The monetary award would be credited to his account in 14 working days after taxes were deducted. As for the serialization details, they hadn't discussed much yet, as for Mihari was called away by a phone call before they could get into it. By the time Mihari returned to the dining area, Akifumi had been lost in thought about the whole thing. Sorry about that, Mihari said again, apologizing as they sat back down. Akifumi raised an eyebrow, noticing a slightly odd look in Mihari's eyes compared to before. What was that phone call about? Akifumi asked. It wasn't anything secret, so Mihari replied easily, it was my editor-in-chief. Is it related to me? Yep. Mihari nodded, a slight look of awe crossing their face. I guess it's not surprising. But the treatment you're getting, even I'm a little envious. Can I ask for more details? Akifumi asked. Mihari didn't directly answer. Instead, she changed the subject. You've been working on the manga, right? How many chapters are you at now? Akifumi, confused, glanced at Mihari before answering, about 10 chapters. 10 chapters already? Considering he had only completed about 6 chapters previously, half of which were from earlier drafts, this was way beyond the expected pace. That's beyond the 1 chapter a week speed. Without any assistance and balancing schoolwork. Is this what a true monster's work ethic looks like? Mihari thought to herself, a bit stunned. She'd previously been a bit envious, but now, she realized that this was no ordinary talent, this was a true powerhouse, someone who deserved success. If it were other mangaka, she knew they would have slacked off once the serialization started, but Akifumi was different. His drive was on another level. You're really something else, Mihari finally said, impressed. Then, Mihari finally stopped holding back. Akifumi, how would you feel about releasing a single-volume book? Wait, Akifumi? Just moments ago, it was Akifumi-san. Akifumi shot Mihari an amused look, ignoring the question for a moment. Atosuna-san, I've got a friend who wants to see that email you sent me earlier. What do you think I should do? Should I send it to her or not? Atosuna. Mihari immediately sank into a deep apology. I'm so sorry, Akifumi-san. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so disrespectful. Akifumi gave a satisfied nod. Now that Mihari had acknowledged their mistake, he returned to the main topic. A single volume? Isn't that usually something you need to wait for the serialization to hit a certain number of chapters before it's possible? In reality, not all serialized manga are eligible for single-volume releases. It required not only popularity, but also a certain number of chapters and a market survey. After all, serialized works were already available in the weekly magazine, and only devoted fans were likely to buy a single-volume book, especially when the content was mostly the same. Those who weren't interested in the other magazine works but loved one particular series were the ones who bought single volumes. But this was all under the assumption that the series had no prior recognition, which wasn't the case for Madoka Magica. Mihari nodded, continuing, it's true, Madoka Magica is still in its early stages. The feedback online has been less than friendly. People don't realize that once they see the later chapters, it's going to be a completely different story than just a magical girl show. It'll introduce a whole new angle on the genre. But the truth is, it's rare for a weekly series to get a single volume release unless it's got a lot of popularity. And the fans are growing impatient with the pacing, so we've been discussing the possibility of releasing a volume based on what's already been drawn. Are you okay with this idea? Akifumi looked at Mihari, realizing the proposal was genuine. Normally, no one would consider releasing a single volume before the official serialization. But given the current buzz around Madoka Magica, Akifumi couldn't deny that there was something to this plan. This is a really good opportunity. I can't find any reason to say no. Mihari wasn't surprised by the response. This was essentially an offer to make money. Who would turn that down? But before they could finalize things, there was one last important point to confirm. Even though you mentioned you've completed over 10 chapters, I need to double-check, do you have enough material for a full single volume? Okifumi grinned. Don't worry, I've got it covered. I'll have more than enough to fill that first volume. Chapter 30, at 2:50 p.m., Okifumi arrived on the 5th floor of the Shueisha building, right on time. 5th floor was visibly set up for the Tezuka Award ceremony. With the decorations in place, it almost looked like a small banquet hall. Since Okifumi had only received the notice this morning, he hadn't had time to prepare much, so he just went with a simple, casual look, a white t-shirt and black pants. After all, as a regular high school student, he didn't own a suit suitable for formal events. Shouldn't I have been notified in advance about this? He mused. Was it that girl's forgetfulness, or was it something to do with company politics? Knowing Hatsune Mihari's personality, it was most likely the former. Upon entering the hall, he noticed quite a few people had already arrived, men and women, all dressed very formally. As Okifumi stepped in, the crowd gave him some surprised glances. Whether they were shocked by how casually he was dressed for such an occasion or by his youthful appearance, he couldn't tell. He didn't mind the attention, though. As a man in his 30s mentally, who had weathered enough storms, he was long past caring about dressing to impress. The only reason he'd even thought of come was out of respect for the event itself. But if he couldn't manage to go, that was just the way it was. Taking a drink from one of the waiters, Okifumi casually scanned the room before walking over to Hatsune Mihari, the only familiar face in the crowd. Sorry. Hatsune Mihari apologized sheepishly when she saw his outfit. So I was right, it was her forgetfulness again. Apologies are fine, but when are you going to make up for that big meal you owe me? Okifumi teased. With a pitiful expression, Hatsune Mihari replied, 1 million yen in prize money, plus royalties after the release of the volume. Do you really have the heart to spend the hard-earned blood and sweat of this little editor? Of course. Okifumi smirked in response to her expectant gaze. I can't resist to spend it. What's more fun than using other people's money to fill your own stomach? He said with a mischievous grin. Let's call it leeching. Is this guy really a demon? Hatsune Mihari thought dramatically. Wah. She could only silently mourn for her poor wallet at the obvious threat. Soon, the clock struck 3 p.m. After a series of formalities, over half an hour passed. As a recipient of the selection award, Okifumi was presented with the Tezuka Cup, a certificate, 1 million yen in prize money, and a commemorative plaque, standard awards for the occasion. Of course, the prize money would take some time to be transferred. As expected, there was also the obligatory photo op. After all, he was a high school student and had been selected for an selection award after 8 years of Tezuka's legacy. Plus, with his appearance, it would be a waste not to use it for promotional purposes. The photos will probably be released when the volume is launched, right? Okifumi thought, feeling a little troubled. How am I going to explain this to Eriri later? He hadn't directly told her the truth for various reasons, and now that she would likely find out, she'd definitely be upset. Originally, Okifumi thought winning a prize like this wouldn't draw much attention, so he never worried about familiar people finding out. But now, things had turned out differently. I should probably give her a heads up soon. Thinking about this, he casually asked Hatsune Mihari, is anything else? If not, I'll head out first. Mihari sighed in resignation. These people are your peers, and you're not even going to talk to them before leaving? In Japan's industry, peers were a fixed network of connections. While it seemed like a ceremony, it was actually a chance for authors to build relationships with each other. Talk? Okifumi shrugged. Look at their faces. Do you think they want to talk to me? Suspicion, doubt, and discontent were written all over most of their faces. Even though logic told them that Shueisha couldn't be rigging things, they simply couldn't accept a magical girl story by a newcomer who didn't even seem like an industry veteran. He looked too much like a student. It was hard for them to put their pride aside and accept him. It was the same with every other awardee. If they weren't as successful as others, it was just bad luck. That's just how things were in the industry. There were a few who didn't think much about it and were genuinely curious to connect with him. But, as always, the reading between line culture in Japan made it difficult for them to break their usual patterns. Hatsune Mihari glanced away, sighing. What about having each other online? Why not? Okifumi replied. It was a good way to stay updated on news, after all. Well, I'm off then? Go ahead, I'll review your manuscript as soon as possible. Hope there are no issues. Once the manuscript was reviewed, they'd be able to move forward quickly with the volume release. Speaking of which, what happened with the manuscript I gave you last time? Why haven't I heard anything yet? Okifumi asked suspiciously. Did you forget about it again? Mihari rolled her eyes, annoyed. No news means there's no problem. If I had forgotten, do you think you'd be here winning this award? Well, thank you, Atosuna-san. Akifumi smiled. Atosuna Mihari crossed her arms, proudly humming in response. Chapter 31, really, the youth nowadays is to be feared with. Putting down the manuscript in his hands, Dorishimakazu couldn't help but express his admiration from the heart. He rubbed his eyes, which were a little sore, and after closing them for a moment to rest, he opened them again and gave a somewhat apologetic smile to the person sitting across from him. Minano madam. Sorry to keep you waiting so long, I feel guilty about making you, a younger person, spend your time on this. Minano blinked, clearly confused. Aren't we working? Why would the editor-in-chief say it's a waste of time? Dorishima gave a helpless smile, then waved his hand lightly. Well, you're too direct sometimes. So, what did the editor-in-chief think after reviewing it? It's fantastic. Dorishima paused, then added, it could even be called perfect? The speed of creation, and the quality it maintains. I have to say, this is what youth is all about. Physique, energy, mental capacity. I'm genuinely envious of this kid's vitality. Minano paused, then asked thoughtfully, is there a chance that this kid is just a monster? Does it have nothing to do with the factors you mentioned? Dorishima froze for a moment, then gave her a resentful look. Mina-chan, could you give an old guy like me some face? Isn't it a bit too much to crush my feelings like that? I don't think so. As for your feelings, I'll think about it. Dorishima sighed in exasperation, but didn't press further on the matter. He then asked, so when can we expect the cover and color pages for the volume from Akifumi-sensei? Akifumi-sensei said he'll bring them by tomorrow afternoon? Dorishima fell silent, nodding to himself. I see. Considering that Akifumi-sensei can create 6 chapters a month by himself, it's completely reasonable for him to complete a few color pages in a day. Reasonable? Ha. That's a joke. One color page requires more effort than several black and white ones combined. And with the cover and content he'll need almost 4 color pages in total. This workload is almost equivalent to creating an entire chapter. What a little monster. After the initial astonishment, Dorishima's face lit up with a bright smile. To think that Shueisha has found such a treasure. Creative ideas that are wildly imaginative, an incredibly fast pace of work, and not even 20 years old. If this talent can keep going and only put in half the effort he's showing now, Shueisha could rest easy for the next 30 years. Feeling elated, Dorishima couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness this little monster ended up with us. If he went to another publisher, they'd have a headache. Students' pocket money doesn't change, and if they buy works from other publishers, they won't have the extra cash to buy from others. That's the nature of competition between publishing houses. As for working part-time to support the things you love, that's still rare. Not something to count on regularly. With his thoughts collected, Dorishima spoke again. Since Akifumi-sensei works so fast, we need to speed things up on our end too. Let's get the final product for the volume out as quickly as possible. There are still some decisions that require your input, though. Oh? The original manuscript provided by Akifumi-sensei is 230 pages. Using the standard 32-page format for volumes won't work well. Shueisha's standard weekly release are typically 32 pages, and they hover around 180 pages per volume, which is the most common in the market. The price is usually around 410 yen including tax. As for whether the paper size affects the comic itself, the answer is no. In Japan, authors use before-sized 135 grams manga paper, so regardless of whether it's 16, 32, or 36 pages, it's all about proportional scaling. Dorishima smiled casually, speaking without a care. Let's switch to a larger 32-page format. Given the added content, raising the price to 600 yen or so is reasonable, right? Minano silently handed him a pen. Minano, not amused, and said, I know you're just trying to make me do everything, you old man. He quickly wrote out a detailed arrangement on the paper, then stamped it with the editor-in-chief's seal. Thank you, editor-in-chief. Without hesitation, Minano took the pen and paper from him, lowered her head, and looked it over. After a brief pause, she lifted her head, her face surprised, like a child. 12% royalty? And the page rate for serialized work is now 30,000 yen per page? Dorishima nonchalantly said, isn't it normal to offer high treatment when you encounter such a gem? But it's too bad, though. If the kid had more impressive results, I'd even risk my face and go ask the board members for an even higher royalty. 12% royalty was the highest he could offer directly, anything higher would require board approval. With this kind of treatment, the other authors will probably be jealous, right? Jealous? Hey. Dorishima sneered, The warm and friendly old man disappearing, replaced by the air of an authority figure. I don't expect them to have the same kind of talent as a Kifumi-sensei, but if they are even half good as him, I'd happily raise their pay too. The real question is, can they do that? The answer was obviously no. Minano, unfazed by Torishima's shift in attitude, sighed a little helplessly. Although what you said is true, maybe you should still think about how the other authors might feel. Do you think I'm getting senile? Of course, I know that. But you already signing a confidentiality agreement to join this company. Minano nodded. As long as the editor-in-chief isn't senile, that's good. If you're going to talk, at least say something good. Despite Torishima's glare, Minano paid no mind. She smiled slightly. I'm sure a Kifumi-sensei will be thrilled when he hears this news, right? If he's not happy, I can't help it. This old man has done all he can. That said, Torishima's face still showed a smile. Chapter 32, Is something wrong, Kifumi? I'm sorry, sensei, but something came up, and I'll need to take the day off tomorrow. Is it because of the manga? On the other end of the line, Hiratsuka Shizuka's brow furrowed. She hadn't received specific details, but given the timing of the call, the possibility seemed obvious. She instinctively began thinking of how to calm the situation. As an exceptionally innocent teacher, Hiratsuka Shizuka took great pride in her students' successes. After congratulating Kifumi that night, she opened the fridge, drank 3 cans of beer, and got so drunk she lost track of everything. It wasn't until noon the next day that she found out about the controversy online surrounding the Madoka Magica. After reading a few comments, she couldn't take it anymore and directly entered the fray herself. Unfortunately, despite her impressive real-life abilities, online, she was just another weakling. In no time, she was overwhelmed and, after losing a keyboard battle, could only rage at her screen helplessly. She was torn over whether to call and comfort Kifumi. In the end, it was Kifumi who called her first. As for why she'd been debating for 2 days, well, don't focus on those details. She hadn't passed out drunk again. Definitely not. When Kifumi heard Hiratsuka's question, he didn't overthink it. Yeah, it's about the manga. Just as I thought. Hiratsuka Shizuka paused, carefully choosing her words before speaking. Kifumi, don't let those online comments get you down. You need to remember that being envied by others is a sign that you have talent. It's a special kind of recognition. You're taking the day off tomorrow, right? No problem. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, just relax and recharge. Kifumi blinked, a little confused. Had Hiratsuka misunderstood something? And what was this relax and recharge talk? Was she drunk? I'm not sure what you mean, but my reason for taking the day off is just to work on the preparation for the single volume. Kifumi explained. Single volume? Wait, you're planning to release a single volume before the serialization starts? Hiratsuka's voice spiked as she nearly shouted into the phone. Hold on a second. She was caught off guard by this revelation. It was a bold move. Was there something odd about it, or did it make perfect sense? Wait a minute. Do you have enough content to support a whole single volume already? Don't worry about it, sensei. I've been working hard these past couple of months. I have enough content for a single volume. There are just a few color illustrations left to finish, so I need tomorrow to get everything ready, and that way, the company can release the single volume quickly. Oh, I see. Though Hiratsuka Shizuka now knew a little more about the manga industry, she wasn't exactly an expert, so when she heard this surprising news, she didn't react much beyond a simple acknowledgement. Well, good luck then. I believe in you. You've earned your spot with your own talent. Release that single volume as soon as possible, and show everyone how short-sighted they were to underestimate you. With that kind of unconditional trust, who could not be a little moved? At least Kifumi was deeply touched. But why does it feel like she got little more worked up than usual today? It's almost like she's the one who's being criticized. Kifumi didn't think too much of it, quickly exchanging pleasantries with her before hanging up. Turning his attention back to the tools laid out on his desk, he let out a sigh. This was going to be a tough fight. Later, after the afternoon sun crept through the curtains into the room, Kifumi stretched and then sprawled out on his bed, arms and legs splayed like a starfish. After returning from Shueisha yesterday afternoon, he'd barely spent an hour reading. The rest of the time had been consumed with work. Only his 16-year-old body could handle such reckless overwork. By the time he turned 30, there wouldn't be enough energy left to act this irresponsibly. Though he felt incredibly light after finishing the tasks, a deeper sense of fulfillment than anything else, that feeling quickly gave way to an overwhelming emptiness. He didn't want to move a muscle, even his fingers felt heavy. Lying there for about 10 minutes, he started to feel some of his strength return. I can't keep doing this, he muttered to himself. After all, only his body belonged to him. Using sheer willpower, he managed to resist the urge to fall asleep immediately and dialed the phone number for Mihari. After a few beeps, the call connected. Okifumi-sensei, is the artwork ready? It's done. Okifumi replied in a voice that surprised even him, hoarse from exhaustion. What's up with your voice? Are you sick? Mihari asked, concerned. Rather than being more worried about the artwork, Mihari was more focused on Okifumi's health. Ugh, what a careless editor, Okifumi chuckled, shaking his head. He cleared his throat, his voice getting a little steadier. I just stayed up late working. However, he added, I don't have enough strength to bring the artwork over today. What? If you can't deliver it today, the production of the single volume will be delayed. Okifumi was speechless. Can't you think of something? I can came to pick it up. Mihari quickly responded. Finally, she got some common sense. Haha, sorry, Okifumi-sensei, I got too excited and didn't think straight. I'll come right over to get the original work. Wait for me. Beep. Beep. Staring at the phone after it was hung up, Okifumi sighed. Still hasn't learned her lesson. Though Mihari had been better this time, Okifumi knew it wouldn't be long before the same mistakes were repeated. I'll remind her next time, I guess. With that, Okifumi turned the phone's volume to max, letting his thoughts swirl, and closed his eyes. Chapter 33, Okifumi-sensei, are you okay? Seeing Okifumi's slightly pale face, Atosuna Mihari voiced her concern. I'm fine. Just took a short nap. Okifumi waved his hand dismissively, then added apologetically, sorry for making you wait. He had turned his phone's volume up to the max before falling asleep, but he still hadn't heard it ring. And it's already been half an hour since you called. He added. That meant she had been waiting outside for at least half an hour. Normally, he'd enjoy teasing her, but today it felt different. Leaving someone to wait this long made him feel guilty. Although he had imagined her apologizing, Mihari didn't seem pleased about the wait. It's fine, Okifumi-sensei. She replied with a warm smile. You worked hard all night. I was just waiting outside. Though, I couldn't really help much as your editor. Seriously? Okifumi blinked in confusion. If it weren't for your help finding my work interesting, I wouldn't have even won the prize, let alone get the chance to release a single volume. That's already worth more than what most editors do. He added, earning a flustered laugh from Mihari. Really? You think so? She said, her cheeks turning pink. Be confident. Drop the really? He teased. You're just saying nice things. Mihari grinned back, clearly enjoying the praise. Her mood brightened, but then she added, but, honestly, anyone could have done that, right? Sure, but not everyone would. Okifumi replied, smiling at her response. Mihari gave him a satisfied nod, looking pleased. Guess I was wrong about you before. That's one of the few good things about you, editor Atosuna-san. Okifumi teased. Mihari's smile immediately turned to a scowl. That didn't need to be said. The conversation turned back to business, and Mihari took the manuscript, carefully inspecting the artwork. These were just color pages, but their quality was good. Okifumi's skill was impeccable. The drawings were stunning and could easily be used as bonus posters for fans. What do you think? Okifumi asked, eager to hear her opinion. Your artwork is as amazing as always. It's really impressive. Mihari nodded enthusiastically. But if only you were half as good with people as you are with drawing. She added, her tone sarcastic. Before he could respond, she swiftly turned to leave. I have a lot of work, so I'll head out now. Well, that's a win for you, Atosuna-san. Okifumi smiled dryly as she left. Later that day, the clock read 15:48. Time had flown by. School should be over now. He couldn't help but envy the students who were off enjoying their carefree lives. You guys are wasting your youth, but I can't help but envy it. Okifumi thought, then sighed. Guess I'll nap while I can. He closed the door, collapsed onto the couch, and shut his eyes. When he heard his doorbell, he woke up again. He looked at the time and it was already 17:08. Seriously? I'm too tired for this. He groaned. The doorbell rang incessantly. Ugh, if I'd known this was coming, I would have just pulled the plug for my doorbell. He muttered, annoyed at the interruption. Who? He was about to ask, but then the figure in front of him caught him off guard, and his irritation melted away. Why are you here, Kato? Okifumi asked, surprised. Standing at the door was Kato Megumi, who, instead of answering, just studied him quietly. Her voice was softer than usual, and her complexion looked a little pale. She seemed unsteady on her feet. After a moment, she decided to be direct, reaching out and placing her hand on his forehead. Normal temperature. Kato said calmly. Thank God you're fine. Okifumi blinked in confusion. If we didn't know each other, I would have thought you were a stalker. He remarked dryly. Huh? Kato tilted her head in genuine confusion. Come on, using violence to knock on my door, staring at me like I'm some strange specimen, and then checking my forehead like I'm a patient? Okifumi raised an eyebrow. Kato didn't flinch, maintaining her usual tone. The violence you mentioned was just me ringing the doorbell. And the strange stare was me thinking, sorry if I offended you. Is it really just a cold? She asked. But it doesn't seem like anything serious. Kato confirmed. That's good, I guess. She muttered, still perplexed. Did you really come all the way here just to check on me? Okifumi asked, half joking. And to visit a sick friend. Kato replied matter-of-factly, then paused as if something suddenly struck her. Is my behavior that weird? I thought a friend visiting when another is sick would be normal. Okifumi froze for a moment, reflecting on the question. Was it really that strange? The answer, of course, was no. It was a simple act of friendship, being there for one another when needed. And yet, for some reason, he had felt odd about it. It made him realize that adulthood sometimes clouds these simple, pure moments of connection. Seems like I was misled by a bad teacher, huh? Okifumi mumbled to himself, realizing the real reason behind his feelings. Kato, with an almost imperceptible smile, continued her observation. It's just natural to check on a friend who's not feeling well, right? I thought you'd appreciate the gesture. Yeah, but... Okifumi hesitated, still caught in the complexity of his emotions. I guess I wasn't used to this kind of straightforward kindness anymore. Kato tilted her head again, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Is it really that hard to accept help from a friend? The quiet tone in her voice made Okifumi pause. He hadn't realized how long he had been closed off from others. Perhaps he had gotten so used to being alone, that even a simple act of care felt unfamiliar. Maybe it's not that strange. He admitted, finally understanding. But I still can't believe you run all the way here just for this. Kato smiled softly. I don't mind. Besides, it's the least I can do as a friend. Okifumi chuckled, shaking his head. You're too good at this. He was half joking, but deep down, he felt something stir within him. It had been so long since he had someone genuinely care, and now here was Kato, showing up just to check on him. Okay. Okifumi said, his tone softening. Thanks for coming over, I guess I owe you one. Kato gave him a knowing look. You don't owe me anything. Just take care of yourself, alright? With that, she turned to leave, but Okifumi stopped her for a moment. Hey, Kato. She turned back, raising an eyebrow. You're right, maybe I should stop pushing people away so much. He admitted, his voice uncharacteristically sincere. Kato's smile widened, and for the first time, Okifumi felt like he wasn't completely alone in the world. As she left, Okifumi stood at the door for a long moment, reflecting on the small interaction. It wasn't much, but it felt like something he needed. Chapter 34, You already came all the way here, are you sure you don't want to come in and sit for a while? I don't want to know anything about Otaku's room. Kato, who said this with a deadpan expression, paused for a moment, then sighed in resignation. As expected, what the books say are all lies. Huh? They say that if you say something like that in front of a otaku, they'll definitely get upset, but Okifumi didn't react at all. No. I'm just shocked to hear such a sharp comment from Kato and was so stunned I completely missed the point of what she said. Unfortunately, Kato clearly didn't want to give Okifumi the chance to explain and continued, as long as I'm sure you're okay, that's enough for me. And you need to rest more when you're sick, right? Besides, your place is pretty far from mine. If I leave too late, I might miss curfew. Holding the get-well gift Kato brought, common cold medicine, Okifumi didn't look away until Kato's figure disappeared from view. She's really a good girl. In his past life, the title Sage Kato wasn't exactly a compliment about her character, but more about how she could always speak her mind in any situation, completely ignoring the typical read-the-between-the-line behavior unique to Japan. I'm almost embarrassed to act on this. Just kidding, of course. Letting a girl like this go to someone else? That'd be such a waste, right? What? You say I stole Arieri's first kiss but still want to go after other girls? Isn't that totally the actions of a scumbag? Sorry. The moment his past life memories resurfaced, he had already decided to embrace the scumbag life. But when you really think about it, it wasn't entirely his fault. After all, this world was overflowing with 2D waifu characters. His heart had already been split into countless branches in his past life. Closing the door, he made sure to remove the doorbell's battery, this way no one could disturb him. Bang bang bang. Damn it. Are you seriously not letting me sleep? Okifumi's face darkened as he opened the door again. I said. What he was about to say was instantly erased as soon as he saw the girl standing at the door. Her golden hair danced in the breeze, like a mischievous spirit, Her skin, as delicate as porcelain, seemed to glow with collagen, and she looked extraordinarily enticing. Though she was wearing a simple white dress, it made her appear as if she'd stepped out of a painting, a true fairy-like figure. Shina-san? If it's Kato, as a friend, she couldn't find a reason not to visit. Shina Miharu's presence here left him completely puzzled. Especially since she was dressed in casual clothes. Given that, Shina could only have gone home, changed, and come back with a bag of fruit only lead to one reason. Does this girl live nearby? The world's so small, it's strange that they've never bumped into each other before. Looking up at Akifumi's confused gaze, Shina Miharu's fair skin flushed a light pink. Well, because Hiratsuka-sensei said you were sick, I thought maybe there was something I could do to help, so I couldn't resist coming over. Noticing the puzzled look on Akifumi's face, Shina hurriedly tried to explain her intentions, her hands fidgeting in an awkward attempt. You must be having a hard time after being sick, right? And since you live alone, I got worried at first it could be just a small cold, but with no one to take care of you, the condition could be worsened over time, and you had to go to the hospital. Then the checkup found. Stop. If she keeps going like this, Shigena said that I will be dead for real? This is ridiculous. Her reasoning was full of holes. There was no reason for her to be explaining such things. It was something Shina could do as a friend. It's not like I have many friends, and Shina knows that. So no one would be keeping track of whether I came to school or not. There's no need for her to talk about this unnecessary stuff. After all, being sick was just a reason he made up, and fewer people knowing about it was better. The part about knowing my address isn't strange. I did take her to my place during that rainy golden week, so with a little attention, she could easily figure out what floor I'm on and find my place. Of course, she could have also gotten my address from Hiratsuka-sensei directly. No doubt about it. With Hiratsuka-sensei's personality, if there's fun to be had, she'd definitely plan this. Returning his thoughts to the present, Akifumi spoke up, I understand your reason, but you don't need to worry about taking care of me. I'm pretty much better now. If it were another time, Akifumi might have been interested in her offer, but not now. He was seriously too tired, all he wanted was to sleep. No one was going to stop him. Pale-faced, unsteady on his feet, and his voice weak. He was obviously putting on a brave face. The kindness must be repaid, that's the Shina family creed. Let me help you this time, Akifumi-kun. Shina Miharu clenched her tiny fist with determination, but then... By the way, is this a gift for me? Following Akifumi's gaze, she noticed the bag of leftover pastry she was holding. Those were the sweets from yesterday, reheated before she brought them over because she was worried about Akifumi's condition. Shina Miharu nodded honestly. Yes. Thanks, Shina-san, this really helps a lot. He'd just had a few rice balls yesterday and hadn't eaten much since, so he was starving. By the way, these desserts look really delicate. I wonder how they taste. Taking the sweets from Shina Miharu, Akifumi smiled and nodded at her. I'll take them. See you tomorrow, Shina-san. Bang. Staring at the closed door, Shina's head slowly filled with question marks. From the confused expression on her face, it was easy to tell that her soul was asking the three questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? A moment later, a cry of frustration echoed from outside the door. Akifumi-kun, you're an idiot. The next day. Already at the classroom, Akifumi's eyes lit up when he saw Shina Miharu walk in. Shina-san, by the way, where did you get those desserts from yesterday? Could you give me the address? Even now, those cakes were incredibly delicious. If he hadn't been so tired back then, he probably would have messaged her right away to ask. However, the response he got from Shina was a look full of resentment. Chapter 37, Time flies, like a fleeting like the wind, vanishing in an instant. 7 days are but a short and insignificant moment in the grand scheme of the years. Last Monday's sick leave was hardly worth noticing. At least for the students at Toei Agasaki High, with thousands student in the school, there are always at least 10 to 20 students taking a sick day, and probably hundreds on any given day. In the wider world of Japan or even the world in general, the number of people calling in sick expands exponentially. Aside from a few familiar faces who might chat about the student who was absent, no one else really cares. But for the manga industry, those 7 days would be anything but calm. And the cause of this storm? A simple sick day, which is as common as can be, not only in Japan but around the globe. Under the morning sun, Akifumi Mujio walked down the school path, surrounded by other students in the same school uniform. Boys and girls were gathered in small groups, chatting about their weekend, TV shows, gossip, or the latest anime, all smiles and carefree. Even though Akifumi walked alone and had no one to share the little details of his life with, his smile was just as bright as the others around him. In fact, he'd been smiling since he woke up this morning. Why? By noon today, I'll be getting my royalty payments for the manga volumes, my prize money from the Tezuka Award, and the fees from the first chapter of Madoka Magica being serialized. Everything will be in my account. Akifumi had learned all of this from Ito Tsunemahari last night. At first, he was calm about it, but then he did the math. The price for the first volume of Madoka Magica was set at 740 yen, based on the number of pages and production costs. With a 12% royalty rate, Akifumi would earn 88.8 yen per copy sold. After meetings and discussions, the initial print run was set at 30,000 copies. Whether the sales are a hit or miss, that print run would guarantee Akifumi 2.664 million yen in royalties. Add in the Tezuka Award prize money, and Akifumi's total earnings would reach 3.664 million yen. And then, there were the payments for his serialized manga in Shonen Jump. With 30,000 yen per original page, 20 pages would earn him 600,000 yen. Even the smallest earnings matter now, especially when the rate has increased significantly from before. 3.664 million yen. Of course, after taxes, this would drop to around 3 million yen, but even then, it's an enormous sum of money, especially in his current situation. And if the manga goes for more print runs, the money will just keep coming in. Earning more money than 3 million yen isn't a distant dream, it's becoming a reality. Akifumi couldn't help but get more and more excited. Even now, he was feeling pumped. As for what to do with all that money, Akifumi hadn't really thought that far ahead. The idea of simply earning it was enough to send his spirits soaring. Wait, speaking of which, I've been hearing a lot about that magical girl manga, Mishoujo Madoka. Is it really releasing its first volume today? The voices of 3 younger students caught Akifumi's attention as they passed by, each wearing the Toei Agasaki uniform. It was no surprise to see other Toei Agasaki students around here, it was the usual thing. One of the boys, who was in the middle, turned to answer with confidence, seriously? Who would joke about something like this? You think they'd announce something this big if it wasn't true? The promotional costs alone are massive, and if they didn't have something to release, imagine the backlash. The boy who had been silent shivered in fear, realizing what the consequences would be. The other 2 exchanged knowing smiles. The power of the online community is seriously off the charts now. Right, that magical girl manga. Ah. Mishoujo Madoka. Yes, that's it. So the first volume is really coming out today, right? Are you guys buying it? Ugh, I don't have money for that. One of them said, shaking his head. I've got several other series I want to get, and my allowance is already tight this month. No extra for that one. No way, no way. You can't be serious, right? Who's actually interested in magical girl stuff? Tell me it's not you, Tanaka? Idiot. We're in high school now, we're guys. Who'd care about that kind of thing? So why did you ask us about buying it? Well, it's a Tezuka Award winner, so I thought you guys might be curious. Who wouldn't be interested in a manga that just won an award, and only to release the volume barely a week later? There's got to be something fishy about it. Yeah, think about it. Normally, it takes about 2 months of weekly releases to put together a volume, and they're releasing 1 volume after just a week? Something's up. Akifumi didn't stick around to hear more. By this time, he was already at the school building, heading in the opposite direction. People aren't holding back their opinions, huh? He mused, but it didn't bother him in the slightest. For the past week, Madoka Magica had been trending online with predictions, discussions, and more. In today's world, news usually doesn't stick around for long, but the momentum of Madoka Magica had been relentless. Every time it seemed like it might die down, there was a new announcement to keep it going. Strongest rookie in the history of Shueisha. 100% talent, 200% hard work, the strongest debut ever. Madoka Magica Volume 1 releasing Monday. With so many bombshells from Shueisha, Madoka Magica had stayed on top, and the discussions around it never stopped. If anyone in the online community heard those students' comments, they would probably call them out as outsiders or haters. As for Akifumi, if he bothered with such trivial things, he'd probably be in a counseling room right now, not heading to school. I wonder when I'll get the first reprint. Every time there's a new reprint, more money rolls in. I can't wait. Chapter 38, Afternoon. After school. Damn it. Didn't they say that no one buys these? So why are they sold out again? Tanaka walked out of the bookstore, his face twisted in frustration, his mood foul. For the Madoka Magica manga, he had bolted out of class even before the bell rang. Maybe he'd be called to the office tomorrow for leaving early today. He had even turned down his 2 closest friends' invitation to sing karaoke after school. And they said, the girls would be there this afternoon too? If he just go the karaoke and things went well with him, maybe he'd even get a girlfriend out of it? But even knowing that, Tanaka had set his sights on another goal, getting Madoka Magica manga. However. Damn it. After all this effort, is it still not enough? Tanaka was heartbroken. Now, you might not be familiar with Tanaka, but you probably remember the 3 younger students Kifumi ran into on his way to school this morning. Tanaka had just entered his first year of high school, which meant he was officially growing up. He had to leave behind all the things that made him seem immature. All the childhood toys he packed away? That was Tanaka's way of severing ties with his past. Growing up always comes with sacrifices, after all. And out of all the things considered immature, magical girl themes were the most stereotypical. That's something only girls like. In reality, by the time girls hit 5th or 6th grade or middle school, they're likely over the magical girl phase. And started to get into liking celebrities, makeup, clothes, and handbags. That's why magical girl stories have such an awkward reputation. Tanaka had never liked them, thinking they were childish. The world would be peaceful already if it were as perfect as those stories, right? They're just for kids. So then, why was Tanaka spending his time, money, and energy hunting for one? Damn it. The art's so gorgeous, but why did they have to make it about magical girls? And of course, the beauty of it all struck a nerve with him. Even though he hated the magical girl genre, he couldn't resist buying a copy for his collection. Tanaka passed by the subway station and saw the promotional posters, grumbling to himself. Then, he focused on the map on his phone, rushing off to the next bookstore. This time, he made sure to call ahead since the shop's phone number was listed online. After getting a clear answer, he headed straight there. This was his chance, and he wasn't going to miss it. At the bookstore, Tanaka stepped inside, quickly scanning the shelves. There it was, right at the center, Madoka Magica. After all, it was a winner of the Tezuka Prize from Shueisha. Despite the negative reviews online, the publisher's reputation and past success were enough for people to still buy the book, even securing a prominent spot. Small publishers would have folded under the weight of such bad publicity, but that's the difference between the big players and the small ones. Yes. Tanaka clenched his fist, elated. He took a couple of steps forward, reaching out to grab the book. Came 3 confused voices, almost in unison. Tanaka froze, his eyes widening in surprise. Tabata-kun? And Tadakuni-kun? What are you two doing here? Damn it. To avoid running into people he knew, he'd deliberately picked a bookstore that took half an hour to reach by subway. And yet, here they are. Tanaka's new friends from high school, the very same 2 he'd seen with Kifumi this morning. Why are you 2 here? Tanaka asked, raising an eyebrow. The 2, who had been caught off guard, quickly averted their gazes. I live nearby. Tabata muttered. I'm just visiting my little sister. Tadakuni explained. Tanaka blinked in surprise. A little sister? You bastard, why did you never mention that before? After all this time, and you never told us? Tabata shot back, annoyed. What, you don't think I trust you guys as friends and told you guys I have a little sister? You never asked, either. Tanaka sighed. I didn't ask because I didn't want to be nosy. But seriously, you have a sister? That's news to me. How old is she? Is she 1 year younger than you? If that's the case, please introduce me to her. You bastard, what do you want with my little sister? Just as the 3 were getting into a heated discussion, the bookstore's manager, with a polite but fake smile, interjected. Excuse me, could you lower your voices, please? And if you're not buying anything, could you please not block the shelves? She added. Sorry. The 3 quickly apologized and noticed a small crowd gathering behind them, eyeing the remaining 3 copies of Madoka Magica on display. Without a word, they exchanged glances. In a flash, they reached for the books, each aiming for a different copy. Let's check out, boss. They all said in unison. Outside the bookstore, the 3 of them stood together, each holding a copy of Madoka Magica, silence hanging between them. The thrill of getting the book was quickly replaced by a sense of quiet reflection, as if they had just smoked a cigarette after a hard day. It was Tadakuni who broke the silence first. My sister's still waiting for me to bring her the manga. I'll head out now. Tabata quickly added, I've got a friend who asked me to pick up a copy for him, so I'm off too. See you later. While both of them said they had other obligations, their eyes lingered on Tanaka, neither in a hurry to leave. My cousin's birthday is the day after tomorrow. Little girls like her love magical girl stuff, right? I figured I'd buy a copy as a gift for her. Tanaka muttered awkwardly. The 3 exchanged knowing looks, a silent understanding passing between them, their bond strengthened. Since we're all busy, how about we meet tomorrow? Tabata suggested. See you tomorrow, came the chorus. Without another word, the 3 turned and went their separate ways. Even though the online reviews for Madoka Magica were mostly negative, not everyone cared about that. Some bought it because they trusted Shueisha, others out of curiosity about the so-called genius manga artist. Or simply to support the publisher. As a result, sales weren't as bad as anticipated. After school, sales picked up even more. But what's the total sales number so far? Faced with the nervous question from Itosuna Mihari, the staff member hesitated. Itosuna-san, it's not that simple to track sales for a new book. Not even a day has passed, and there's no way to get accurate numbers yet. Even if we had the data, it would take time to compile. They explained. Ah, I see. Mihari nodded, her attention drifting. She knew she had just wasted her breath and couldn't help but smile in resignation. Should we just set a record for her? That way, if Itosuna-san asks again in half an hour, we can just play it for her? Don't bully her, okay? Just then, Mihari snapped out of her thoughts as she heard someone approaching her. Editor Minano. What brings you here? She asked, surprised. I didn't see you at your desk, so I asked around and came straight over. Minano explained, her young face betraying the maturity in her voice. Actually, there's something we need to address, but more importantly, I think there's a bigger issue on your end. Eh? Minano smiled. While I understand your excitement about your first author's work and its performance, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Both the editor-in-chief and I believe in this project's potential. But let's not forget until it hits the market, we can't predict the final outcome. Mihari nodded. The fact that the higher-ups were confident made her feel a little better. But don't get too attached to the first day's sales numbers. Minano warned. We'll see the real results in the coming days. 8:10 p.m. Mihari barely remembered how she got home. But after speaking with Minano, she'd followed her advice and went straight home for the night. She kept replaying her words in her head, feeling the weight of the situation. After a while, she gave up. Why do these big top always have to speak in riddles? What does the real results will be out in coming days? Frustrated, she opened his computer and logged into the forum. Ignoring the notification that there were over 99 unread messages, she simply thought to herself, it's just 24 out of 7 stress. But she couldn't help but wonder, why are there so few discussions about Madoka Magica today? Normally, there would be dozens of threads about it in no time, even if most of them were negative. But today, nothing. Could it be? Madoka Magica is already a flop? No way. It didn't make sense. Just then, one post caught his eye. The title was blunt and to the point. Now I declare, Madoka Magica is a masterpiece in my heart. Chapter 39, almost instinctively, Mihari clicked on the newly popped up post. The content was clear and straightforward, just like the title suggested. Another refresh. Mihari noticed a surge in the number of comments under the post. Are you serious? Magical girl equals God? Laughs wow, Shueisha's power is incredible. 50 yen per post, DM me if you're interested. Reading these comments, Mihari felt her blood pressure rising. Of course, there's a volume for sale, just take one look and you'll see the quality yet people are talking nonsense just to bash it. Can't stand seeing others doing better, huh? Though she couldn't deny Madoka Magica was a fantastic piece, calling it divine was too much, too exaggerated. Where does the company find these trolls? Can't they be a bit more professional? Complaints aside, if everyone shared a common enemy, they needed to unite. With a click of the mouse, the page updated and switched. Huh? It's just a few seconds ago, and there are already a few pages of new comments? The most extreme post had about 10 pages in 10 seconds, but this one was already closing in on that number. These trolls are getting lazy. If the wrath of the people boiled over, who would calm it down? The answer was the author. No one else could attract more hatred than the creator. It was perfectly natural for the anger to be directed their way. Wait, is this some kind of subtle troll? Mihari suddenly had a realization. She looked at the latest comments and froze. These comments weren't what she expected at all. Damn it. The post owner beat me to it. Even if I'm nailed into a coffin, I'll scream, Madoka Magica, you are my god. This is just the beginning. I need more. Keep drawing. Scrolling down, Mihari was stunned to find that over 90% of the comments were full of praise. There were a few harmless comments like has Shueisha increased its troll army? Or where's my share of this money? Hook me up. But they had no real bite. What is going on here? Where did all the usual trolls go? Realizing something was off, Mihari went back to the main page. Refresh. The most shocking and delightful work I've seen this year, Magical Girl Madoka. Tezuka Award nomination, Madoka Magica deserves it. I apologize for doubting Shueisha's decision. Thanks to the Love and Hope Warrior Sensei for such an amazing work. We all owe an apology to the Love and Hope Warrior Sensei. The story behind this makes me think. Did we ever truly understand the magical girl genre before? What made us think it was childish? Mihari stared at these new posts, her eyes wide. The phrase Madoka Magica, is my god might have been a bit ambiguous before, but now it was crystal clear. Everyone was leaning heavily into praise. Such a stunning shift made her question, was this really the same forum where everyone was trashing Madoka Magica just a day ago? Unfortunately, data never lies. A quick glance at some of the posts showed that the discussions were full of analysis and praise for the plot. Of course, there were complaints about the tragic turn for Sayaka and the cruel truths revealed by Kyubi's words. From the passionate fans' emotions, it was clear. Madoka Magica was taking off. Meanwhile, earlier that day, Tanaka, who had bought the book, rushed back home. Who would have thought I'd run into those two guys in that situation? At least in the end, the three of them reached a mutual understanding. No one blew the lid on anyone else. But that didn't stop Tanaka from chuckling at his two friends internally. Those two childish guys. They're in high school now, but they're still into stories about magical girls? After all, he was just fascinated by the characters, never caring about the plot. But 740 yen for one volume? Are you serious? That was almost enough to buy 2 volumes. Tanaka knew the price wasn't that bad for a manga with 230 pages in a large format. But since he only bought it to collect, not read, it didn't feel worth it at all. As he mourned the price, an idea started to form in his mind. Maybe he should take a peek? No. Why am I even thinking about this? Tanaka, you're a man. How can you look at something little girls like? Hee, my sweet Madoka, so cute. This transformation. So cool. Already immersed in the plot, Tanaka let out a laugh that would make his parents dial 911 if they heard it. Fortunately, he was alone in his room, and no one would see this moment that, looking back, would make Tanaka ashamed enough to erase it from his memory forever. I've got nothing to lose now. Oh, what a magnificent line. Remember, transform. And become even stronger. Go and bring victory with flair. With excitement and impatience, Tanaka flipped to the next page. Tanaka couldn't believe his eyes, his expression drained of all color. That powerful senior. She actually? The shock was so intense that Tanaka let out an uncontrollable scream, prompting his parents to rush in for a heart-to-heart talk with him. The next day, the three friends met up at their usual spot. What happened to you guys? Seeing his friends limping, Tanaka was shocked. The response he got was 2 eye rolls and the same question in return. What happened to you? The way they all walked was oddly similar, almost like they were all in the same boat. At that moment, everything was unsaid but understood. The three of them shared a knowing glance, silently heading toward Toei Agasaki Academy. After a while, Tanaka couldn't hold it in anymore and grimaced. Madoka, my Madoka. Love and hope warrior, you're dead to me. Don't make me find out who you really are. Seeing this, the other two dropped their act. Love and hope? Throwing knife-like plot around with such determination, how dare you? I can't go back, I'll never go back. Give me back my original magical girl image. I will find you, love and hope warrior. And I will kill you myself. Chapter 40, what's the sales number? Tell me, hurry up. Faced with the eager and excited Mihari, the staff member in charge of statistics sighed, though a hint of shock flickered on their face. The first week sales total is 63,648 copies. Wait, what? How much again? Mihari was stunned, repeating the number in disbelief. 63,648 copies? Even with good pre-release marketing, that figure is crazy. She remembered the initial sales prediction on day 1 were only 3,243 copies. Normally, sales would drop over time, making it uncertain whether they'd even surpass 10,000 copies for the week. Hitting 30,000 would have been a modest achievement for a non-serialized title with no built-in fan base. But this was beyond expectations. The day after the release, word from mouth to mouth exploded, and making the following sales skyrocketed. Although many comments included complaints like "Damn you, you treacherous author," or "Give me back my senpai." These were clear signs of readers' emotional investment. After all, if readers didn't care about the characters, they wouldn't bother complaining. The editor's team, including Mihari, had been exhausted but exhilarated throughout the chaotic release week. Even Mihari couldn't help but admire the chief editor's foresight in greenlighting the series. And now, the first week sales stood at a jaw-dropping 63,648 copies. "This isn't just impressive, it really is shocking," exclaimed a staff member. "Even many top-tier serialized works can't achieve these numbers." Another staff member grinned enviously at Mihari. "You're incredibly lucky. Don't forget to treat us to a celebratory meal." "Lucky?" Mihari laughed. "More, I was being blessed by a miracle author." Back at the office, as soon as she entered, her colleagues crowded around her. "How did it go, Atosuna-san? What's the first week sales figure?" Given all the buzz online and your overtime efforts lately, I'd guess over 30,000, right? 30? No way. I'd bet it hit 40,000. Seriously? Even Kinoshita-sensei's last release only sold around 38,000. He's a top-tier artist. True. Without any prior fan base, I'd say around 35,000 at most. Okay, spill it, Atosuna-san. What's the final number? With a playful smile, Mihari said, "You're all wrong. The final number is 63,648 copies." Gasps filled the room. How much? Over 63,000 copies? That's insane. Calling this person a newcomer feels unfair. These numbers rival seasoned veterans. If this continues, they might even break the coveted million sales mark. Even for established manga authors, surpassing 1 million in single-volume sales was a rare and celebrated milestone. If that happens, it'll be a dream come true for any author. Feeling triumphant, Mihari reveled in the praise and laughter from her colleagues. After promising to treat them to a meal, she excused herself to make an important call. When the phone connected, a calm and familiar voice answered. "Atosuna-san, you do remember I'm a high school student, right?" Mihari blinked. "Oh. Right. I completely forgot. It's easy to forget considering your insane talent. Flattery won't get you anywhere." Akifumi Mujio chuckled. "If I were in class, I wouldn't have answered. So what's up?" "It's about the first week sales for the manga volume." "Oh? So what's the number?" Despite his ever-calm demeanor, Mihari couldn't help but grin mischievously. 63,648 copies. Akifumi Mujio paused for a moment, then let out a light laugh. "That's pretty good, isn't it?" "What do you mean by pretty good?" Mihari's lips twitched. "You know, even the chief editor will be shocked by this. And there's a real chance we could break 1 million copies in total sales." 1 million copies? That would mean royalties in the tens of millions of yen. Now that's some exciting news. Akifumi Mujio finally sounded genuinely thrilled. Back at her desk, Mihari couldn't help but smile wryly. He really has no idea what kind of phenomenon he's creating. As Mihari hung up the call, she couldn't help but shake her head. How is this guy so calm about such groundbreaking sales? He just casually says it's pretty good? Seriously, he's just like a monster. Her admiration for Akifumi Mujio grew with each passing moment. Even seasoned professionals would be losing their minds over such a feat, yet here he was, treating it as if it were a regular school project. Back in the editing department, news of the sales spread like wildfire. Editors from different teams swarmed around her desk. "Atosuna-san, you seriously hit the jackpot." "Yeah, some of us would kill to have an author like that." "Come on, you have to host a party for this success." Their excitement was palpable, and Mihari couldn't help but bask in their enthusiasm. "I promise, I'll treat everyone." She laughed, her face beaming. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Mihari leaned back in her chair, finally able to catch her breath. Her mind, however, drifted to a thought that had been nagging her for a while. If this keeps up, Akifumi-sensei might actually be the next big name in the industry. While sales figures and accolades were thrilling, Mihari knew that maintaining this momentum was crucial. The manga industry was notoriously fickle, and the path to long-term success was filled with challenges. Still, with a genius like Akifumi Mujio leading the charge, she felt more confident than ever. Chapter 41. After hanging up the phone, Akifumi Mujio couldn't help but repeat the words in his mind, breaking record sales for 1 million copies? He wasn't particularly familiar with the nuances of the manga industry in Japan, so he had little understanding of what this meant. Curious, he instinctively searched online. "Wow, I didn't realize I was already this impressive," he muttered in disbelief. There were fewer than 50 mangaka in the entire industry with single volumes surpassing 1 million in sales. Does this mean I'm already one of the top 50 mangaka in Japan? Of course, that was just a joke. 1 or 2 successful volumes didn't mean much. What mattered was consistent output over the years. Some mangaka might not have any flashy achievements but accumulated respectable results through steady work. As for the top-tier mangaka on the charts, that was an entirely different league. Akifumi knew his own limitations. While other creators could serialize their works for years and release a dozen volumes, Madoka's remaining plotlines only allowed for 1 more volume, or maybe 2. Even if both volumes sold over 1 million copies, it still wouldn't compare to the industry giants. Granted, Madoka's setting did offer potential for endless parallel world plot lines. But unfortunately, he couldn't remember the specifics of those plotline. Although he could theoretically develop new stories based on the current world building, sequels were notoriously risky. Countless creators had stumbled in that pitfall. Without absolute confidence, Akifumi wasn't willing to touch it. If he turned a masterpiece from his previous life into a mess, he probably just better of die. He shook off these thoughts and returned to the classroom. Inside, familiar classmates were gathered in small groups. Even Shina Miharu, who had been a quiet newcomer a month ago, was now surrounded by friends. The only exceptions seemed to be Akifumi and Kato. Aside from talking to each other, no one usually bothered them. As Akifumi took his seat, Kato spoke casually without looking up. Even though you were just out for a bit, it feels like you've got something on your mind. Surprised, Akifumi glanced at her. Oh? Even you can tell? Just a feeling. Kato's expression remained neutral. If you're troubled, talking about it might help, you know. Is that something you read in a book? Kato blinked, puzzled. Isn't it true, though? Not really. Akifumi said seriously. For example, if you had a crush and were struggling with how to confess, would telling me about it make you feel better? Kato considered this for a moment before shaking her head. No. Exactly so, Akifumi. Does that mean you have a crush? Akifumi was taken aback. Wait, that was just an example. How did you jump to the conclusion that I have a crush? There were countless examples you could have chosen. Why did you pick that one specifically? She just casually replied. Good point. Why didn't he think of another example? Akifumi suddenly found himself staring at Kato. She truly lived up to her reputation as a saintly girl, scarily perceptive. He almost got caught in her trap. Just because I chose a convenient example, that doesn't mean I'm revealing anything about myself. He clarified hastily. Anyway, was there something you wanted to tell me? Was it that obvious? Kato nodded thoughtfully. I'll work on being more subtle next time. That's what she focused on? So, what's the matter? Do you have time this Saturday? Akifumi thought for a moment, and replied, I don't have any plans. Madoka's progress was unexpectedly smooth, and Ariri hadn't visited recently, probably busy preparing drafts for the summer comic market. Yeah, I'm free. Kato dragged out her response, then said seriously, then can I trouble you for a date this Saturday? A date? Akifumi instinctively touched her forehead. You don't seem to have a fever. Is there a problem with going on a date? Confronted by Kato's clear gaze, Akifumi was momentarily stunned. Did he misunderstand? The word date originally just meant a planned meeting. It's either a social or romantic appointment or engagement, but nowadays, it often implied a romantic outing. Recalling the original definition, Akifumi realized what she actually meant. No problem at all. Feigning nonchalance, he added, Saturday it is. What time and where? 10 a.m. outside Junior Harajuku Station. Are you okay with that? Junior Harajuku Station? So the destination was the Harajuku shopping district? Famous as a vibrant, youth-centric area brimming with a girlish charm, even someone like him knew about it. Got it. I'll be there. Just when Akifumi thought the conversation was over, Kato suddenly asked in a light tone, by the way, did you misunderstand earlier? Did you think I meant that kind of date? Why would you think that way? We're not even in that kind of relationship. Her voice took on a teasing lilt. Was she messing with him? Akifumi sighed inwardly. As expected, Kato is terrifying. Surprisingly, instead of feeling embarrassed, he responded playfully, that's because I do have those kinds of feelings for you. He grinned. So, how about reconsidering the meaning of our date? This time, it was her who was left speechless. Chapter 42, if you were to ask which manga is currently the most popular, you'd probably get 10 different answers from 50 people. But if you change the question to which manga has the most buzz right now, 9 out of 10 would immediately answer Madoka Magica. This overwhelming attention is thanks to the hype that hasn't waned since it won the Tezuka Award, along with the manga's undeniable high quality. Of course, it had been a week since the single-volume release, and the initial buzz had naturally waned a bit. Still, any news related to Madoka Magica continued to grab widespread attention. So that night, when Shueisha officially announced the first week sales of Madoka Magica on social media, it instantly skyrocketed to the top of trending charts. The internet exploded with reactions. Congratulations to Madoka Magica. Madoka Magica is the best. Death to the Warrior of Love, author name. My friends and I contributed to that 60k plus sales figure. By the way, Shueisha, any chance you reveal the author's address? No ulterior motives, just wanna send some local gifts. Seeing a manga I love achieve such success makes me so happy. But then I remember Mommy Tomoe's sacrifice, and I started sharpening my knife and prepare for war. Forget Mommy. At this rate, I'm convinced Sayaka's gonna die next volume. Sayaka's doom is inevitable. Kyoko and Hamura are probably next on the chopping block too. At least Madoka is safe. She's the title character, no way they'll pull a tragic ending on her, right? While regular readers might not pay much attention to sales numbers, industry professionals were blown away. Discussions heated up in countless chat groups, First week sales of 63K? Is Shueisha inflating the numbers? This is from a debut work without prior serialization? If the numbers are legit, then we've got a god-tier newcomer on our hands. The last time a phenomenon like this happened was over 10 years ago. I wonder how long it'll take Madoka Magica to hit 1 million copies. I still don't get it. How did such a dark twist on the magical girl genre become so popular? Maybe it's because it defied conventions that it succeeded. Who cares about the why? This manga has redefined magical girl stories. Time to take notes and follow the blueprint. Big brain move. Let's start copying. In the Shueisha Authors Line group, 63K in the first week? This isn't a newcomer, it's a freaking great white shark. The other winners of the Tezuka Award were just unlucky to face this behemoth. Honestly, even without Madoka Magica, the quality of this year's entries was weak. None of us had a shot at winning anyway. True, but facing a monster like this, even us veterans are shaking in our boots. No kidding. My manga, which has sold 700K total, only did 20K in its first week back then. Madoka Magica is on a whole different level. Meanwhile, in the new creators chat group, Warrior of Love Sensei, please accept our humble worship. Teach me how to draw, Sensei. Kneeling.jpg. My editor told me even Tezuka Award winners don't usually attract much readership right away. But after seeing Madoka Magica's sales, he just went silent. I'm so jealous. When will I even qualify to release a single volume? Snap out of it. Even if you qualify, you can't match that insane production speed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Feeling his phone constantly vibrate, Akifumi Mujio took it out and frowned at the flood of messages filled with praise and private chats. His expression could only be described as that classic meme, elderly man on subway scrolling through his phone. Confused, with a hint of disdain. Seriously, what happened to the pride of being a manga artist? These guys were groveling harder than professional simps. Most importantly, not a single message from a cute girl. What's the point? What's going on? Ayuri curiously asked from beside him. Akifumi immediately straightened up, discreetly pocketing his phone. Nothing much. Just a message from the teacher asking me to help tutor some classmates. PFFT, ha ha ha. Rolling his eyes at the laughter from the notorious slacker, Akifumi grumbled, "Oh, you think that's funny? Fine, I'll make sure you're on the tutoring list." Ayuri's laughter froze. No, no, no. I don't need it. By the way, check out my latest work. She eagerly pulled out drafts from her bag and handed them to him. Akifumi flipped through the pages carefully. After a while, he raised his head with a blank expression. Well? How is it? Ayuri asked expectantly. Akifumi looked exasperated. Can I ask what kind of story you're even trying to tell? Isn't it obvious? A magical girl story. I can see that, but what's the direction? Is it defeat and insect-themed humiliation, or a wholesome victory where she gets together with her love interest? Ayuri's cheeks reddened slightly, and she averted her gaze. The second one. Akifumi didn't notice her reaction and sighed. Wow, challenging yourself this time, huh? Humphrey. Ayuri crossed her arms, wearing a smug "I'm secretly pleased, but I won't admit it" expression. But where's the actual story? Akifumi asked. I haven't finished drawing it yet. So you're telling me you spent all this time drawing 7 pages full of hentai material and didn't even get to the story? Are you sure you're drawing a 20-page jinchai for summer comic and not some hentai illustration? Chapter 43, Ayuri remained silent for a moment, before letting out a sigh and saying in a tone of self-pity, I know. When I got to the 5th page, I realized something was wrong. But what could I do? I'd already drawn this much scene, and quitting now would be so unsatisfying. Seeing Ayuri's face full of frustration, Akifumi didn't let her off easily. Then why did you hesitate when you got to the story part? If you're dissatisfied, just keep drawing until the end. Show those people who doubt you that they're the ones who are wrong. That would solve it, wouldn't it? Ayuri bit her lower lip and stared at him with wide blue eyes full of grievance. Idiot. If I could be that cool, I wouldn't have ended up in this mess to begin with, right? At the same time, Akifumi couldn't help but sigh inwardly, feeling the same frustration as the girl. Why is she making things harder for herself? If you knew you weren't capable of something, why try it in the first place? Just continue drawing your usual hentai illustration. And your fans are looking forward to it. Why mess around with something else? If you have weird ideas, save them for when you have more time. You're so egoistic. Never mind. Though there were many things he wanted to criticize, at least this time her procrastination didn't kick in. The painful memories of frantically rushing to finish the manuscript in the final month made his stomach churn just thinking about it. Hey, who's so egoistic just now? The girl, who had just been looking all pitiful, now glared at him like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She pushed against his forehead with a disgusted look, trying to act tough, but her strength was so weak it posed no threat. Who else but you? Okifumi rolled his eyes, teasing her. Are you sure you want me to list all the mistakes you've made recently because of your ego? Ugh. Ariri let out a pitiful sound, and although she felt a strong sense of fear, she still braced herself and said, say it. Fine, when you're all decayed in a few hundred years, your mouth will still be as stubborn. Ariri snapped back, nonsense, it's soft. What are you looking at? You've touched it before. Ariri glared at him, and within a few seconds, her face was a fiery red. In such a situation, she still managed to stir up a strange sense of competition. Okifumi had a subtle look in his eyes, then smiled wickedly. Now that you mention it, we never got to fully experience last time, and you ran off. When Ariri saw him getting closer, her heart skipped a beat, and an ominous feeling surged in her. She stuttered, what are you doing? Okifumi paused for a moment, then honestly nodded, what do you think? What? What does that mean? Ariri blinked in confusion, quickly reacting as she realized what he meant. Her already blushing cheeks turned even redder, embarrassed and furious, but also slightly scared. Though she didn't dislike him, the situation wasn't anything like she imagined. At least, we should move to another place. But Okifumi didn't give her a chance to speak, sealing her lips with his. MMGH. Ariri let out a small cry. This time, there was no escape, and she froze for a moment, her mind going blank. 10 minutes later, looking at Ariri, who was lying on the couch with a dazed expression, like someone who just pleasured themselves, Okifumi felt his little brother got hard. But, with his strong willpower, he managed to suppress it. Though he knew she wouldn't resist anything at this point, he wanted to make her first time a good experience. This casual approach wasn't his style. Fine, I take it back. Ariri's lips are definitely soft. Ariri, who hadn't fully recovered, could only weakly glare at him with all her might. After a while, Ariri, regaining some energy, muttered, you're just bullying me. Okifumi shrugged innocently, aren't you the one who asked me, what are you going to do? She shot him a huge eye roll. Do you really have no idea what that means? Okifumi didn't mind her glare. It's not like he would lose anything, and if she was happy, that's what mattered. Let's talk about the summer CM. Okifumi said, the stuff you showed me earlier? Just keep it for yourself. You mean start over? Ariri frowned. Well, what else is there? Okifumi shrugged. Don't you think it's harder to fix something like this than to just start over from scratch? Or do you already know how the plot should go? Ariri was at a loss for words, but then she stubbornly said, but there's only a month and a half left until the summer CM. The summer CM takes place from the second Friday of August to Sunday. It was now the middle of June, so there was actually a little more than a month and a half. You've done the last-minute rush before. Ariri was speechless. After thinking for a moment, she hesitated and said, then let's start over, I guess. But doesn't that mean we need to think about what to draw? It's not like we're drawing a manga. You don't need to overthink it. Ariri countered, even if it's just a jin, story is also important. So after all these years, do you think you've improved and can write a new story? Ariri angrily muttered, can't you say something nice for me just once? Lies don't hurt, but the truth is a sharp knife. Okifumi said bluntly, the truth is, after all these years, you still haven't made any progress in your storytelling. Instead of relying on experience that you don't even have, why not try depending on me for a change? Depend on you? Ariri looked at him with suspicion, and Okifumi casually replied, well, I do know a few people in the manga industry. You know the person who drew Madoka Magica, right? Of course. After the Madoka Magica volume came out, Ariri had bought a copy immediately and became a huge fan of the Warrior of Love and Hope. Although it was violent, the fresh path it depicted shocked her. Thinking of something, Ariri looked at him suspiciously, you don't mean you actually know the author, do you? I do, actually. Huh? Ariri laughed. I'll introduce you to him next time. Really? Ariri instantly believed him. Okifumi wasn't the type to joke about such things. When? Seeing how excited Ariri was, Okifumi smiled, when you finish your summer CM work, I'll tell you. It's a deal. Ariri exclaimed, then jumped up from the couch. What are you doing? Going back to draw? Wait. Ariri didn't understand, and once again, the room was filled with her pitiful cry. Chapter 44, Friday, after school. At a cafe near Shueisha. Okifumi Mugio and Atosuna Mihari sat across from each other. This week, Madoka Magica started serialization in Weekly Shonen Jump. Okifumi began. The reader survey results show that it's currently in the top 3 rankings. Reader surveys have always been a tradition at Shueisha. By looking at the feedback form sent in by readers, you can clearly see which works are popular and which are not. Of course, this is a bit of an oversimplification. Take To Love Ru for instance. Many male readers love it, but because it's too risque, they wouldn't want anyone to know it's one of their top picks. Or consider Mangaka Box, The Strongest President, Kurakami by Nishio Aishin, which has always ranked low, but its volumes sell well. This happens because Nishio Aishin has a strong fan base, but they don't often buy Weekly Shonen Jump. Back to the topic. Okifumi thought about the plot of Madoka Magica's first chapter. It has some subtle hints about Takumi Hamura going back in time, but without knowing the full plot, it doesn't really stand out from a typical magical girl story. For a magazine primarily focused on boys manga, the magical girl genre wouldn't usually be well received. Yet, the feedback from readers was great. The only explanation for this is simple: these readers must have already bought the manga volumes and know the upcoming storylines. I didn't expect that the editor, Atosuna-san, would be the kind of person who cares about this stuff. Okifumi teased. Mihari Atosuna shrugged helplessly. What do you think adults work hard for? No matter how passionate you are, without proper rewards, that passion gets drained. For a mature adult, the only thing that can move you is a paycheck. A top 3 ranking means you got a bonus at the end of the month, and I'm counting on you for it. With that, Mihari gave Okifumi a pitiful look. I think you should rely more on the readers. Okifumi responded. By the way, as a perk, the author also gets a bonus. And it's much higher than what we editors get. Mihari looked at him enviously. Okifumi nodded seriously. I'll encourage the fans to vote for Madoka Magica more. What a change of heart. Mihari almost rolled her eyes at how fickle Okifumi was, but since she too would benefit from it, she let it slide. Hold on. Mihari Atosuna suddenly realized, aren't you still lacking an official SNS account? Okifumi shot her a big eye roll. Are you the editor, or am I? You should have thought of this yourself. Though annoyed, Mihari couldn't deny that she was in the wrong. Sorry, I'll help you apply for one when we get back. Okifumi gave her a look that said, you've finally grown up. I felt so lonely now. Don't be mad, don't be mad. Mihari breathed in deeply and tried to calm herself. Madoka Magica's sales are dropping this week, but breaking 100,000 copies sales should be no problem. Mihari Atosuna added. Second week sales drop? That's normal. Don't worry. Okifumi said. But 100,000 copies sales sure is impressive. Mihari nodded instinctively before realizing, wait, wasn't this supposed to be my line? Then she thought, wait a minute. This boy work is doing so well, and she's getting more salary and bonuses. So that makes him my boss, and Shueisha is just the middleman paying the salary. Of course, I'm still the editor, she told herself, feeling a little better about it. After discussing the latest situation, Mihari asked with a serious look, so, Okifumi-sensei, what did you ask to meet about today? Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Okifumi waved his hand, signaling him to relax. I finished Madoka Magica already. I'm here to give you the next batch of pages. You finished it? Mihari blinked. Actually, you didn't have to work so hard. The last batch of pages you gave me will last for quite a while. For example, the volume that's already out has 12 chapters, which is enough for over 2 months. You could afford to slack off a little, no problem. True, but I'm not drawing Madoka Magica anymore. Sure enough. Mihari put a hand to her forehead, realizing this guy was a problem child. But fixing these issues was part of her job as the editor. She clenched her fist and took a deep breath, ready to defend her editor honor. With a big smile, she meekly asked, did something happen at home, Okifumi-sensei? If you need anything, feel free to let me know. The company is more than happy to help. Okifumi stared at him, confused. What are you talking about? I'll be blunt. Mihari Atosuna said seriously, with Madoka Magica doing so well, why are you choosing to end it? End it? When did I say that? Mihari Atosuna was disappointed, but you just said you wouldn't be drawing Madoka Magica anymore. I've finished it. Why would I draw more? So you've finished it. Mihari sighed in relief, but then her eyes went wide in shock. You finished it? She gasped loudly enough to attract the attention of everyone around them. Mihari didn't care. You mean the pages you gave me aren't just for the next issue, but for the entire Madoka Magica series until the end? That's right. Huh? She couldn't process it. How fast could this guy work? It's almost as if his creative speed is like an electric motor. But wait. No way, even with how fast he works, a long series can't possibly be finished this quickly. Unless... How many more volumes will there be for Madoka Magica? She asked cautiously. 1. Okifumi replied. As expected. Mihari Atosuna couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Okifumi-sensei, Madoka Magical has so much potential. You don't have to end it so soon. Once I've finished telling the story I wanted to, it's time to end it. Don't you think it's a waste? Next time, you might not be able to come up with a hit like this, and getting another serialization opportunity isn't guaranteed. Also, creating a new story is no easy feat. If you're worried about that, there's no need to be. Actually, I've already started the next story. I've finished the first part of it. Huh? Mihari sat there in shock, unable to process it. Did I hear that right? If not, when did drawing manga and creating story get so easy? Chapter 45. After bidding farewell to Okifumi Mugio, Atosuna Mihari didn't even remember how she made her way back to the office. Does this world really have such monsters' talent? Or is he just messing with me using his old work? These two thoughts kept swirling in her mind. She barely managed to greet the colleagues who spoke to her along the way, eventually making it back to her desk. Overthinking won't change anything. Anyway, let's just take a look first. With the two works in hand, Mihari didn't hesitate for a second and chose Madoka Magica. If she were to just go along with things, she would never agree to let it end like this. This was for that annoying guy, and also for herself. At the end of the first volume, Kiwi's true identity was revealed a little. Though it looked like a cute pet on the outside, its corrupted form was truly evil, sending chills down the spine. Many people who had first seen it thought it was adorable, but now, they wished they could travel back in time and slap their past selves forever thinking that. Mihari was no exception. Of course, from an editor's perspective, she had to admit that the character was perfectly crafted. It was designed to seem so cute before its true nature was revealed, and when the truth came out, it was so sinister, it made you feel pure hatred from the heart. It was the kind of hatred that wouldn't be soothed even after hundreds of attempts to destroy it. The seamless transition between these two faces in one character, this skill alone would leave countless new creators in awe. At the same time, in the final chapter, some truth about the magical girls was also exposed. The real magical girl had already died the moment they became one. Their body turned into a puppet, only moving but unable to feel pain. The true self, the soul, was transformed into a soul gem. If the distance between the body and the soul gem became too large, they would lose contact. The body would turn into a true empty shell. This concept gives me the chills just thinking about it. Mihari couldn't help but exclaim. The logic of it all was so tight, it felt right in the deepest part of her heart. It just made sense. When she took a step back, a half-month after the release of the volume, someone online had already made a logical guess. The so-called witch was the transformation of the magical girl. When the soul gem becomes fully corrupted, it turns into the seed of sorrow and becomes a witch that a magical girl should destroy. Although the plot hadn't clarified it yet, based on all the previous hints, this guess had already been accepted by 99%. The remaining 1% was just waiting for the official confirmation. With this in mind, when Sayaka turned into a witch, Mihari calmly accepted it. When Kyoko tried to bring Sayaka back to her former self, but could only walk toward a non-existent heaven with Sayaka in tragic silence, Mihari felt a silent sadness. When Hamura's backstory was fully revealed, her endless despair in the repeated loops, still holding on with immense willpower, doing everything for that one person. I'm from the future. I've met you countless times, and witnessed your death countless times. How can I save you? To find the answer, I've come back countless times. I'm sorry, you probably don't understand, it must be disgusting, right? As the tears slid down the girl's cheeks and that helpless expression appeared in front of her. With every repetition, you and my timeline drift further apart. Our feelings also drift away, and our words become harder to understand. I've probably been lost for a long time, haven't I? This monologue, combined with the powerful visuals, left Mihari, despite her editorial mindset, moved to tears. With the arrival of the Witch's Night, the main character, Madoka, finally voiced her wish. I want to eliminate all the witches, even before they appear. In all universes, past and future witches, I'll eliminate them all with my own hands. I don't want the people who believe in hope to cry. I want them to keep smiling till the end. I'll change the rules that hinder them. I'll break them. This is my wish. By this point, Mihari's tears were brimming, overwhelmed. A teenage girl, sacrificing herself to give hope to the world, saving others and the world. The price was even more painful than death. No words could express how cruel this was for the girl. The world gained new hope, but Madoka was permanently erased from it. Even her parents, who loved her, wouldn't remember her. And for Hamura, she the only one person who still remembered Madoka. How cruel was this? Mihari didn't know. But she truly felt the love and hope through these illustrations. Even if the love and hope weren't the endings she wished for. But It's because of the regrets and imperfections that it becomes unforgettable. From an editor's perspective, this ending was perfect. This guy had planned this from the start. Is that why he chose such a nickname? The Warrior of Love and Hope. Sitting at her desk, Atosuna Mihari thought long and hard, unable to speak for a while. After some time, she couldn't help but sigh heavily. This guy really doesn't give any opportunities for a comeback. Clearly, if the focus had shifted to Hamura, the content could have expanded much more. What kind of interactions would the other girls have in different timelines? Could there have been a better ending? But this guy wrapped it all up in less than 100 pages and ended it decisively. Sure enough, he's still too young. Young people often value personal honor over the money that so many people chase after, and aiming for a high level, don't they? Mihari couldn't help but imagine a reason. With such a perfect ending, can't find any reason to reject it. Damn it. She had just gotten close to him, and now he was disappearing in the blink of an eye? Right. He said he drew a new work. Even if it doesn't match Madoka Magica, as long as it's half as good, the reader should still love it, right? With this thought in mind, Mihari picked up the second manuscript from him with a mix of anticipation and nervousness. As the outer wrapping paper was removed, a girl in a pure white dress, with silver hair slightly disheveled, and a playful smile on her face, gazed at the viewer with a gentle expression as if looking through time itself. No matter how many times I see it, I have to admit that this guy's art is just so comfortable. She sighed, her eyes falling to the title of the work. Anohana, the flower we saw that day. Mihari couldn't help but curl her lips. Is this guy writing a light novel or what? Chapter 46, Flashback. It happened at Monday, at 10 p.m. Even if witches never appear in this world again, the curses of human existence won't disappear. The world's distortion has changed shape, and now it watches from the darkness, peeking into the obscure. Though the world continues to repeat sorrow and hatred, and it's beyond saving, this is still the place she wanted to protect. I still remember clearly, I'll never forget her. So, I'll keep fighting. The girl in the image arched like a crescent moon, her face devoid of much expression. A pink satin ribbon, belonging to someone, tied her black hair into twin tails, but her face showed no emotion. In her eyes, there was an unmistakable sadness. Don't forget, always, somewhere, someone is fighting for you. As long as you remember her, you are not alone. Feathers of gods and demons intertwined. Time seemed to rewind to the day when the wheel of fate first started turning. A pink-haired girl held the hand of another, with braided hair, her face glowing with a bright smile. We're already friends. From the past to the future, always. Yeah. The other girl also smiled back, her eyes warm and full of sweetness. Forever. At the very end, the scene lingered on their backs. As the final stroke of the pen was drawn, Akifumi let out a deep sigh of relief. A smile spread across his face, one he couldn't hide. Finally finished. He had started this work in early April, and now, it was nearing the end of June. After almost 3 months and close to 500 pages of artwork, even a full-time manga artist with assistants could only manage such a feat with difficulty. Not to mention, all of this was completed by Akifumi alone. A wave of intense accomplishment flooded his heart, followed by a tinge of emptiness and melancholy. It felt just like when you finish something, only to realize the void that follows. Does finishing a manga really have such a lingering effect? Akifumi smiled bitterly and shook his head. He took a moment to adjust his mood. Now, I can finally take it easy. But before he could finish his thought, flashes of memories suddenly popped into his mind. It was like stepping into a scorching summer day. The buzzing of cicadas in his ears, the sound of a game controller clicking, and the scene of a shabby room with no air conditioning, a boy covered in sweat, and a TV playing loud game sounds. The scene shifted to an old alley. A pair of high school students, a boy and a girl, walked side by side, chatting. I hate it, it's not like that. No way, you definitely grew up, huh? Hey. But I like. Nishina. Nishina. Nishina, Nishina. Don't let your inferior genes survive, you bunch of horny machines. The boy cursed with frustration. Is this the lip monster? A silver-haired girl appeared out of nowhere, leaning close to the boy with a puzzled look. No, woman just have low IQ. The girl didn't mind the boy's snark, rubbing against him like a kitten while explaining. But it does look like it, right? Look at those thick lips. If you say that, the uncle at the abacus class also counts as a lip monster. At that moment, the boy suddenly realized something, his gaze snapping to the side. In the next instant, it was as if he saw something unbelievable, and the popsicle in his mouth fell to the ground. But, Nuntai? Nuntai? The girl looked at the boy in confusion. The boy put down his game controller and stood up from the tatami mat. The summer monster is really quite ferocious. As the boy spoke, the scene sped by, like flipping through someone's life. A few minutes later, Akifumi Mugio rubbed his temples, a tired sigh escaping his lips. Is this a sign that I've been taking it too easy with drawing manga? Is the universe trying to challenge me? There was no doubt the scenes he just saw were memories from his past life. This confirmed his earlier suspicion that whenever a manga ended, more memories would resurface, stored as clearly as data in his mind. And those memories he just saw were from a very famous anime from his past life, Anohimita Hana no Nami wo Bakataki wa Mata Shiranai, Anohana, also known as that flower or Anohana. This is really pushing it. Akifumi Mugio muttered. Anohana was an original anime. He couldn't just jump from being a manga artist straight into adapting an anime, could he? That would be unrealistic. Though there were other stories in his memories, Akifumi Mugio wasn't planning on drawing them. First off, the art style didn't fit, and secondly, the themes didn't suit a high school student like him who wasn't even 18 yet. So, guess I'll have to try adapting Anohana into a manga. This was troublesome. Just thinking about turning a 24-minute anime into a manga made his head spin. The panel layout, content distribution, how to make the story interesting in just 20 pages. All these problems would be on him to solve. Well, it's a bit of a challenge, but it's not impossible. Maybe he couldn't have created a masterpiece like Madoka Magica. But his years of experience in the manga industry shouldn't be underestimated. As long as he could rewatch a work over and over again, the only challenge would be how much time it would take. Alright, let's give this a shot. His previous thoughts of slacking off were replaced with a competitive drive. He began thinking, sketching, and working non-stop, even skipping class when necessary. Flashback and finally, I finished the first chapter last night. On the subway, Akifumi Mugio brought himself back to the present. It wasn't so much about rushing today, but it was a good timing to submit the continuation of Madoka Magica and the first chapter of Anohana to his editor. I wonder if Anohana will pass the review? There was no way to fully tell the 24-minute episode in just 20 pages of manga. He had only managed to outline some background information and couldn't even get to the main storyline yet. But with all these hints, they should catch on, right? Besides, Shueisha has the most professional editors in the industry. They won't just reject a chapter right off the bat, will they? Akifumi Mugio was somewhat confident in his artwork, and with the healing genre of the story, there was definitely potential in the market. As he thought this, a sense of unease started creeping in. I didn't feel this way when I submitted Madoka Magica. Maybe it was because, in a way, this was an half-original creation of his? The former was like copying answers, but this felt more like reading comprehension, leaving a vague reference point for others to figure out based on their own skill. He slapped his cheek and shook off the anxiety. Whatever. If it doesn't pass, I'll take this time to rest and refine the content. If it does pass, well, I'll deal with the future when it comes. Chapter 47, Saturday. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. The sound of a completely unfamiliar alarm woke Akifumi. He reached out to turn it off, shaking his head slightly as his still sleepy brain throbbed. After sitting up in bed for a while and becoming more awake, he sighed with mixed emotions. The person who made this game probably spent a lot of time in a mental hospital. Madoka Magica was finally complete, and the first episode of Anohana was done. Now, it was just a matter of waiting for the results to come in. As for Iriri, that girl hadn't shown up all week. The reasons? Either she was desperately trying to catch up on work or she was too shy. He'd promised to help back in May, but here we were, and she hadn't even started yet. Looking back now, it felt a bit like worrying for nothing. In any case, Akifumi had no work left to do now. No work. And it was the weekend. That meant it was time to play some games to reward himself, right? So, without much time to browse, he bought a game called Only Up on Steam, after receiving a warm recommendation from a bunch of online users. What happened next? After a whole night of playing, with endless climbing, falling, and torturous gameplay, Akifumi finally uninstalled the game at 1 a.m., throwing in a few choice words for the users who recommended it. Who would have thought that the torment of the game would follow him into his dreams? In the dream, just as he was about to reach the top, he kept falling back down to the very start. Even if the alarm hadn't gone off, he would have been jolted awake by the nightmare. Stupid game, stupid developer, don't let me catch you in real life. After cursing the game one more time to vent his frustration, Akifumi finally got out of bed to start his morning routine. He made breakfast, brushed his teeth, and ate. About half an hour passed. It was now 8:50 a.m. He had an hour before his meeting with Kato at 10 a.m. Plenty of time. He changed into a white short-sleeve shirt and khaki shorts. Considering it was late June, with the temperature already rising in Tokyo, his outfit was perfectly normal. But with his standout looks, he quickly became the center of attention as he walked. By the time he arrived at Junior Harajuku Station, he'd already been approached by women wanting to strike up conversations almost 10 times, if he counted them all. No matter where he is, Okifumi always gets so much attention, doesn't he? Kato commented with a neutral expression. It was hard to tell if she was genuinely envious or just teasing him. Probably the latter? Okifumi smiled. If a beautiful girl like you were to approach me, I will accept them right away. Beautiful girl? Me? Kato blinked, a little surprised. I've never heard that before. But I'm a bit happy about it. But you must have said that to lots of girls before, right? No way. I've never said anything like that before. Kato's expression remained deadpan. Okifumi laughed inwardly, adding to himself, well, in this world at least, it's the first time I said that. Should I felt a little bit happier just now? Well, if you're happy, Kato, you should show it in your face. But Kato didn't respond to his teasing. Okifumi shook his head and then asked, so, what's the plan for today? Harajuku Shopping District. Just as he'd expected, Kato mentioned the place he thought of first. But. I know that, but I meant, what exactly are we doing there? We're going shopping, of course. Kato looked at him as if he were a clueless child. I mean, Okifumi-kun, you're so good at academics. Why would you not know something so simple? Is this what it means to just good at studying? She teased. Okifumi fell silent for a moment before breaking into a smile. You're right, Kato. Shall we go then? It was clear Kato was hiding something she didn't want to reveal. But what could it be? What could someone who only had me as a friend possibly be hiding? His curiosity was piqued. It was still before 10 a.m., but when he looked around, the area outside the shopping district was already crowded. Once inside, it only got worse. Today, Kato was wearing a white sleeveless dress with a red cardigan draped. Her pale, long legs were as smooth as ivory, making her look like a beautiful sight wherever she went. If she had added a white beret to her outfit, she would have perfectly recreated the classic image from a story. Every time I see you, Kato, it feels unreal. Kato gave him a puzzled look. You're such a cute girl, but why does it feel like you have zero presence? Kato fell silent for a moment before replying, why would Okifumi-kun think I'm cute? Because you're cute. Okifumi shrugged. I'm not just saying this to be polite. It's just how I feel. Kato was quiet for a while before she spoke again. But, honestly, even the teachers in our class don't really pay attention to me. Before he could respond, she continued, I think someone like Shina-san is the truly cute one. She easily attracts everyone's attention, and they genuinely like her. Okifumi raised an eyebrow. So you think Shina-san gets all that attention just because she's cute? Because she's cute and everyone likes her? Kato tilted her head, confused. I always thought you were pretty smart, Kato, but I guess I was wrong. He said with a smirk. You're a total idiot. Kato didn't seem offended, though. Instead, she answered calmly, I've never claimed I'm smart. But I don't think I'm an idiot either. Okifumi chuckled. Idiots never admit they're idiots. Whether or not people pay attention to you or like you, does that really have anything to do with being cute? Maybe being cute does make it easier to get attention, but in the end, it's really about the person's personality. No one likes someone who's annoying, no matter how cute they are. But people will happily be friends with someone who's easy to get along with. Just like me, I'm not popular, am I? So, with your reasoning, Kato, doesn't that make you the real idiot? Chapter 48, Making Others Think That They Are an Idiot, that is really cruel, Okifumi. If it were anyone else, they'd probably be crushed by that remark. But Kato's expression remained calm as she said, maybe you're right, but are you serious about the other thing? Huh? About you being unpopular. Eh? Could it be that I'm unexpectedly popular among the girls at school? Okifumi touched his chin, a little surprised. He hadn't received love letters since the second half of his first year, nor had any girls come to talk to him. So, to think that he was secretly popular? He didn't mind this version of reality. Kato gave him a rare deadpan look. Saying others are idiots. Don't you look a bit like one yourself? How could I even know that? I don't have any friends at school, you know. No friends equals no access to information, right? Okifumi had his doubts. Given her assassin-like abilities, she could probably learn everything. Even the exam answers. With a little effort, right? I feel like Okifumi is thinking some really rude about me. TCH. She's so sharp. No, not at all. He quickly denied it, trying to steer the conversation back. So, what do you mean, Kato? On the way here, didn't you also get approached by a lot of people? Doesn't that count as being popular? How does she know about that? Is she stalking me from somewhere? Okifumi froze, staring at Kato in disbelief. It's kind of rude to stare at a person like that, you know. I'm sorry. He quickly apologized, then added, but those people were just interested in my body, not my popularity. Really, now she stretched out her words, even though her expression didn't change. Akifumi could tell she wasn't convinced. We are here. With a simple statement, Kato stopped in front of a clothing store. A men's clothing store? Akifumi raised an eyebrow, glancing at Kato. Are you going to? I'm buying a gift for my father. Kato said it plainly. His birthday is coming up, and I wanted to get him something nice. Akifumi sighed with relief. If she'd wanted him to help her pick out clothes for some other man, that would have been trouble. Her reason made sense, no need to question it. She had no friends, so who else would she be buying gifts for but her family? Is it a suit set? What kind of style does your dad like? Kato thought for a moment and shook her head. Not necessarily a suit, and I don't know what kind of style he likes. He's always working and wears suits. No clues to go on? Akifumi nodded. Well, let's go in and take a look. Kato nodded, agreeing. Good afternoon, how can I help you? We'll just look around for now. Okay. Ignoring the cheerful sales assistant, the two casually wandered around the store. This one, and this one. Kato picked out clothes, trousers, and jackets in various styles. Before long, she had so many items in her arms that she could barely hold them all. Why are you picking out so many clothes? Akifumi asked, puzzled. Trying them on. Oh. He nodded instinctively, then widened his eyes. Who are you planning to try them on for? Kato blinked, confused. Didn't I say? No. Oh, well, then can you help me? She clasped her hands together, earnestly asking for his help. Akifumi stared at the stack of clothes she was holding, now more than 10 pieces. My dad and you have similar builds, could you help me? She used polite speech. Akifumi sighed in resignation. Next time, if you don't explain, I'm never agreeing to this kind of thing again. Thank you for your help, Akifumi. Kato's smile flashed, but Akifumi didn't catch it as he turned to leave the store. Half an hour later, exhausted, Akifumi followed Kato out of the store. The next store is on the 3rd floor? Did she just say that in that cold voice? We've been at this for half an hour non-stop. Not even a break for water, not even a chance to catch my breath. Not even a mule on a farm gets treated this way. Akifumi gave her a deadpan look. As a thank you for helping me today, I've already prepared a gift. I'm sure you'll like it. A gift? Akifumi couldn't help but scan Kato up and down. Her dress and jacket didn't have pockets, and the small purse she was carrying only had a phone and some cash inside. So, what's this gift you prepared for me? He was starting to get curious now. Let's go, aren't you going to take a break? No need, she was more interested in the shopping than the gift itself. Thank you for helping today, Akifumi. By this point, Akifumi was too tired to say much. He just waved his hand weakly. From a little past 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., the only break they had was for lunch. It wasn't even the physical exhaustion that was bothering him. It was more that he felt emotionally drained. Luckily, Kato hadn't dragged him into more clothes fitting. Instead, they were now looking at other small items. This is your payment for today. Kato handed him a bag with a small smile. Akifumi froze, not reaching for it right away. Isn't this the gift you were buying for your father? Nope. Kato shook her head. My dad's body shape has changed, so he's not like Akifumi. So, I tricked you. From the start, it was all to get a gift for you. She winked playfully. Today's the main event for Akifumi, so it's only fair that you work a little for it, right? Thinking back, there were a lot of holes in her story, and if he dug deeper, he'd probably find the truth. Akifumi laughed bitterly. Your acting skills are pretty impressive. Thanks for the compliment. But why did you suddenly want to buy me a gift? Why? Kato tilted her head. Isn't tomorrow your birthday, Akifumi-kun? Of course I should give a gift to a friend, right? Tomorrow's my birthday. Akifumi blinked, then remembered the date. June 24th. Wasn't tomorrow his birthday? You even forgot your own birthday. Akifumi, you're so careless. Noticing his expression, Kato's tone softened a bit. Well, it's because I've been so busy lately. Akifumi rolled his eyes but smiled. Dragging the birthday boy around to pick out his own gift. That's kind of excessive. But thanks you, Kato. This is definitely a gift that satisfies me. It wasn't about what he got, but the thought behind it that meant the most. Hearing that, Kato smiled faintly. I'm glad you like it, Akifumi. Chapter 49, Hey kid, happy birthday. Ouch, why are you hitting me? Why are you even asking? Don't you know why? Give me the phone. Huh? We haven't talked in so long, I wanted to have a quick chat with that kid. Huh? Hearing those familiar voices on the other end of the line, Akifumi couldn't help but smile warmly. Hey, Mujio, it's me. Your dad forced me to go out from the living room and do the dishes. Did Dad get you mad again? That man's the one to blame. Mentioning it, Akifumi Nakui's irritation flared up again. We were supposed to be home yesterday, according to the plan. But he secretly took on another job. Akifumi sighed in resignation. So, does this mean you won't be able to come home this time either? I'm sorry, Mujio. Thinking back, this wasn't the first time it had happened. Since about the 5th grade, on every birthday, they were never around. Either they came home a few days late, or something came up right before his birthday and they had to leave early. It was probably around then that his personality started becoming more withdrawn. He immersed himself in the world of anime, where he felt more comfortable. They felt guilty about it, so when it came to money, they were never stingy. They provided his basic living expenses without question, and anything else he wanted, they'd get it for him. Despite not having anyone around to look after him, he hadn't gone astray. He even kept his top grades. It was almost a miracle. Any normal 16-year-old kid would probably be angry, right? Disappointed time and time again by the most important people in his life. But still. Well, it can't be helped. Mujio, are you upset? Nope, Akifumi replied with a smile. For you and Dad, this job is a lifelong passion. How could I get in the way of that? Huh, so you're really not upset? Akifumi Nakui sounded a bit surprised, then spoke with a touch of warmth. Mujio, you really have grown up. If you really think I've grown up, then stop trying to trick me like I'm still a kid. Akifumi sighed. Dad's probably there with you, right? Haha, Nakui, looks like this kid caught on. Akifumi's voice came from the background with a hint of embarrassment. You idiot. Bang. Is this what it's like to have a wife that have a black belt in karate? How scary. Akifumi silently mourned for his dad in his heart. A few seconds later, the phone went quiet again. Akifumi Nakui spoke awkwardly. When did you figure it out? It's always the same excuses. If you're going to make up excuses, at least put some effort into it. And besides, do you think Dad would have the courage to take on a task behind your back? I knew you guys wouldn't fool me like that. In his heart, Akifumi silently gave a thumbs up to Akifumi, but his face showed guilt. It's my fault. His survival instincts were on full display. But Akifumi Nakui didn't seem to care, still awkwardly continuing. So, you've known this whole time? By the way, what do you want for your birthday this year? Now that was a really awkward topic change. Akifumi shook his head, thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up, and a playful grin appeared on his face. For a gift, I'd like a little sister. Akifumi's eyes lit up, almost shouting out good job. Akifumi Nakui, on the other hand, looked embarrassed and scolded. What are you talking about, you kid? Well, you guys are never around, and I'm pretty lonely. Now that I've thought about it, you could start trying in July, and by next May, you could have a little baby. Just bear with it for another year, and once the baby's 1 year old, I'll be ready for college. You don't want to take care of the baby? You could just leave it to me. And you guys aren't even that old. Mom, you're only 38. Even though it's considered high risk, people in their 50s are still having kids. You've got the advantage here. By the way, hey, Mom, are you listening? Hello? Beep beep beep. Hearing the busy tone, Akifumi smiled brightly. Ding dong. His phone vibrated, and a new message alert sounded. You've got guts, messing with your mom like that. Akifumi chuckled. Well, neither you nor Mom are around, what's there to be afraid of? Don't say it like that, you better watch out, your mom might buy a plane ticket and come back to take care of you. Well, that's even better. A brief silence. By the way, do you have enough money this month? Should I send you more? I heard there's this manga called Well or Meiji Madoka Magica that's really popular. You're into stuff like that, so I bet you'll want to buy some comics or figures. That stuff gets pretty expensive. By the way, have you made any new friends recently? Even though I don't mind you staying at home, I hope you have someone to celebrate with on occasions like this. You know, with what we do, your mom and I, we probably can't ever quit this job. But if there's one thing we really regret, it's that we don't spend enough time with you. Don't mind your mom being mad right now, she may hung up on you now. But she might actually consider your suggestion though. If you get that little sister, don't think you're off the hook. Reading all this from his dad brought a warm feeling in Akifumi's heart. Even though they weren't physically present, they seemed to know more about his life than many parents who were always around. Simply putting in the effort to understand his interests already showed how much they cared, more than most parents. Such a big guy, trying to be all emotional. Money's fine, Don't worry. I'm not going to be shy about it, since I'm the abandoned one. I'm not some friendless loser. I'm pretty popular. I just got a gift yesterday. As for favors, let's see when you really get me that little sister first. By the way, are you sure you don't mind Mom seeing this? Come on, we're both guys here, what's there to worry about? I always let her have her way anyway. There's no shame in letting your woman have a little power. A message has been deleted. A message has been deleted. Okifumi smiled. Deleting doesn't help, I already took a screenshot. You kid, how fast are your hands? Get me 2 limited edition figures, which ones? I'll tell you when I decide. Deal. By the way, anything new on your side? TSK, you wouldn't care about this stuff. Why bother telling you? It'd be like playing the lute to a cow. Still, Okifumi started sharing his experiences, clearly from the heart. This time we went to India. They found a strange mask from under there. A strange mask? Okifumi couldn't help but imagine something in his mind, his expression becoming a bit uncertain. Isn't this supposed to be the normal crossover world for anime and manga? There shouldn't be anything too weird popping up, right? Chapter 50, it was 12 p.m. Half an hour ago, he was feeling a bit hungry. Okifumi took out his phone and ordered some nearby takeout. Now, he was just waiting for it to arrive. If I had to say, a birthday is just another normal day. He thought. Kids might get excited about it, but as you get older, some people might even forget how old they are without counting on their fingers first. As for the chat with his dad, it had already ended an hour ago. They were currently in Europe, with a time difference of about 9 hours. As a mature child, Okifumi knew not to disturb them. After seeing the photo of the mask that Okifumi had sent, he sighed in relief. Fortunately, it wasn't what he had imagined. Otherwise, it might have been a disaster. His parents could have gone from being busy to just gone. Not thinking too much about it, he turned his attention back to the 3rd volume of Love Metronym, which he had bought from the bookstore a few days ago but hadn't had time to read thoroughly yet. Before regaining his past life's memories, he had been a huge fan of Kasumi Yutako-sensei. He always bought 3 copies per volume, one for himself, one for his collection, and one to recommend to others. After all, her works were truly great. Even though the first 2 volumes had a somewhat raw, inexperienced feel to them, the sense of love they conveyed was irresistible. The 3rd volume, which he was reading now, felt much more mature in terms of writing. Still, even though it's the best one yet, the sales are still declining. He muttered. It was obvious why. With the earlier volumes not doing so well, the promotional resources for later ones were significantly reduced. Of course, this had nothing to do with him. Even though he knew Kasumi Yutako's real name, appearance, and school, he had no direct interaction with the beautiful senpai. In the original story, Love Metronome was nearly discontinued after the 2nd volume, but thanks to the help of Taki Tomoya, it had shot to success. Fortunately, that didn't happen in this timeline. For now, Okifumi was just an ordinary fan, quietly reading Kasumi Yutako's new work, and nothing more. Meanwhile, a young girl was nervously standing outside a door, fist clenched, ready to knock. But recalling what had happened the last time, she hesitated and lowered her hand. Ugh. She sighed, her heart filled with frustration. I'm such an idiot. She thought back to when he had asked so eagerly about the cakes she bought last time, and how she had been too angry because of what had happened the day before. She had completely ignored him. Since then, their brief exchanges had stopped entirely. Why is it like this? She muttered, feeling guilty. But I can't back down now. Shina Miharu clenched her fist, encouraging herself. Today's Okifumi-kun's birthday. She needed to at least hand him the gift. It wouldn't be enough to express her thanks, but it was definitely better than doing nothing. Okifumi's birthday wasn't a secret. Back when school started, as a popular boy, many details about him were in the public, including his birthday. Just as she was about to gather the courage to knock on the door, someone spoke from behind. Shina Miharu turned around and saw a man in restaurant uniform, apologetically looking at her. Apostrophe? Do I know him? The girl thought, but before she could speak, the man spoke again. I'm so sorry. The restaurant was really busy, so your order took longer to arrive than expected. He bowed deeply, apologizing profusely. Caught off guard by the man's intensity, Shina Miharu hesitated before saying, It's fine. The man sighed in relief and continued. That'll be 3,680 yen, please. Is this from Okifumi-san's order? The girl took a moment to realize what had happened. She wanted to explain, but seeing the man's nervous expression, she couldn't bring herself to say anything. Never mind. Since it was already a misunderstanding, she figured it was better to let it continue. She didn't want to make him apologize again. After pulling out money from her small bag, She counted the bills. 1, 2, 3. Her fair skin flushed slightly as she counted, feeling embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't bring enough money when I left. I only have 3,350 yen. Could you wait while I go get the rest? So embarrassing, so embarrassing. Why does this kind of thing always happen to me? She groaned inwardly as her cheeks turned red. The man paused, then smiled and waved it off. It's fine, don't worry about it. If that's all you have, consider it a gift for the delay. The restaurant is still busy, so I'll head back now. He took the money from her, waved, and left without another word. Once he was out of sight, Shina Miharu returned to her senses. Looking at the cake in her left hand, her small bag, and the large takeaway in her right, she began to reflect. I did something stupid again. She wasn't exactly wealthy, yet she had gone through all this trouble. But this just means there's no excuse for me to back out now. If she just left with the takeout, it would cause trouble for both a Kifumi-kun and a delivery man. Taking a deep breath, Shina Miharu knocked on the door. I'm coming, a Kifumi's voice called from inside. Her heart, which had calmed a little, suddenly raced again. Click. The door opened, and a Kifumi appeared. When he saw her standing there, he froze for a moment before speaking automatically. Shina-san, when did you start working at the restaurant? Chapter 51. Inside the living room, a Kifumi Mujio scratched his head, letting out an awkward laugh. Ha, sorry about that. I thought you were the one delivering the takeout for me, Shina-san. Shina Miharu, sitting on the sofa, looked embarrassed. I should be the one apologizing, though. I was the one who decided to pay for the meal. Ha. A Kifumi Mujio couldn't help but laugh. Huh? Miharu looked at him, puzzled. Well, it just feels a little silly for us to apologize back and forth over something so small. Miharu smiled sheepishly. You're right. It does seem kind of silly. It really was a small thing, but they make it feel much more serious. By the way, Shina-san, would you like something to drink? Just water is fine. Your taste is so bland. Bland? Well, in this hot weather, wouldn't an ice cold soda be perfect? Miharu blinked, a little confused. Then, apologetically, she replied, actually, I've never had one before, so I don't know what its taste like. Never had soda before? Okifumi paused, then quickly realized. Someone who didn't know Miharu well might think she was joking. After all, it's more believable that someone has never had soda than to claim they are the first emperor of Japan. Miharu's situation was quite different. While children of divorced parents often still receive some love and care, Miharu had never really received any love from her own parents. Since she was little, her caretaker Koki Kujikawa had been the one to look after her, and even the basics like pocket money were tightly controlled. So, there was never any extra money spent on something like soda. But if you recommend it, then I'll give it a try. Okifumi snapped out of his thoughts when he heard her reply and nodded with a smile. Yasha, one Coke from the fridge is on the way. He took a bottle of Coke from the fridge and handed it to Miharu. Even though she had never tried it, she'd seen others drink it and knew how to open it. But no matter how hard she tried, the bottle wouldn't budge. Okifumi smiled, took the bottle back, twisted off the cap, and handed it back. Miharu smiled awkwardly, holding the bottle in both hands. As she tilted it back to take a sip, her smooth, pale skin looked dazzling. As the Coke slid down her throat, she frowned for a second before her face relaxed. Then how is it? It's a taste a little strange, Miharu said, thinking it over. The taste of artificial sweeteners is a bit too sweet, but it's not unpleasant. The coldness feels nice, and the bubbles tickling your taste buds give a fun sensation. So, do you like it? Miharu nodded, but then shook her head. I know it's not really good for your body, but even though it's an artificial sweet, it's hard not to enjoy it. Yeah, as a human who always been a virus carrier, who cares about what's healthy or not? Miharu chuckled and didn't linger on that topic. As the conversation died down, the atmosphere became a little awkward. Miharu, who had been calm just moments ago, now fidgeted nervously. She sipped her Coke slowly to mask her unease. Sigh. Seeing her act like this, Akifumi couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in her school persona. If she could just be a little more genuine in school, it would make things a lot more natural. He smiled to himself, then asked, So, Miharu, you came over today to give me a birthday gift, right? Is that the birthday cake? Why yes. Miharu jumped up from the couch, clearly nervous, and her words were jumbled. I also wanted to mention, you asked me about the cake's form last time I visit. And where I got them from. Actually, those. Didn't you make them yourself, Shino-san? Okifumi chimed in, completing her sentence. Huh? Miharu's eyes widened in surprise. How did you know? You sit behind me in class. Sometimes when you talk to others, I overhear you. Okifumi winked with a smile. You said you are really good at cooking, Shina-san. Though, I wasn't sure at first. Being good at cooking didn't necessarily mean you made food often. But after seeing this cake today, I was sure. At that moment, Okifumi remembered something he almost forgot. By the way, I almost forgot. You covered the takeout cost earlier, right? It is 3,680 yen. And no, you don't have to. Maharu hurriedly refused. She had helped with the takeout, paid for it, and now didn't want anything in return. Wow, I didn't expect her to be such a good person. Okifumi thought to himself. He smiled. Are you sure? I don't want to be in debt with you. Maharu panicked. No, that's not it, I mean. Okifumi raised an eyebrow. Just relax and take your time, I'm listening. I mean, the delivery only cost 3,350 yen, so you don't need to give me the full 3,680. She blushed slightly and turned her head away. I only have 2,000 yen left at home. If she lost at 3,350 yen, it would be really hard to make it through the month. This was the one thing she couldn't back down from. Okifumi realized the misunderstanding and felt a little embarrassed, but he didn't let it show. It was a bit awkward, of course, since it felt like she the one who asking for money, even though no one was obligated to help. It's like lending money to someone and then feeling bad when they don't pay it back on time, even though it was their fault. It's kind of ridiculous when you think about it. Okifumi smiled and nodded. Okay, I get it now. Here, this is 3,350 yen. Thanks for your help, Shina-san. He handed her the money, keeping 330 yen for himself. Maharu felt a sigh of relief in her heart, seeing that Okifumi wasn't showing any ill feelings. She then asked, by the way, do you order takeout often? Sometimes. Okifumi replied. Ah. Maharu seemed a little relieved. She knew takeout wasn't the healthiest option. But then Okifumi added, though most of the time, I prefer going to the store to eat. Cooking and washing dishes were exhausting, especially now that he was drawing manga. The fatigue had been piling up. Before, when money was tight, he had no choice. But now that things were better, he didn't see the need to make it harder on himself. Maharu puffed out her cheeks and gave him a disapproving look. She didn't like that Okifumi wasn't taking better care of his health. Even though we met in that situation, and I don't have the right to lecture you. But if you live alone, you really need to take care of yourself. Takeout is expensive and lacks nutrition, and you might end up with a stomachache if you eat it too much of it. With that, Maharu made a decision. That's it then. Huh, what is it? From now on, I'll be the one to take care of your meals, Okifumi-kun. Huh? She said it as a repayment for how he helped her last time in the heavy rain. Chapter 52, Monday. Okifumi-kun, Okifumi-kun. It's time to get up, Tilda. The voice came through a barrier, reaching Okifumi, who was still groggy from sleep. Why is there a girl voice inside my house? This thought naturally popped into his head. Then, he jolted awake, quickly climbing out of bed. After sitting for a moment, his mind cleared, and he remembered who the voice belonged to. Shina Maharu. His thoughts wandered back to yesterday. Shina-san, are you really going to take care of my meals from now on? Okifumi muttered, still in shock. I mean, I get it that ordering a takeout isn't the healthiest option, but you really don't have to go this far. You don't have to do this, you know what, I'll just try to prepare my own meals from now on. You're trying to brush me off again, aren't you? Shina asked while looking at skeptically. Okifumi's smile froze. What? Of course not. Why would I do that? Good to hear. Shina Maharu said, her lips curling into a playful grin. After all, I already prepare meals for myself every day, so making extra for you is no trouble. But isn't that a bit much? Okifumi tried to reason with her. You'd have to travel all the way here every day to cook for me, and by the time you're done, it'll probably be really late. Isn't that dangerous for a girl to go outside at night? What do you mean? The girl blinked her big eyes, looking confused. Didn't I mention this before? What? I actually live right downstairs from you, Tilda? Okifumi was stunned. You live downstairs? Well, it's not important. Anyway, you were wrong. I can just go back anytime I want because we live in the same building. Shina Maharu smiled at him. Well, doesn't that make it even less convenient? Okifumi quickly thought of another point. We're in the same building, so as a girl, don't you think it might raise some eyebrows to the neighbor if you're constantly coming in and out of my place? That's a fair point. Shina Maharu said, tapping her chin thoughtfully, then smiled again. But then again, I don't really mind at all. Tilda, she was really serious about cooking for him. Though it was in her nature to want to take care of people, Okifumi still couldn't fully grasp why she was so persistent. May I ask why you're so determined, Shina-san? Because I want to try to repay Akifumi-kun kindness. It's a way of showing gratitude, she said, without a hint of hesitation. Repay me? Akifumi was taken aback, and his thoughts went back to that rainy day when they first met. He scratched his cheek, a little helpless. I don't think what I did that day deserves this much, though. If you find someone else like that, you'd do the same, right? Like if you found a little kitten abandoned in the rain. Shina Miharu finished his sentence, her smile unchanged. Surprised, Akifumi laughed bitterly and nodded. Yep, that's pretty much it. But it's like you're doing things based on how you feel, and now that's what I want to do too. Shina Miharu said earnestly. I see you, someone who helped me, and when I see you not taking care of yourself, I just want to do something for you. I don't have the right to question your actions, but since this concerns you, I'm not going to ignore your opinion too, she added. As she spoke, she looked at Akifumi, her hands nervously clutching her white shirt, showing her unease. Akifumi sighed helplessly. I guess you win this time. The truth was, he couldn't see any downside to this arrangement, only benefits for him. His initial refusal was just out of consideration for her. Now that she had made up her mind, he couldn't find any reason to refuse. Shina Miharu visibly relaxed and smiled. However, there's one thing that I must insist on. What is it? Shina Miharu looked puzzled. If you're taking care of me, then I should cover the living expenses. That should be fair, right? Eh? No way. Shina Miharu immediately rejected the idea. Taking care of me is one thing, but you need to eat too. You're not going to make 2 separate meals each time you cook, are you? Even though she loved taking care of others, she wasn't about to waste time on unnecessary work. I already feel bad enough for having you cook for me every day. If you also pay for the groceries and ingredients, doesn't that make me like a couch potato mooching off you? PFFT. Shina Miharu couldn't help but laugh at his comparison. Okay then, even if I want to, I don't have enough money to support you, Akifumi-kun. Akifumi smiled. In that case, how about you let me handle the cost of the groceries? Nope. Shina Miharu, who had just been laughing, became serious. This is one thing I'm absolutely not compromising on. Fine. Akifumi sighed. If neither of us can convince the other, how about we just split the costs? Shina Miharu thought it over and nodded. If that's the case, I can agree. I'm a guy, and I'm growing, so I eat more than you. I'll cover a larger share of the expenses, and that's fair, right? Fine by me. Shina Miharu nodded without thinking, then paused. Wait a second. What's wrong? We said we'd split the costs evenly from the start, didn't we? This is splitting, isn't it? Whoever eats more pays more, doesn't that sound reasonable? No, it's not. She wanted to argue, but since she hadn't clarified this from the start, she couldn't really say anything now. Shina Miharu could only glare at Akifumi. My appetite is probably more than twice yours, so I'll cover 70%, and you cover the remaining 30%. No way. At this rate, I should cover 65%, and you cover 35%. Shina-san, let's not get hung up on the details. Akifumi said, a bit exasperated. You're the one hung up on it. Akifumi sighed, thinking back to the situation. After much back and forth, they finally agreed on the 70-30 split, with him covering the larger share. He gave Miharu a spare key to his apartment, so she could come and go easily. Who would have thought I'd end up in a situation like this? Just don't spoil too much me, okay? He thought to himself as Shina Miharu's voice called out from outside the door. Akifumi-kun, if you don't get up soon, you'll be late till to chapter 53, after class. Akifumi returned to his seat after using the restroom. He immediately felt the gaze of the girl sitting next to him. He touched his face, somewhat confused, and asked, is there something on my face, Kato? No. Kato shook her head. Then why are you looking at me like that? I'm just curious about how Akifumi managed to get Shina-san to fall for him. Akifumi couldn't help but smile wryly. Should I be impressed by you, Kato? Acting like it's nothing, but making such an explosive statement? Is it true? Kato blinked. Everyone's been talking. The school genius, Akifumi, is dating Shina-san. That's definitely not the case. Akifumi gave her a side eye. If we're close, isn't it normal for us to walk to school together? Kato nodded. So, what you're saying is that you and Shina-san are close? I wouldn't say we're that close. Akifumi said with a shake of his head. Even if it developed into something more because of various reasons, we wouldn't call ourselves really close. But we're not exactly just friends either. Such a complicated relationship. Even with a grown-up mind, Akifumi couldn't figure out how to explain it. He sighed. It's because for some reason, she lives right below me. So we end up going to school together. And that's pretty much it. I see. Kato nodded, her face unreadable. It left Akifumi wondering what made her bring up the topic in the first place. He didn't think too much of it, but he did become a little curious about her earlier words. By the way, Kato, you mentioned that everyone's talking about this. What's that all about? Well, it's a long story. Then just shorten it. Kato took a moment to organize her thoughts before speaking. This morning, Akifumi and Shina-san were seen walking to school together by some of the other students. They started speculating about your relationship, and eventually, it became unanimous that you two are dating. These bored people. Akifumi shook his head. Though he felt a bit helpless, it didn't bother him too much. When he agreed to Shina-san's request, he had expected something like this to happen. I guess Iriri probably knows about this by now, huh? Knowing her personality, she should have been here by now. That's strange. By the way, Akifumi, did you have a good birthday party yesterday? Akifumi snapped out of his thoughts. It was just me alone, so there wasn't really much to be celebrate about. I'm sorry. Akifumi raised an eyebrow. Why are you apologizing, Kato? Because I had already planned to visit some relatives, so I couldn't spend some time on your birthday with you. Kato said, looking a little embarrassed. Akifumi smiled and said, but didn't you already mention this last Saturday? And I even helped you pick out a gift for me. Though it was something they chose together, it made him feel a little complicated. From the standpoint of being friends, there was nothing wrong with it. So Akifumi just waved it off. Just don't worry about it, Kato. I'm past the age where I care about birthdays party. He said with a relaxed smile. Even if I spend it alone at home, I'm perfectly happy. Kato gave him an ambiguous look. Saying that only makes it sound even sadder. Akifumi's lips twitched a little. But based on what you just said, it sounds like you actually had a good time yesterday. Her internal thoughts seemed to pity him, though she quickly added, I'm really glad. Before Akifumi could respond, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. The day passed quickly. Aside from a few trivial rumors circulating, everything else seemed as calm as usual. However, one thing left Akifumi puzzled. Iriri didn't come to find me at all today. Considering her personality, this was so odd that it could qualify as one of the 7 mysteries of school. I was a little worried about her. After finding out, Akifumi learned that she didn't attend school today. That girl is really... He couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head. As for the reason she didn't show up to class, he found out from Ansei Yuri that she was preparing for a summer comiket. She might even have to take a day off tomorrow or the day after for it. I guess after all that delay, she finally started working on it back in the day. She wouldn't have skipped class to work. After confirming that Iriri was fine, Akifumi felt relieved and headed home. Meanwhile, earlier that day, in the Shueisha office, in the office of Minano Madam. With a hint of apology, Minano said, Sorry, Mihari. I saw the email you sent a few days ago, but I've been tied up with work and couldn't get back to you. No, it's actually me who should apologize. Mihari scratched his head, a little embarrassed. It was supposed to be my responsibility to handle Akifumi-sensei's matters, but I've been bothering you with everything. Minano smiled, shaking her head. Even the editor-in-chief has been paying attention to Akifumi-sensei. If you didn't tell me about something this important, that would have been careless. I've taken some time to catch up on the continuation of Madoka Magica. And while there's still plenty of room for expansion, but if Akifumi-sensei prefers it this way, we'll just go along with it. As for Akifumi-sensei's new work, Minano thought for a moment, then said, you should ask him about what he's been thinking about the plot moving forward form now. And please, I told him not to rush on the ending. If we can't get him a serialization opportunity, let's see how he handles it in his new work. While it sounded like she was complaining, it was clear she was actually worried about him. Mihari nodded, understood. If Akifumi-sensei is confident enough with this work, I'll make sure to help him secure a serialization opportunity in the meeting. Alright. Mihari seemed to take this casually at first, but then her eyes widened in shock. A serialization opportunity? Do you mean? I think this new story has a lot of potential. Minano smiled. She paused, and then added, yes, I really like this work. Chapter 54, After leaving the office of Editor-in-Chief Minano, Atosuna Mihari found herself surrounded by question marks. Something's off, something's off. She muttered to herself as she returned to her desk. No matter how hard she thought about it, she couldn't understand why Minano would prefer an ohana, the flower we saw that day, over Madoka Magica. That's right. She was giving more importance to the other work. After reading the entire plot of Madoka Magica, understanding the deep meanings the author had carefully planted from the beginning, and feeling the shock from it, Minano still clearly expressed her fondness for the other piece. Just thinking about it made Mihari realize the hidden meaning behind those words. Did I miss something? Did I overlook some hidden brilliance of this piece? With this in mind, she took the manuscript of Anohana, the flower we saw that day, from her drawer and started reading it carefully. The first 20 pages weren't many, and even after reading them with intense focus, it didn't take her more than 10 minutes. It feels like they're just introducing the story and the characters. Aside from that, if she had to get into details, it was mainly about the protagonist's attitude toward the female lead and the indifference of the other characters. Let me read it again. This time, Mihari was determined to not miss a single panel. After a while. Ugh. When she noticed a certain panel, it felt as though an electric shock ran through her body, leaving her with goosebumps. In the image, the protagonist walks up to a glass cabinet with bowls inside, but in the reflection of the glass, only the protagonist appears. The girl walking alongside him, who seemed to be the female lead, was nowhere to be seen. I get it now. In that moment, everything in the previous chapters that had bothered her made sense. No wonder editor Minano would praise this work so highly. From the first 20 pages, it was clear that this was a modern, coming-of-age, school-based story. But in a setting where everyone was just an ordinary human, the sudden appearance of such a peculiar element made her excited to see where the story would go. Ugh. This foreshadowing is buried so deep. What if no one else catches it? She muttered, feeling more frustrated with herself for not realizing the oddity sooner. Her anger was more about her failure as an editor than anything else. But could she really be blamed? Who would have thought that in a story about ordinary daily life, the female lead wasn't even human, but a ghost who had already died? If it had been a different genre, she would have figured it out right away. Though, with such a beginning, the ending is bound to be tragic, right? After all, a dead person can't come back to life. Even though manga often bends logic for fun or storytelling purposes, there are some basic rules like how death is permanent. Never mind. Why am I even thinking about this? Mihari shook her head. As an editor, she had to do her job without getting too emotional. She waited until after school and then waited another hour before calling Akifumi-sensei. Sorry for making you wait, Akifumi-sensei. No problem. Akifumi responded nonchalantly. Shueisha doesn't work only with me. And it's not like I'm in a rush. Enough small talk. So what's the situation now? The completion request for Madoka Magical has been approved by editor Minano. At these words, Akifumi let out a relieved sigh. He had been worried about the possibility of rejection. Even though, if the publisher hadn't agreed, he could have insisted, and the manga would eventually have concluded. However, that would have caused tension between him and the editors, and he didn't want that. Now, how about the new work I submitted? Editor Minano wants to know if you have a complete plan for the upcoming story. Well, when we start a story, we usually think about the ending first, right? Akifumi chuckled and added, but, if that answer doesn't satisfy editor Minano, tell her that I've already mapped out the entire story, and as long as I get the serialization, I can guarantee that I'll deliver a new original page every week. Hearing this, Mihari couldn't help but smirk. You stupid l. Who even does that? Everyone brings their original story drafts to get feedback from the editor, then revises them according to the editor's suggestions before submitting them for approval. Then it goes through discussions, approval, and eventually works its way through the publishing process. But Akifumi-sensei just want to go off the rails. There were so many things she wanted to complain about, but she couldn't get them all out in one breath. But when the words were about to come out, she changed her mind. No problem. I'll pass your message to editor Minano. Thanks. Mihari nodded in satisfaction, even though she knew it was just a polite phrase. To her, it was a sign of submission. By the way, we've also helped you get verified on SNS. Your account details are XXX and 16XXXX. Remember to note them down. The account and password were simple. Mihari Atosuna just repeated them once, and he had them memorized. Do you need me to repeat them? No, I've got it. Good. Make sure to log in and greet everyone. You can also share your plans for the future. Got it. They exchanged a few more words and hung up. After the call ended, Akifumi sighed. Looks like this rare vacation is over once I go back today. Even though Mihari didn't say it, editor Minano asking about his plans was a clear sign of trouble. While he wasn't short on money, drawing Anohana, the flower we saw that day, was a huge challenge and an opportunity he couldn't miss. No matter the outcome, it would bring great benefits to him. He couldn't let anyone's expectations down either. Afterward, Akifumi immediately logged into the SNS account Mihari had just shared with him. To his surprise, the new account already had a few hundred followers and several comments. Is this really the SNS of the Warrior of Love and Hope? The account was created just half an hour ago? Idiot, didn't you see the verified badge next to the name? It's definitely real. Finally found the teacher's SNS. Even though Madoka Magical has a lot of heart-wrenching moments, I still love it. I'll always support you. The comments were overwhelmingly friendly and supportive. See? This is what true fans say. Just as Akifumi was about to type a response, one comment stood out. Sensei, when will the second volume be released? My wallet is already waiting. After reading the comment, Akifumi couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 55, What Madoka Magica is ending. Is that true? This is complete nonsense. Editor-in-Chief, why didn't you stop the author? Right now, Madoka Magica is on the rise. To end it so soon. Doesn't the author know how hard it is to create a big hit? And as the editor-in-chief, don't you know this? Exactly, we can't end it now. If it ends like this, the author will regret it later. As editors, we need to offer more advice to our authors. Once the situation was clear, the editors quickly began to speak up in concern. When an editor-in-chief is in charge of a breakout hit, it's bound to have a significant impact on them, but it also brings a lot of benefits. Just the fact that it boosts Shueisha's reputation is enough for them to set aside any objections. The higher the reputation, the more new readers it attracts. A powerful example of this is that, since the release of Madoka Magica's latest volume, Weekly Shonen Jump's sales have increased by 2% in the past 2 weeks. Don't underestimate that 2%. For Shueisha's current size, even a 0.5% increase would mean a substantial boost. Also, it's important to note that loyal Weekly Jump fans don't always buy every issue. Sales tend to stay consistent on average, with minor fluctuations. So, when we factor in this, the actual sales increase could be much higher than 2%. As for how we're so sure that this increase is from the new readers. You really think Shueisha conducts surveys just for fun? The feedback from Madoka Magica revealed that 60% of readers are women. When the staff first counted the data, they even had to double-check, as they couldn't believe it. Weekly Shonen Jump, as its name suggests, mostly targets male readers. Although there are female fans, they only make up about 20% of the total. These women wouldn't all be fans of Madoka Magica. So, it's clear that this surge in readership is coming from new readers brought in by the volume releases. Considering how much new readership Madoka Magica has already generated with just its first volume, it's easy to imagine that, as long as the series continues, it'll draw in even more readers. Even if only 50% of these new readers stay, it'll be a huge benefit for other authors too. And for Shueisha, the gains will be even greater too. For both professional and personal reasons, no one wants Madoka Magica to end. Editor-in-Chief Minano, being in the same position, clearly understands the situation's risks and rewards. But what sets her apart is that, while everyone else is focused on short-term gains, Minano is thinking about the future. The success so far is due to the author's incredible work. But if internal conflicts cause a Kifumi-sensei to move to another publisher, wouldn't that be counterproductive? Of course, these guys probably don't lack this awareness. However, from their perspective, Madoka Magica is more valuable than the creator. It's simple, if the author continues, Madoka Magica will keep bringing Shueisha new readers. But if it ends, would the author be able to create another hit as big as Madoka Magica? The odds of that happening are probably low, right? No doubt, 90% of the people in the room are thinking that way. Even if the author has potential, they're not willing to bet on their next work. But don't put me in their category. Sure, continuing a series minimizes risks. But without taking risks, how can you expect rewards? It's like how the bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. So, Minano stays silent, her face expressionless. Silence. Only when the elderly man sitting at the head of the table spoke did the room settle down. Torishima pointed at the table with their fingers, their eyes deep, leaving it unclear what they were thinking. Minano, you say Akifumi has requested the ending for Madoka Magica, is that right? Yes. You've seen the remaining content, right? Minano nodded and added, I believe there's no better conclusion than this. You. Torishima pointed at Minano, visibly angry. The other editors held their composure but their eyes twinkled with excitement. Finally. Minano, the editor they all thought was pampered, was finally going to get scolded by the chief editor. Why did you forget to mention it to me when you had such a great thing? Do you know how long I've been waiting for the continuation of Madoka Magica? 10 days. 10 days. You have no idea how torturous those 10 days were for me. Without Madoka Magica, I felt like ants were crawling on me. But you, just enjoying it on your own. You didn't think about me at all. If it weren't for this meeting today, would you have even told me? Editors? Was the chief editor scolding Minano? Well, it seemed different than they imagined. The room fell silent. Minano, facing the chief editor's self-reproach, showed a hint of guilt. I'm sorry, chief editor. Chapter 56, Bang. Torishima slammed the table angrily. What is so good about an apology? If just apologizing worked, why would we even need the police? Is this the time for you to be saying this nonsense? Hurry up and bring me the latest volume? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Minano stood up from her seat. After she left, Torishima finally put away his anger. He calmly tapped the table. Everyone. Although Minano's handling of this issue was a bit questionable, whether a work should end or not still comes down to the story. If the story has reached its conclusion, then let it end. I trust Minano's judgment as an editor. The others could tell from the chief editor's tone that he was signaling the end of the discussion, and someone tried to speak up to object. But the chief editor, usually friendly, now exuded an intimidating presence. Under his imposing gaze, the one about to speak immediately quieted down. Torishima returned his gaze and spoke plainly, I don't want to say this a second time. As for whether a Kifumi-sensei work meets the criteria for a proper ending, let's judge after everyone has seen it, shall we? Yes. Sounds good. Let's take a look first. Half an hour later, Mihari led a few employees into the room with a stack of thick documents to copy the manuscript and bring it to the meeting. But when Mihari, who had been called in temporarily to join the meeting, saw the important figures seated around the room, she couldn't help but marvel. These are the top people in the company. Then she gazed at them with admiration. I wonder when I'll be in their seat at a meeting. Well lost in her thoughts, she quickly distributed the documents to the respective editors and was about to leave. Mihari, you stay. Huh? Mihari was startled when Minano suddenly called her name in front of all these big shots. Pointing at herself, she asked, Me? You're handling a Kifumi-sensei work. This meeting is about him, so you should stay and listen. Okay. Mihari nervously nodded. She could feel the eyes of the big names in the room, some curious, some examining, some indifferent, and some neutral, making her feel more anxious than ever. The other two workers who'd been called in earlier gave her envious glances as they left. Just standing here and getting noticed by these top executives was a big deal. Unfortunately, Mihari was too nervous to pay attention to any of this. She stiffly stood behind Minano like a bodyguard, trying to stay still. The room didn't react to her presence. If the chief editor didn't speak, no one dared to make a move. Let's see what kind of surprise this work that wants to end will bring us, said Torishima. Everyone's attention shifted to the documents in their hands. Soon, the room grew quiet, except for the sound of pages turning. Mihari finally let out a sigh of relief. She glanced around at the meeting room and stole a quick look at the editors, including the one she rarely saw, and the chief editor, who she'd barely met in person. Perhaps her gaze was too obvious, as the elderly man suddenly looked up and met her eyes. Shocked, Mihari froze, completely at a loss for words. Fortunately, the elderly man didn't make things hard for her and smiled warmly before turning his attention back to the documents. Mihari, relieved, thought to herself, the chief editor is surprisingly kind. Though she had this thought, she quickly focused again on the task at hand. But when she saw the thick stack of papers in their hands, her mouth twitched. How long am I going to stand here? She silently complained. Time passed slowly. Half an hour, an hour and a half. Ah! With a sigh, the silence in the room was broken. Having already stood so long, Mihari had snuck out several times under the pretense of going to the bathroom. She now looked relieved. She was back to her neutral expression, moving her hands and feet silently. The editors, who had finished reading, quietly discussed the plot with their colleagues. More noise filled the room. A few minutes later. Cough, cough. At the old man's subtle reminder, the room quieted down again. Looks like everyone's finished, said Torishima. Anyone want to share their thoughts? The response was complete silence. After a short wait, when no one seemed willing to speak, the elderly man continued, I'll speak then. The ending doesn't need too much explanation or commentary. One words, perfect? Magical girls symbolize miracles, but in this story, the greater the miracle, the greater the price. Madoka sacrifices herself for the magical girl's miracle. All the foreshadowing laid out earlier was resolved effectively in the later chapters. Even a Kifumi-sensei pen name, the warrior of love and hope. It made us truly feel the love and hope. But that love and hope might have been a bit too heavy. Torishima chuckled lightly. Unfortunately, the story's end was too perfect, and even they, the professionals, couldn't manage a smile at this point. What struck me most was that at the ending he even threw the fans a small treat. Though it wasn't too sweet, it was incredibly satisfying. Torishima, with a look of nostalgia, seemed to be recalling the deep friendships of his past self. Everyone. Torishima raised his voice. Sure, with Akemi Hamura's time ability, she could create alternate timelines and add more plots to the existing story. With a Kifumi-sensei skills, fans would definitely accept it, and they'd be excited for it. But Torishima emphasized his point. How do you think we should refuse a talented, young man who is just following his dream? Many in the room showed signs of guilt. Dorishima softened his tone. Money, fame. That's all important to us adults. But he's not like us. He's just a kid. These dirty things are not his concern, and he doesn't need to worry about them. With a pure heart, he should create the most genuine work possible. Climb even higher. I believe this is his dream. We old folks shouldn't just try to protect his dream, we shouldn't block him either. Let's believe this kid can go further. With Dorishima's final words, the room fell into silence, everyone thinking deeply about what was said. The ultimate question, it seemed, wasn't whether Madoka Magica should end. Besides Madoka Magica ending, Akifumi-sensei has also provided a new project proposal. Minano said so casually. I believe it has great potential and is fully qualified to be serialized in Weekly Shonen Jump. Dorishima? Everyone? There was a brief moment of stunned silence. All the editors, who had been discussing the end of Madoka Magica, now turned their attention to the proposal that had just been mentioned. This is a big surprise. Dorishima said, blinking in disbelief. I wasn't expecting this at all. Another editor added, clearly caught off guard. Everyone in the room exchanged glances, trying to process what had just been presented. Akifumi-sensei's new project was an unexpected turn, especially given the overwhelming focus on Madoka Magica's conclusion. I'll take a look at this new project. Dorishima said, his voice tinged with curiosity. But let's focus on the agenda for now. We can go over this next time. And with that, the meeting, which had been focused on one of the most significant decisions in the company's recent history, took another unexpected turn. The editors, still processing the news of Akifumi-sensei's new work, quickly refocused on the remaining items in the agenda, each carrying a quiet sense of anticipation. Chapter 57, It's 11:30 p.m. If it were last week, when I wasn't drawing, Akifumi would have probably already been asleep by now. But today, after getting such an obvious hint from Mihari, he felt like he had to put in a little more effort. Another 20 minutes of drawing, and then I'll rest. Akifumi stood up to stretch and yawn. Just as he was about to sit back down, his phone suddenly rang. The caller, Atosuna Mihari. He picked up. Akifumi-sensei. The weak voice, like a whisper coming from the TV, startled Akifumi so much that he nearly dropped his phone. Are you okay? No. I'm just hungry. Well, if you're hungry, then you should eat something first. No need to force yourself to call me first. If you didn't get the information first, you will think it was my fault. A brief silence from the other side, then the little editor finally spoke in a voice full of resentment. I'm so hungry, and it's all because of you? Because of me? Akifumi blinked and hesitated before asking, what do you mean? I'm too hungry. Can't explain it in detail. Then make it short. It's because of you, Akifumi-sensei. The company meeting that's supposed to end 3 hours ago just finished now because of your manga. You mentioned last time that only the editor-in-chief can attend those meetings. What does it have to do with you, a small editor? Mihari was on the verge of tears. Because I'm your editor, I was allowed to attend the meeting as an exception, thanks to editor-in-chief Minano. Akifumi remembered the meeting usually started at 6 p.m. It was now 11:32 p.m., meaning it lasted for a whole 5.5 hours. Is this what being a corporate slave is? Ugh, that's rough. Mihari, full of expectation, said, if you really think I'm unlucky, could you delete that email from last time? Huh? I already expressed my sympathy for you, but why should I give you more benefits? It's still unfair. Not continuing with the small talk, Akifumi said, you must have called for something important, right? Exactly. As they spoke, Mihari's voice had gained a lot more energy than when the call first started. The little editor, excited, said, congratulations, Akifumi-sensei. The new project proposal has been approved. Although Akifumi had already prepared for this news when he heard it in the afternoon, he was still surprised by how quickly things moved. His calm heart couldn't help but stir with excitement. I understand, please thank Editor-in-Chief Minano for me. Mihari Atosuna's smile froze, and she sighed, Akifumi-sensei, I'm your editor, remember? I know. Akifumi replied flatly, but you're just a small editor. You won't be involved in this anyway, right? You don't even need to think about it. It was all Editor-in-Chief Minano's work, and I must thank her. Damn. This is too much. What's wrong with being a small editor? Doesn't that come with its own purpose? If I hadn't helped, well, no one would have been impacted. Mihari suddenly felt deflated. Being with such an excellent author, she felt like she couldn't do anything useful, and always relying on Editor-in-Chief Minano for help. It feels like I'm just a burden. Honestly, with such a great author, it should be up to the Editor-in-Chief, right? I, a small editor, Can't be of any use. Thinking about all this, and with midnight approaching and her stomach still empty, Mihari suddenly felt down. Hey. Okafumi's voice came through the phone, bringing Mihari back to reality. I'm sorry. I was just daydreaming a bit. Her voice had an unmistakable tinge of sadness. It seems you didn't catch what I said earlier, did you? Not noticing the change in mood, Okafumi sighed. I'll say it again, and I need you to listen carefully. Not only should I thank Editor-in-Chief Minano, but I also need to make sure you thank others properly, understand? Huh? Don't act surprised. Do you really think that everyone can get the main character's treatment like you? If I had a different editor-in-chief, they might have taken over the project as soon as they saw how well it was doing and handled everything themselves. Of course, in the workplace, that's not wrong, and no one would blame them. The only one hurt would be you, but that's just how it goes. The higher-ups in the industry represent the company's rules to some extent. So, you must realize how lucky you are to have met Editor-in-Chief Minano, right? She's putting effort into training you, don't let her down, and work hard. Mihari paused, then a self-deprecating smile appeared on her face. She really was pathetic. Getting so lost in her thoughts over such a small matter. Just like Okafumi said, compared to others, she was already incredibly lucky. She was working with such a great author. Even though he always bullies her and has a weird personality, she'd seen how tough it was for other editors to deal with their authors. Sometimes, their work was a mess, and they still argued about it, wanting to get it serialized, but ending up at the back of the queue, getting rushed at the deadline like they were in hell. This guy doesn't need her to do anything, he finishes everything on his own. Doesn't that feel like a free ride? And besides him, there's also such a wonderful editor-in-chief. She was even taken along to today's important meeting, and was cared for in so many ways. She couldn't disappoint Editor-in-Chief Minano's expectations. She had to work hard to become a great editor. One day, this guy would be the one calling her Editor-in-Chief Mihari. With that thought in mind, Mihari smiled goofily, then puffed out her chest proudly. Humphrey. You think I need you to worry about me? On the other end of the phone, Okafumi raised an eyebrow. Typical of a tsundere blonde with twin tails, huh? Though this wasn't exactly twin tails, more like two small braids, that tsundere tone was so vivid, Okafumi could almost picture her attitude. Chapter 58, well, as long as she's cheered up. After working with her for so long, he didn't want her to be crushed by the pressure and force him to change editors. If that happened, wouldn't the dirt he had on her be useless too? By the way, today's meeting must have been interesting. Tell me about it. Ha. Are you a devil? I haven't even eaten a single bite of dinner yet. Despite her complaints, the next second she started describing the situation. You don't know, when Editor-in-Chief Minano brought up your new work, the looks on everyone's faces. It was too funny. After discussing whether Madoka Magica should end or not, it was already past 9 p.m., and everyone was tired and hungry. The Editor-in-Chief told us to finish the remaining topics of the meeting quickly so we could go home, but then Editor-in-Chief Minano dropped this bombshell. Ha ha ha. It was too funny. Tell me in detail if it's that funny then. Okafumi, helpless, reminded, you were part of the meeting too, right? Didn't you also feel hungry at the time? Mihari, feeling frustrated, muttered, damn it. Don't remind me that now. So now it's my fault now? Don't interrupt, listen to me. As you know, there are limited slots for serialization in Shonen Jump. Everyone's waiting their turn, and then suddenly someone jumps the queue. How can they not get upset? People who've waited for so long don't want someone to cut in line. At that moment, even though everyone was hungry, they started arguing immediately. Though Okafumi hadn't seen it in person, he could easily imagine the intensity of the argument. The serialization slots were tied to their performance. More slots meant more bonuses. No one would want to back down. Even though the result was already known, hearing about the process was still interesting. Editor-in-Chief Minano was clearly prepared. She stood her ground against the other editors-in-chief without backing down. Shueisha always lets the quality of the work speak for itself. Why should we push mediocre works when we have great ones ready? This is the start of declining. Mihari spoke excitedly, as if she had been the one making the argument. The other editors-in-chief turned pale and couldn't say a word. It was only when the editor-in-chief stepped in and suggested that they look at your work that they calmed down. The rest? Well, I already mentioned that at the start. No need to repeat it. Anyway, congratulations again, Okafumi-sensei. Thank you, and thank you for your hard work. Okafumi smiled, then added, by the way, didn't you still owe me a meal? Mihari Atosuna groaned, you're a big shot with a 7-figure royalty, and you're still thinking about getting a free meal from me? Okafumi couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I was just joking before. Since you've worked hard, This time the meal is on me. Now that's better. Miharu Tosuna hummed, then suddenly realized, and what do you mean I didn't do anything for you? I played a huge part of it, you know. Yes, editor Tosuna Miharu also played a huge part. Kifumi replied dismissively. So, then when should we do this? This Saturday at noon. Also, could you invite Minano-san? I want to thank her in person. Wait. Am I just the extra in this? Never mind. It's clear now, Minano is the extra. Not her. Miharu comforted herself silently, then agreed, no problem. But I don't know if Minano-san will have time. That's fine. Just go and tell her, and I'll confirm the time and place in a few days. Got it. By the way, when does the new work release? From the first week of July. Also, you don't have any backlog for this week, so don't forget to draw the next chapters in the next few days. You don't think I'm that unreliable, do you? Well, it's just a friendly reminder from your editor. If you can't submit on time, beware of my hellish reminders. Even though he knew she couldn't see him, Okifumi still rolled his eyes. That won't happen. Don't worry. Okay then, good night. Good night, take care. Miharu was about to end the call when a new message popped up on her phone. She squinted and saw the new task list sent by Minano. It was clear that this new project would be far from easy. But this time, she felt more determined than ever. The struggles, the meetings, and the dots, it was all worth it. She wasn't just there to pass time. She was there to prove she could do this. With a new sense of purpose, she decided, no more self-doubt. She would rise to the challenge, learn more, and get even better. The smile returned to her face. Thank you, Okifumi-sensei, for always being so reassuring. Thank you for reminding me of the bigger picture. She took a deep breath, knowing she was ready to take on whatever came next. Her phone buzzed again. It was Okifumi. Also, don't forget to eat. You're working too hard. Take care of yourself, okay? She chuckled, shaking her head. Yeah, I will. It wasn't just about the work. It was about growing, learning, and becoming the best she could be, starting with tonight. Chapter 59, Sigh. Okifumi, you've been looking visibly tired these past few days. Kato rested her face in her hand, looking in the direction of Okifumi. Shina Miharu, sitting behind him, had just gone out with some classmates. Could it be because of that rumor? But the rumor should have quieted down by now. Okifumi, lying face down on the desk, didn't even look up as he spoke. Even if you think it's strange, Kato, I'm not telling you anything. I don't really want to know, Kato continued in her usual airy tone, but we're friends, aren't we? Isn't it only natural to share the burden of others and support them? Okifumi lifted his head to glance at the girl. You're not wrong, but the premise is that we can share the burden, right? If I tell you, Kato, it wouldn't help at all. It would only give you another headache. Unfortunately, the girl wasn't about to give up that easily. If Okifumi doesn't say it, how will you know if I can't help? Trying to twist my words, huh? Okifumi glared at her, then slumped back down on the desk. Forget it, Kato. This is one thing that I absolutely won't tell you. Because of a mistake he made, leading to unimaginable consequences, no one would want to share such an embarrassing thing. It was now Thursday. 3 days had passed since Okifumi posted that SNS message. In those 3 days, the internet had been full of twists and turns. It all started with that SNS post from 3 days ago. To Okifumi, he was just a slightly popular newbie manga artist. He didn't think anyone would pay much attention to him. But he was wrong. His followers were several times more than he had imagined. The moment that post appeared, many fans expressed their discontent. The general sentiment was, second work? Does that mean both will be serialized at the same time? Is the Shueisha editor crazy? How could they let this happen? I followed you because of Madoka Magica. And I couldn't care less about your new project, not to mention supporting it. Honestly, is Madoka Magica's success going to your head? Do you think just any random thing you draw will have fans? To be blunt, if this is your approach, I won't even look forward to Madoka Magica anymore. I remember the announcement from Shueisha mentioned you're still in high school, right? Even full-time artists struggle to keep up weekly serialization with the help of assistants. How are you going to handle 2 serialized works while also managing your studies? How can you manage 2 serials at once without mixing up the characters and plot lines? I remember the last manga artist who thought they could serialize 2 works at the same time. We haven't heard their name in the industry since. Why not just focus on finishing Madoka Magica instead of starting a new project? But the thing is, I've already finished Madoka Magica. Faced with these comments, Okifumi felt helpless. Even if he clarified that Madoka Magica was already finished, the fans would probably think he was just making excuses, and not believe him. After all, who in their right mind would abandon a hot-selling work? Of course, not all the comments were negative. There were also fans excited about the new work, Anohana, but they were only a small minority, probably not even 5% of the comments. Once he realized things were escalating, Akifumi decided to release an early announcement for Friday. The second volume of Madoka Magica, which could also be considered the final volume, would be released in August. Unfortunately, it didn't go as planned. Since things have already reached this point, let it continue. Time will prove who was right and who was wrong. It wasn't that Akifumi was convinced by chief editor Minano's reasoning. It was after Minano analyzed the potential benefits and drawbacks that Akifumi decided to stick with the original plan. The frustration he had on his face these past few days wasn't so much because of this matter, but because he had been mocked by someone. The trio boys in his class wasn't bold enough to laugh out loud. If anyone was laughing, it was behind closed doors. The real culprit was Hiratsuka-sensei. After reading the Madoka Magica volumes, that woman quickly became one of his biggest fans. So, when she heard about the situation, she immediately pulled Akifumi into her office to ask for details. Once she knew everything, that woman couldn't hold back and laughed openly. I will hold this grudge for now. Akifumi wrote it down in his notebook with a menacing look. Chapter 60. The day passed quickly. The weekend passed without much event, and soon, the final week of the semester arrived. It was also the week when Anohana made its debut in the weekly Shonen Jump. On Monday afternoon, after school ended, Tanaka was the first to dash out of the classroom. This guy, he actually ran off alone. Tadakuni and Tabata stared in disbelief at Tanaka's retreating figure before quickly following him. It wasn't long before Tanaka arrived at the newsstand. "Boss, I'll take the latest weekly Shonen Jump," he called out. "You're in luck, kid, this is the last one left," the shopkeeper said with a grin. Hey. Tanaka grinned, paid, and took the magazine with a look of satisfaction. But just as he was about to leave, Tadakuni and Tabata grabbed him from both sides. "Traitor. We agreed to get it together, but you ran off ahead," they yelled. Tanaka, ever the righteous one, retorted, "You're the one who is stupid enough to believe me. Today is the day of Sensei's new work debut in Weekly Shonen Jump. Do you know how many people were eyeing this magazine? If I was even a bit late, I might have missed out on this last copy. Friendship is nothing compared to this. For Sensei's sake, I'd throw it all away. Now, let go of me." Tadakuni and Tabata exchanged a look and nodded in agreement. "We get it now." Without another word, they grabbed the magazine from Tanaka's hands. Tanaka's eyes widened in shock. "What are you doing?" The two of them grinned evilly. He. 5 minutes later, Tanaka was kneeling on the ground, his face filled with despair, tears rolling down his cheeks. "Demon. You too are demon. My magazine. My Anohana." Just when Tadakuni and Tabata were about to leave, they suddenly reappeared from nowhere. "You regret it now?" they asked. "I regret it." Tanaka sobbed.